Of it. Okay, I am ready whenever you are. Go ahead.
Well, I am live. Hi, ready? I'm live.
Is it Fallout in time?
It's time
Ready
to
to?
fall out. Let me crack the. I've got my natty bows, so I'll be nice and irradiated by the time we're done with this stream. Hello, everyone. That's a Baltimore
Hello. Oh
reference.
my, would you look at that? A super chat already. How
Wow,
kind.
my goodness.
Ever going to review any of the video games Alex Garland wrote? I don't intend to, but I do know that he was a writer on one of the Devil May Cry games. I don't remember which one. Chat will know. I've heard bad things about that game. I don't know
I
if the writing is what's bad or the gameplay or what, but
Interesting.
I'm such a basic bitch normie gamer that I don't know if you want me reviewing video games. But that's actually a decent segue into today's topic because Fallout is one of the video games I've actually played. So
It is one of the games
it is one
of
of the
our
games, and
time.
I've played it, and I've played so few video games since, the 2000s.
I
So
actually, so I played Fallout 4, but I actually went back on your recommendation and decided to, because I never played New Vegas, but on your recommendation, I went back and played
it's
New
way better.
Vegas. It's way
It's way,
fucking better. Oh my god,
yeah.
it's way better. Yeah, no, it's so much. It's so much fun. New Vegas is a blast.
I
Fallout
really
4,
like.
by comparison, is like very watered down.
I mean, I also played Fallout 4 first with no real frame of reference for like how the better games. So I enjoyed it, and now in hindsight, I'm like, that had a lot of problems. It's just like when you get to New Vegas, it's just so much more
Yeah.
enjoyable in basically every way, but especially the writing, I would say. Hello to everyone in chat. I hope you are having a wonderful Sunday. Today we're going to talk about Fallout. It's a brand new television show on
It's so
Amazon.
new. It's so new
Everyone, yeah.
that I didn't even know it was a thing. I really with a property with that kind of cultural pull. Well, I mean, I guess it's not like a huge cultural thing, but with a property like that, you'd think that they would have had to give Bethesda some amount of money, some decent amount of money to get the rights to make this show. And you would think that they would have advertised it a little bit harder than they did. But maybe they blew all the budget for marketing Fallout on marketing Rings of Power.
Well, yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if that was the case. Yeah, that's actually a good point because Rings of Power, obviously, that was a much bigger investment. That they plastered Rings of Power stuff everywhere, right? So, Amazon trucks driving through your neighborhood had Rings of Power decals on the side, right? And boxes and packaging when you order stuff from Amazon had that all over it. Not so for Fallout. Maybe it's because it didn't work. Maybe it's because they just ran out of money by this point. But yeah, there were some trailers. I saw the trailer and I thought, you know what? That looks like it could be fun. I'm not expecting it to be amazing, but it looked like it could be fun. The tone was interesting. So all the marketing I really saw was the trailer. I was not expecting this to be quite as divisive as it's turned out to be. Now, if you go look up the reviews for Fallout, it's very well reviewed critically.
Hmm.
For example, on Rotten Tomatoes, it has a 90, well, ignore the percentage because it's dumb. It has a 7.9 out of 10 on Rotten Tomatoes, an 88 from audiences, and then where is it? An 8.6 on IMDb. That's very good. It's very
That
good.
is really good. That is surprisingly good for um for to me.
For what this is, yes.
Yeah.
Um, yes. Um, it is a show. Someone has mentioned already. At least more people will get to discover how great Walton Goggins is. That is too.
Yes. That.
That is true. That is probably one of the best things about it. We are going to spoil the show today because I just have so many thoughts. I'm full to bursting with thoughts on this show, and I want to get into the nitty gritty. So we will be spoiling it. So if you haven't seen it, and you're like, everyone's talking about it. A lot of people say it's really good. If it looks like your cup of tea, go check it out. Though I would not recommend it personally. I won't steal the spotlight away from Hugh. Hugh, what did you think in broad terms, spoiler-free terms for the people in chat? What did you think of Fallout, the TV show?
You know, It hooked me there for a little bit. Actually, for a good portion of it. I'm gonna use a sports analogy real quick, Jamie, because I've been watching a lot of hockey. The playoffs are starting, and this is how my brain starts to work around this time of year. Um, this was a real tight contest, between the good and the stupid. It was neck and neck for a good amount of time. Every time some like good would go up, good would score a point, they would go up, and then stupid would be right there keeping themselves in the game. But good was in the lead for most of it, right? For say we got seven episodes. Good was in the lead for most of it. It started looking a little precarious by the end of, I want to say by the end of seven, it was, yeah, but they're still in control. They've got it under wraps. And then in the eighth episode, they blew it. They absolutely shit the bed. Good shit the bed. Stupid scored like 10 points, ran away with it. It's over. Game ended. I'm surprised that it managed to fumble it that bad in one fell swoop. It was shocking to me because I was, despite its many flaws, enjoying it. And then when I got to episode 8, it was just a nosedive in the amount of stuff that I was like, what on earth could have possibly gone wrong? Now, I ended up finding out that Jonathan Nolan of Westworld fame, and of Christopher Nolan's brother fame, I could say,
Yeah,
too.
I mean, he co-wrote a number of Nolan movies, some of the good ones like The Prestige, and
Yes,
some of the horrible ones like Interstellar.
he did. He did do those. He did
Hmm.
Westworld, too, which, season 1 of Westworld is pretty good. I haven't gone back and rewatched it in a very long time because season 2 of Westworld kind of sucks. And then season 3, and I started on season 3, and I just could not get into it at all. It was just a mess. Um,
Yeah, I have a similar. So Westworld season one, I actually thought was pretty decent. It was a bit humorless and self-serious, which I didn't like. But other than that, it was all right. And then when I heard that season two and beyond aren't very good, I was like, nope, that's enough for me. I wasn't in love with the show like some people were anyway. So yeah, Jonathan Nolan has an interesting history, some ups and downs, let's say.
yeah, he always seems to start strong and then blow it in the end. So
Yeah,
this one kind of stuck to that story. It stuck to the script.
yeah. So would you recommend it?
Um, mm, it's tough because I've talked to a few people about it who have had similar issues, similar gripes that I have, and they've said to me, "Yeah, but I liked the good parts enough that I'll come back for season 2." So it, I wouldn't recommend going back for season 2, but some people are getting enough out of it that it seems to be worth it. Uh,
Well, clearly, a lot of people are. It's very well reviewed. A lot of
yeah,
people are really digging it. Um, I I don't like the show at all anymore.
yeah.
So
I think
I
that
had a
it's going to be
hold
a,
on.
a deep pit to crawl out of to fix the problems that they
Oh, it's
created
done.
for
It's
themselves.
no, it's fucked, and there's no potential for season two, as far as I'm concerned. But I had a similar experience to you. I watched it for the first time, and I thought, you know what? There's some good stuff in here. If, despite the problems, despite the flaws, despite a particular character who every time we cut to him, I was like, no, go back to someone better. I was enjoying it. The music is really fun. A lot of the performances are really fun. Fallout is a cool world. That's sort of a base thing they have to operate from in this adaptation. And there's a lot of cool stuff you can do. And I was enjoying some of what I thought the character arcs were going to be. And then by the end, I kind of hated it. And now I've seen the whole show all the way through for a second time, and I've taken copious, manic, deranged notes, page after page of them, and we're going to go through them today. I think the show was really bad. I think it's really, really poorly written. There are some things that manage to come out of this unscathed. Walton Goggins is one of them. And not, I would say the Ghoul
Yeah,
himself has some interesting character moments that come out unscathed. But for the most part, especially once you know the reveal, there's a big twist reveal at the end. I suppose that's a little bit of a spoiler, but I won't tell you what it is. That ruins everything. It ruins
Yeah, it really
absolutely
does.
everything.
It really throws it all into
Uh,
the bin. It's bad.
it's really bad. And then when you watch it, like I know, like Mahler, for example, I've heard him talk about it. He noticed a lot of problems right from the beginning that I didn't notice or was willing to go, but I like the other stuff, so it's fine. Even without the ending ruining a lot of the stuff that came before it, there are still problems from the beginning. I would say, from a writing perspective, the show was pretty bad, actually. Actually, really bad. I would say it's really bad. It's got basically every kind of bad writing in it. It has, horribly, detestably unlikable characters. Not all of them, but it has one or two of those. It has the most insane, contrived, convenient situations you can ever imagine. Everyone just happening to run into each other in a giant wasteland. It has motivations that make no sense. It has like cartoon villainy. It has people that are really stupid and incompetent when they shouldn't be. It has it's bizarrely pro-communist in a very didactic propagandizing way. So all every single kind of bad writing from my perspective, being preachy and unnuanced, all that sort of stuff, as well as general plot holes and impossibilities and motivations that make no sense. It's bad. It's a very poorly written show, and I really, really don't like it. Which is a shame because I was really enjoying aspects of it. Like I said, the music and a lot of what I thought the character arcs were going to be were interesting, and what they seemed like they were for the first, let's say, half of the show were pretty good. I think episode 4 is probably the best one. It is the least scathed by everything that happens after it. Overall, I would not recommend this show. Clearly, a lot of people like it, so there's a good chance if you're listening to this, you probably would like it, but I don't think you should like it. That's how I feel about that. And we're going to talk all about it, and we're going to
We
respond
sure
to you
are.
fine folks in chat. First, I want to respond to some of these super chats. Thank you very much. Cecil Lawrenson says, Mahler is right. The writing often falters, and there are issues at every level. Despite its flaws, I still found it enjoyable, and despite the poor dialogue. I think there are flaws at literally every level. I think that is a good way of putting it. I understand why this show, I would say, fooled people into thinking it was good. Not just that they liked it despite it being poorly written, that they actually think it's not poorly written. I can see how it fooled people. It fooled me at least a little bit for the first half. But I think it does have problems at every level. Also, Metal Face Rosie, however you say that. Fingers crossed for a David Lynch cameo in season 2. Why would I don't quite get that? I mean,
Twin
it'd be
Peaks
fun. Oh,
reuniting Kyle
right, yeah.
MacLachlan with
Okay,
Gordon.
I, I see the vision now. I hope they don't drag him into this, but I will not be watching season 2. I can say that quite comfortably. We have some disagreement in chat. Tell me your problems. Oh boy, we sure will. Let's not waste any time. We'll
Let's
jump
get
right
right
into
into it.
Here's how I want to do this, Hugh, because we are going to spoil the show. Like I said, here's your warning. Get out if you don't want it spoiled. Because we're going to spoil the show, I want to spoil what happens in the end from the beginning.
I think that's probably the best way to go about it, because the problems don't become... So even just going back and talking about it off stream to a couple of people after I finished it, the problems are not quite as evident early on if you don't know where it's going.
Yes.
And then once you know where it's going and go back and rewatch it, it starts to be really... It starts to have it like serious problems right from the beginning, right from the get-go. So I think we should jump into it. So let's go ahead.
So we're not going to do any of what the show does in terms of like drawing out mysteries and big reveals for the end. Let's talk broad terms what the story is about. So we have Lucy. She is a vault dweller. She lives in a vault. This is after a nuclear apocalypse of sorts has irradiated and killed most people, at least in America, possibly in the world. We're not really sure. And some people, the rich especially, have managed to survive in vaults. It is about 200 years after the initial nuclear apocalypse happens. On the surface, there are people still alive it's kind of it's not a complete lawless wasteland, but it's very close to that. You have little pockets of people reforming small towns and civilizations, a lot of Wild West vibes of people doing their own selfish things, criminals running wild, all that sort of stuff. There are all sorts of irradiated animals and things like that. It's a harsh wilderness out there. And our vault dweller is they're living their lives in the vault. They've been in there, like I said, for 200 years, several generations. And we're approaching the time, roughly speaking, that they will be ready to come out and resettle the world. Everyone in the vault believes that it's their job to keep the candle of civilization alive. And when they're good and ready, they're going to come up and they're going to restart the world. And that's their mission. And so they're training and preparing for that event. And, well, one day, raiders from the surface come down into the vault and kill a bunch of people and kidnap Kyle MacLachlan, who is the overseer of the main vault. We'll get into way more specifics, but I just want to get the broad scope. So they kidnap...
And who is our main vault dweller's father. Right, so classic, we got a little bit of a classic Fallout premise, right? Vault Dweller's father kidnapped to the surface. Vault Dweller has to leave the vault and venture out into the wasteland to find Vault Dweller's father. It feels like the start of a Fallout game, right? Like I think that's in 3, right? That's what the Lone Wanderer is trying to do in Fallout 3 is find their father. Yeah.
Yeah, and in 4 it's finding your son. And in New Vegas, it's trying to find the guy that shot you in the head, which is I find more fun. But anyway, she's out to find her father who's been kidnapped by who she believes are raiders. We'll eventually find out that she has been kidnapped by, well, raiders were involved, but she's been kidnapped by a faction led by a woman named Moldaver. And what she is trying to do is kidnap Kyle MacLachlan and simultaneously find a guy who has invented cold fusion technology that everybody is after. And she's going to kidnap Kyle MacLachlan so she can activate this cold fusion technology, because Vault-Tec has the codes to activate this technology. And then because she wants to give free energy to the wasteland. Meanwhile, Vault-Tec, the company who designed all these vaults and who have been preparing for the aftermath of this nuclear disaster, we find out that they actually caused the nuclear disaster themselves. They nuked America themselves on purpose because they are committed to restarting civilization in their own image. They want to wipe the slate clean, destroy all the competition in heavy air quotes around competition, and then they're going to restart civilization in a way that they can control. And they've been real mean about it, murdering billions of people and keeping technology like cold fusion that would help everyone have free energy away. And meanwhile, good guy, in really big air quotes, Moldaver, is trying to get that technology for herself so she can give it to everyone for free. So Lucy goes on a journey of thinking that raiders kidnapped her dad, and going on a journey across the wasteland, meeting all sort of unsavory characters and, having a whole series of misadventures, only to eventually find that, oh my God, actually her dad is a big, bad, evil man, and the lady that kidnapped him and murdered a bunch of her friends and family was actually the good guy, and Vault-Tec are really bad. And that's the big twist. And that sucks for a whole host of reasons.
And since we're spoiling things, I think it's important to note that the scientist who came up with the cold fusion, very miniature cold fusion reactor that is being transported in his neck, was not invented by him. It is technology, or based on technology, invented by Moldaver, the main villain, back in the pre-war era.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's a lot to get into. First, I want to respond to Super Chat, who says, "I just hope you don't hate it for the same reasons as Synthetic Man." Hugh, do you know who that is?
I have no idea.
This is a YouTuber. He's a piece of shit. He made a review of this show. I'm sure he probably pointed out some real flaws, because there are plenty of them. But he also said that this was like interracial marriage propaganda. So
Huh.
that's the kind of person he is. No,
Hmm.
that is not why I
No.
dislike the show. I that is not something that concerns me.
That did
There are
not
plenty didn't even cross the mind, I would say.
interest. That's yeah, no, and Benjamin Brown, who is in the chat asking if he can explain his argument. You are free to explain your argument all you want in the chat.
Go for it.
Go for
We'll
it.
talk.
We will address it.
We'll talk about all of it. So that's,
Not
like I
sure
said,
exactly. Like that seems like a pretty solid, based on what I saw. That seems like a pretty solid summary
of the basic
of the
gist.
basic
Yeah.
gist of the plot. So I'm interested to see what you disagree with. So please go ahead. Anyway,
So yes, that's the basic gist. Here are our main cast of characters, and then I want to jump through all the chronological notes I've written, and we'll jump around as we see fit. But I've written a whole bunch of notes chronologically going through the show, thinking about how everything works once we know where everything ends up. First, basic characters. Lucy is the main vault dweller. Hank is Kyle MacLachlan, her dad, the overseer, who actually turns out to be part of a secret cadre of overseers who are manipulating the other vaults because they work for Vault-Tec. We'll get more of that. Lucy has a brother named Norm, who
Norm
he's kind of
man, because he is a
Norm.
normal man.
Is it Norman or no? No, it's both. No,
Yeah, no, it just
so
is, yeah.
he stays in the vault and he's kind of unraveling the mystery from the inside, so to speak. We have the Ghoul, played by Walton Goggins. In terms of performance and a lot of the writing, honestly, easily the best part of the show. He's very funny, and they give him a lot of fun and funny things to do. He is a ghoul, among other things. He also was around before the nuclear apocalypse happened as an actor who did advertisements for Vault-Tec. He has a wife named Barb who works for Vault-Tec. He thinks Barb is just a low-level employee, but it turns out she's actually one of the executives. How that makes any sense, we'll talk about later. He obviously did not end up in a vault during all of this. The radiation caused by the nuclear apocalypse has turned him into a ghoul, which is a sort of undead, zombie-like creature. There are two kinds of ghouls. One of them acts like a human being, or can talk and speak and take actions like a human being, but they're kind of undead. They're heavily irradiated. Their face looks a little skeleton-esque. And then there are feral ghouls who ghouls turn into feral ghouls if they don't have enough medication. Vials is what they're called in the show, to prevent them from going feral. Once they go feral, they're like fast zombies, essentially. That, I think, is a change from the games, right? Question mark? Maybe game experts in the chat will know, but that's not something I was aware of, that ghouls turn into feral ghouls if they don't have a steady supply of medication. Maybe that's part of the games.
I thought that was
maybe
part
it is.
of it.
Okay. Either way, I think it's cool. I think that's a really cool device. I think it creates some interesting drama, especially in episode 4, the best one. There is also a main Brotherhood of Steel character played by I don't know who's played by. His name is Maximus, and he, I think, is one of the worst characters.
Okay.
I hate him, and every time we cut to him, I wish we would cut to somebody else.
Yeah, Maximus really annoyed me every time he was on screen, because he's either a complete bumbling boob, like an incompetent bumbling boob throughout, at everything he tries, or he is a dead shot who understands the rules of the wasteland better than Lucy does, and there's not really any in between. So I don't know. He did not appeal to me very much at all.
Ooh, we got Benjamin in the chat saying he liked Max. I don't understand that at all. We'll talk all about it. Yeah, that based on what people are saying in the chat, appears to be a change with the whole ghoul mechanic.
Yeah, it's not the medicine. Yeah, okay.
No, but I like that. I like that change. This is an example of a change that I actually think works and creates interesting drama that I'm glad they made this change. Anywho, other characters. We have Moldaver, My least favorite character in the entire show. I hate her with every fiber of my being. Worst aspect of the show. Moldaver is in the aftermath of the nuclear apocalypse. She is a notorious, infamous, you might say, and dangerous and powerful criminal, terrorist, depending on who you ask, leader in this.
Prophet, Messiah,
Yeah,
depending on who you ask.
Messiah
Yeah.
cult leader sort of thing. She is infamous and dangerous, and it's hard to get to her. But that's what Lucy has to do. In the past, however, Moldaver was actually alive 200 years ago.
She is pre-war, yes.
There are explanations for why some pre-war people are alive. There is not one for her. We'll talk about it. She was a scientist who worked for various companies working on cold fusion technology. She was about to crack it, and then Vault-Tec bought up her company. We'll talk about that too. And Vault-Tec bought up their project developing cold fusion in order to hide it from the world and just let it sit on the shelf and not do anything with it. I have many thoughts on that as well. Somehow, one assumes in some sort of cryo chamber sort of thing, pod, the way some of the other characters from pre-war are still alive in this show, she managed to live to over 200 years, though I don't understand how she has access to that. Never mind that. She starts off as something as an obvious villain because, of course, she's murdering innocent people indiscriminately.
Well, she's doing so much more than just that too.
Yes.
It's so fucked up what her plan is, and then how they turn around and try to make her the good guy. It's actually pretty gross.
Cryo sleep? I guess they're not. Did I say something wrong? Is that not what they do in this?
Either way, I don't. Well, they do sort of. So what?
The hibernation, these sort of.
Yeah, the Vault-Tec executives, the management who are supposed to, be being groomed to take over the world, are put into sort of essentially a cryosleep, like a stasis pod, some kind of like sci-fi technology that preserves you in a deep slumber forever, right? Like that's like for as long as it has power, kind of thing, right? Like that's a pretty much that's pretty much the what we.
They have a way of preserving people in pods for hundreds of years, whether it's through freezing or hibernation or whatever.
Now, now if that question about cryosleep is like an implication of how Moldaver is still alive, it is very unclear. Actually, not even very unclear. It's just completely untouched. How
it shouldn't be possible. Actually,
it shouldn't be possible that she has access to it.
We'll get to that.
Yeah.
Someone said the Ghoul thing seemed dumb. Zero mention of it before and no explanation in the show. I actually don't think it's dumb, except for the fact, and this is going to become a problem. But before we go any further, let's talk about lore and adaptation, right? Because unlike a lot of video game adaptations, Bethesda and Amazon said publicly and deliberately that this is canon with the games. This is not its own separate timeline. This is not its own separate timeline, like, Last of Us, Super Mario, any of these more recent video game adaptations. This is canon with the games according to the filmmakers. So it doesn't make a lot of sense it doesn't make any sense now that that's how ghouls work. If this were an adaptation that is kind of sequestered off from the games, which I think would have been a smarter choice, I have no problem with this idea that ghouls can stay alive as long as they have medicine to keep them from turning feral. I actually really like that as an idea, but it doesn't seem to be canon with the games, and this claims to be canon with the games, so it's its own sort of problem. With regards to lore and stuff, I am not deeply knowledgeable about that. I've, like I said, I've played New Vegas and Fallout 4, but, I don't remember a lot of the details. A lot of my problems, I think, are problems with the show, regardless of how it conflicts with the original lore, though a lot of those, especially because they claim this is canon, are valid complaints, assuming, they contradict anything. But most of my problems are with the show as a standalone thing, because I think it has plenty of those.
Yeah, and I think also probably worth mentioning that this is essentially functioning as a sequel, almost a direct sequel to Fallout New Vegas. So,
it's the most connected to that, it seems, at least to me.
Well, yeah, it's the only one that continues to mention, the new California
Shady
Republic
Sands and
NCR,
yeah.
they're going to end up
Though
in New Vegas next season. With that, yeah.
though a lot of people, fans, have pointed out that the show, in terms of tone and vibe and all that attitude towards the different factions, is quite a bit more like the Bethesda games. Unsurprisingly, because Bethesda is making this, that would be
Yes,
Fallout 3
as
and
opposed
Fallout
to
4.
Obsidian.
Yeah, in terms of the story, it takes place closest to in location to 1, 2, and New Vegas, and seems to be most concerned with the story of New Vegas, which is an odd choice since Bethesda didn't make that game. But whatever, here we are. So any other major? There are minor characters we'll get to as we go. That's the gist of them.
Yeah, those are the big three: the Ghoul, Lucy, Maximus, and then Moldaver, who is the villain, who functions more so really as like a minor villain than anything. But yeah.
So, okay, that's the premise. Those are the major players. We'll talk about the minor players. I don't see any other reason to just jump into my notes. You can voice any complaints you have as we go.
Okay, well, if we're going to start at the beginning with the end stuff in mind, I think so. There was a comment from Ben earlier on in the chat that says, in the Vault-Tec meeting, they say we will drop the bombs ourselves. I don't necessarily think that this means that they dropped a bomb, just that Vault-Tec wanted the conflict. I don't know how you can come away from that and come away from knowing what Kyle MacLachlan's character, Lucy's dad, has done, and come away from that thinking anything other than, no, they caused it. That's what the game is revealing.
Yes.
And I know that there are hints in one
of
the games. There's an Easter egg that is sort of like a conspiracy that maybe Vault-Tec dropped the bombs themselves, or, pushed the conflict over the edge because they wanted to do something along these lines. I don't know how you can come away from that thinking anything else, though. This is basically just a big confirmation that, yep, they did it. Yeah.
So here's the absolute... You could, but I don't think there's any good reason to. You could assume that they were just willing to drop the bombs on America themselves, but actually they didn't. But so much of the show is making it, I think, quite clear that what you're meant to take away is that they did, in fact, drop the bombs themselves. It's not just what they say in that meeting. It's what Kyle MacLachlan and Moldaver say in the final confrontation with Lucy at the observatory. There's all sorts of clues that they're telegraphing what you're meant to believe. It is technically possible that they were willing to drop the bombs on America themselves, but didn't end up getting the chance to, though I don't think that's the more reasonable interpretation. But either way, it's still really, really, really fucking stupid. We'll talk all about it.
It is indeed. And so knowing that I do think that is what they're trying to do. They are telegraphing that they were the ones who dropped the bombs, and they give it to Coop, the Ghoul's wife, is the one who sort of like reveals the plan that's the plan. We are going to drop the bombs ourselves. That's the point of what we're doing. Boom, here we go.
Mm-hmm. That's easily the worst part of the show, and we'll talk as we go about all the reasons that's terrible. I think when we get to the scene itself, we'll talk about all the reasons.
I want to just address before we jump into the main thing because this is important, especially for where we open the show. Yes. Coop hears his wife reveal this plan through a bug that he has placed on her person somewhere. He hears her say this and moves forward from there. So when we open the show, divorce proceedings have gone through. He has divorced her. He has had time to go through divorce court, get an alimony agreement written up, and since that's pretty much what they're telegraphing, they're telling us that Vault-Tec and his wife are planning on being the ones to drop the bombs. His wife has let him take their daughter to a birthday party somewhere nearby where one of the bombs are going to be dropped instead of having her stay in the vault.
Yes.
All three of those things have to be true if what they're telegraphing that Vault-Tec did it.
So that's the first problem. Barb, Coop Howard, also who becomes the Ghoul later. Barb knows that the plan is to drop the bombs on America themselves. So that means they know when they're going to do it. But even though she says over and over again that she's all doing this for the future of her family, she doesn't make sure they're in the vault when it happens. That's the first thing, because the first thing that happens in the show is, like you said, Walton Goggins, Coop Howard. I'm gonna try to call them by their actual character names. It's very hard for me, but I'm gonna try. I'm gonna do my best. Coop Howard is performing at a birthday party, as his character from a famous TV Western. And he's doing cowboy shit.
So he's a popular Western actor, and he's doing cool cowboy shit on a horse, and it's revealed
delighting
that the reason, delighting the children. It's revealed that the reason he's doing kids' birthday parties now is because of alimony. He has divorced his wife. That's why
he's doing this, and he brought his daughter with him because it's bringing your daughter to work day or whatever. I've seen a couple comments mentioning that the message seems to be corpos bad. It's way worse than that. It's capitalism bad, but the show doesn't understand capitalism at all. It has a distinctly moronic take on what capitalism is and wants and seeks to do, or capitalists, you should say, and thinks it's critiquing capitalism. There'll be a broader discussion to be had about why Amazon would make this and approve of this. Maybe they didn't actually like the end result all that much, and that's why they dumped it all at once. It's hard to say. But it's distinctly more aggressive than just corporate types are bad. Corporations are bad. It's way worse. So that's the first problem, is that Barb knows when the bombs are going to fall because they're doing them themselves. And even though this is all for her family, she doesn't make sure her family are in the vaults when it happens. They're at this party, and the bombs go off in LA. They're in some hillside house looking over the city.
Over Los Angeles, yeah, and the bomb drops, and
multiple bombs drop, in fact. But I didn't quite like the way this scene was directed. It's a bit clumsy that like a giant flash from a nuke goes off, and most people don't notice because there's been a photographer with a camera flash, as if those would be remotely comparable. The only people that notice are the child at first, and then Coop Howard when she points it out to him that a bomb has gone off. And I don't know about the way it played out. I don't know exactly how long it would take the shockwave to reach them from how far away they were, but it felt like too long. It felt like the show was trying to stretch that moment as much as possible, and I don't know, it felt kind of clumsy to me. Not a major issue, but just it wasn't a fantastic start.
Well, I think it's like, because he goes and puts his daughter in slow motion. He goes and puts his daughter in his car, which I think is kind of funny because it's implying that he's about to outrun the shock, the fall.
No, on the back of the horse, you mean?
Oh, on the back of the horse. Yeah. They're going to outrun the fallout of a nuclear blast, very close to them.
Yeah.
On horseback. I mean, okay.
Yeah, in terms of the timing, obviously, I know that light would reach them before sound, and it could be quite the delay. But the light goes off, and a cloud of smoke is forming, and they have the time. But this is before we even go into slow motion. Like, we have the time to say a few things before the mushroom cloud even appears. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. It seemed a little wacky.
Yeah, I mean, it's a little goofy, but it's it's an atomic age fantasy story.
Yeah.
Fine,
otherwise,
whatever.
It's an effective scene. Obviously they're fucked, but the way he grabs his daughter and rides away on the horse, they're fucked, and obviously the show is aware that they're fucked. But it's an interesting opener. This is when I still like the show. Let's see. So here's another thing. In this scene, we see reports on the television that say things along the lines of negotiations in Anchorage are going off without a hitch, but there's no word on where the president is. I don't know what that means, but the president is apparently not at these negotiations. So you might be wondering, especially if you haven't played the games before, who we're even at war with in this movie. Is it the Soviets? Well, you wouldn't know it from the show, but it's supposed to be the Chinese. Now, Hugh, what did you make of the fact that even though the main faction that the U.S. was in a nuclear war with was China, that China is literally never mentioned once in the show? What did you make of that?
I did not remember that in the games the main enemy faction against the United States that ends up, doing the bombing, or where the bombing goes off is China. Didn't remember. Just assumed it was the Russians. Because I think he says something about how he fought the Ruskies in the Battle of Anchorage in the power armor at one point later. So
there's a Soviet satellite we see at one point with the CCCP on it.
Yeah.
But otherwise, I don't remember if he says the Ruskies. He might have.
I thought he did, but I could be wrong. I think that they insinuate that heavily that it's the Russians and not the Chinese. It's not a awful change, right? Because it's as believable, I would say, that if in a parallel universe everything kind of continued the way it had, atomic age stuff, Soviet Union never collapsed, that sort of thing, interesting little alternate history stuff, just as reasonable to assume that it would be them as it would be the Chinese. Does feel like a deliberate shift towards...
So here's the thing. This is canon with the games. It claims to be canon with the games. So the question becomes,
Reds,
why...
He doesn't say the Ruskies. Okay.
Yeah, you're right. He says the Reds, and then in the games, it's China. It's not like...
It's not Russia.
Vague. Yeah. It's not vague. It's China. In this show, they decided to make it generic communist and never say China once. What did you make of that choice?
Do you want
me to just tell you what I made of that choice?
You should go ahead, because I didn't
utter
even think
cowardice.
About it. Yeah.
Utter incomplete cowardice. Yeah, it's interesting, because let's say hypothetically, I know they're not a movie studio, but let's say this was made by a company like Facebook, right? If Facebook made this show, they probably would have said China. Do you know why? It's because Facebook doesn't like China. They don't operate in China. Mark Zuckerberg hates China, but Amazon does. Amazon does a lot of business with Chinese companies.
That's probably it.
And for some reason, they decided to never even mention China's name once, even though they're the main enemy faction. And instead, they changed the lore of the games to make it be that actually the American corporate types, the evil capitalist Americans, are the real ones who dropped the bombs instead of the Chinese.
Oh, yeah.
That's what they did. That's a big change, right? So, I've seen some of these arguments. I think they're bad arguments, but the best you could say is that in the games, both sides are kind of equally blamed for leading to this, which would make sense,
yes.
Right? If in real life there was a nuclear holocaust as a result of the Soviet Union and the U.S., you could definitely make the case that both of them
would have been to blame. Yeah, didn't do
yes.
It, yeah.
But this show has decided that basically China's not even to blame at all. Arguably.
Yeah, no, it was that guy's wife. It was that guy's wife and her greedy corporate types, her greedy middle management corporate types.
Yeah, so I hate that.
Yeah, I don't think that's a very especially if this is meant to be canon, that's a big change moving forward. Yeah.
Yeah. So that's a big change. They went from something that's a bit morally gray, like it doesn't really matter who shot first. We both nuked each other. That's sort of how the games treat it.
Yeah.
I think the original creator did say that from his perspective, China nuked first. But either way, I think a lot of people have taken away the interpretation from the games that it doesn't really matter who sent what nuke first. They both nuked each other. In this, it's all the American corporation's fault, which is insane to me. Not just as a dramatic change and politically motivated or whatever, because it causes all sorts of dumb problems in the show because their motivation is absolute garbage. And they think they're making social commentary, but they're not. It's horrible. It's the worst aspect of the show. Anyway, that's one thing I noticed in that initial set of TV and radio moments where we get a little tiny bit of world building, but they never say China for some reason.
Yeah, it's generic the Reds, which Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
There's also.
I think I'm with you on this one. This is a big shift, and and I was feeling the same way, about it, because when I played Fallout, I had always had the distinct, impression that it didn't really matter what had happened before, like it's just like, here's an imaginative fantasy world in a
Mhm.
like a weird sort of like, you know alternate history sci-fi universe, right?
Yes.
And it doesn't really matter who did it first. That's just like, this is just where we are. You're not meant to 100% agree with the factions clinging to the old world ideals. I think
Yeah.
pretty obviously from the way that the Enclave is treated in the games. Uh, you're not meant to 100% agree with the factions that are rising up around. You're just meant to kind of take what you can, where you get it, and then you have the freedom as the player to just do what you want to do, right? Like, that's
Align with
yeah,
whoever you think is either doing the closest thing to what you would want to see done, or just whoever's the most fun to play for.
yeah,
You might play as the closest thing to a villainous faction just for the fun of it. You might be a rogue, whatever. I like that sort of player choice. That's one of the things I really like about like New Vegas, for example. If those are the kind of video games I'm into, because you can essentially write the story yourself. And now, obviously, that's something that you lose when you create a story, like a TV show adaptation. Obviously, you can't choose how it ends, or you could, but that might be weird, like a like choose your own adventure sort of thing. Remember the what was it, Black Mirror that did that? Did you watch that?
no, I've never really
Anyway,
been a
it
big
was
Black
it
Mirror.
was it was a Netflix movie through, I think it was a Black Mirror thing where there were little options that actually popped up on the screen that you could use
Oh
a
yeah,
remote to
it was like
select.
a choose your own adventure movie. Yeah.
Anyway, but they obviously are not going to do that here. But I don't think that precludes the possibility of enough moral ambiguity for you to sort of see all the different sides and kind of choose which ones you like the most. And they totally, totally lost that spirit of the games, in my opinion. And obviously, in the games, there are like a lot of the factions have negative qualities, but some of them have positive qualities too. And I feel like there's much more ambiguity in this. It's like, no, Vault-Tec are the most evil that has ever been, essentially.
Yeah.
Like, it's hard to imagine a more evil faction, right?
Well, they
Whereas in the
literally
past,
they literally are okay
destroyed
with
the world. Yeah.
killing everybody who doesn't, killing everybody who didn't pay them to, get into their safety net.
Yes.
And
And then when they
running
crawl,
experiments on them as well, running brutal,
yes.
dehumanizing, and like vicious, vile experiments on those people for congruency, I guess. I'm still a little unclear as to why they decided that that was a
That's a very good
necessary
question. I'm
thing
glad you
moving
brought that up.
forward.
We'll
But,
we'll talk all about that. And then when the people who have survived on the surface are crawling their way out of the ashes, they're nuked again for daring to. So
we'll get
Vault-Tec is
into
maybe.
that as well, because that is another problem that I have with the writing in this show.
Yes. And if I understand, that's a big problem a lot of people have with how this is supposed to lead on from beloved games like New Vegas. Yes. They're maybe the most evil faction ever. They're pretty darn close. So there's no real moral ambiguity there. And some of the other factions, I think, are similarly one-sided in their depiction, which is just lame, man. Obviously, you can't have a choose your own adventure, but you could at least have some moral ambiguity so people watching at home can kind of decide who they like the most. You know what I mean? And this
Yeah.
show has nothing to do with that sort of level of nuance. Cecil, thanks for the super chat, says Black woman causes the nuclear apocalypse. What did Amazon mean by this? It
Hmm.
is kind of funny to think about some of those implications. Obviously, the biggest target of our ire is Kyle MacLachlan, Bud. I don't remember.
Hank.
No, sorry. No, Hank is Kyle MacLachlan, yes, but there's Bud, like Buds. That guy is one of the more evil guys. I don't know his actor. He's not famous, so I don't know who he is. And then Barb, the black woman. They're like the most evil people we see. So, you know,
Yeah.
it's kind of funny that, in a cultural climate where people think what the job of a TV show is to do is to represent races and minority groups. Uh, in that climate, it is funny that one of the main villains is a black woman, because I imagine if you're preoccupied with that sort of thing, you could be like, guys, this is problematic.
Yeah,
Anywho,
you absolutely.
talk for a second.
Yeah, and yeah, so yeah, Bud is the human head, the Vault-Tec manager, who is stumbled on by the end. He's a brain in a jar that came. He's the one who came up with the promotion system where certain executive assistants or executives would be frozen or preserved in Vault 31 and groomed for management in the New World Order. That's Bud. That's the plan. That Vault-Tec. That's part of the multifaceted plan that Vault-Tec has. Is to Bud will groom middle management to take over. They will drop the bombs themselves, and then they will, for some reason, outsource other people, other companies' ideas to run crazy sci-fi experiments on certain members of certain vaults
Oh,
to
I'm gonna have a field day with that later. Let's let's come back to that one, but it's a very good point.
yeah.
It doesn't make any fucking sense. I before we move on, I almost missed a super chat earlier from Donald Tanker, who says, "I haven't been watching devs reviews." I would say that's a better use of your time. That's what I would say. You could
Yeah,
go watch the devs videos instead of watching this show. That would be fun. I hope you enjoyed the most recent episode. Thanks
it's
for watching.
finally here.
Anywho.
Thank you for watching.
So, in the immediate aftermath of the bombs being dropped in LA, our main character, in that scene at least, Coop, is grabbing his daughter and running away on the horse. Meanwhile, there's kind of a very cynical depiction of the pandemonium where everyone's turning on each other, and one guy punches someone for trying to get into his personal fallout shelter. It's not impossible. Sorry, it's not impossible, but it is a bit cynical, I would say, and reflects a general cynicism about people turning on each other in the show that I'm not really sure I appreciate, but that's all right. It's not a problem. It's just an annoyance I have.
Yeah, and it's not unbelievable. It's just that like there's not really any alternative because like yeah, of course it would, of course that would exist in the world, right? But just as likely that somebody would be like, okay, yeah, like
Everybody get in my shelter.
everybody
Right?
get in the shelter. Yeah.
And it's just we don't see a lot of the noble stuff outside of people like Lucy. Actually, is there anyone who's especially noble outside of Lucy?
You could
That's a
maybe
question.
say the Ghoul. Like he has a code of honor in
Yeah,
some
well,
way,
he
and
has a code. I would not describe him as noble in any real
yeah,
sense. I mean, that's not a criticism of him necessarily, but just in general, she's particularly earnest and trying to be a good person, and that's one of the things I actually like about her a lot. I've seen some complaints that she's annoying, and I don't really get that. I like her.
no, I liked her. I thought she was fine.
Yeah.
Honestly, I didn't think she was that a terrible character. I thought she provided uh, a nice grounding for the rest of the cast. She
Yes.
has that. Especially in the one that we liked, episode 4, where we both really enjoyed that one, the Golden Rule. That one. That one is great. She's got the golden rule. She's got all that, and she.
Yeah, I like that stuff, man. I really do.
Yeah.
That's all in episode 4, which is easily my favorite one. Um, okay, so next note I have the implication is that Lucy, when we first are introduced to Lucy, after the initial bombs
Oh, and the
going
dog
off,
is pretty loyal too. Dog meat is pretty
we,
loyal. The way they do dog meat in this one.
that is true. So the bombs go off, and we flash forward to 200 and something years. I don't remember the exact number. It's not super important.
Over
200 something years.
couple centuries, and change.
200 years later, and we're introduced to Lucy, our main character, a vault dweller who is applying to her fellow vault dwellers to be part of the swap, the triennial swap with Vault 32. They are in Vault 33. Sometimes that can get a bit confusing. Vault 33 is where our main characters are, and they do a triennial swap with Vault 32. That is, every 3 years, they swap a few people. And in this case, it's something of an arranged marriage. So there are no prospective marriage candidates for this young, fertile woman. And so they're going to send her over to Vault 32 Actually, no, they're coming over here, right?
Vault 32
Yes.
is going to bring one of their own over to marry her. Yes.
Yes, that's part of the whole thing. And she is applying to be that person as part of this swap, right? And what we learn from her, well, we do this thing. There's some moments in the show that feel very video gamey in a good way, and then there are some that feel very video gamey in a bad way, and we'll talk all about the difference. One that I think is pretty fun is a way of sort of incorporating the whole stat system, you
Yeah.
know, from the games
Yes.
where like she's giving her resume, right? And it has the feel of her like reading out her stats, which is kind of fun. She's talking about all the skills she has and all the interests and things she's working on in the vault and why she's a good candidate for this swap, why she's a good vault dweller. And so we get a little bit of her. She's very skilled and knowledgeable and talented. You might be worried the first time through that she's going to be something of a Mary Sue type character where she's perfect and good at everything and like reality bends to allow her to succeed. I actually think they do a pretty good job of avoiding that pitfall with her. Um, One of the first big examples is the fight she has with someone trying to kill her in the first episode. But I think they do a pretty good job of, despite giving her a lot of skills and talent and knowledge, making her interesting and compelling and not super overpowered. Like she gets the shit kicked out of her throughout the show. You know what I mean? Like
Yeah.
fate is not kind to her in this show. So we don't really, I never really got the experience that, she was kind of OP, you could say. But she has a lot of skills. And now, one of the problems I have with this scene is that the implication is that Lucy and the fellow Vault 33 people are very competent and dedicated with various skills, and they're training and preparing and keeping busy for their cause. Their cause being preparing for the day where they're going to emerge from the vaults and resettle civilization. So they're learning all sorts of technical skills. They're practicing farming and science and combat and learning about diplomacy and conflict resolution, all this stuff and that's what they do to keep busy essentially, because you're spending all your days inside of a vault. You got to do stuff to keep busy, right?
Yes.
And so the implication, I think, and what should make sense is that they're all like that, but for the most part, everyone other than Lucy, Hank, and her brother Norm are a bunch of useless boobs.
They're
Not all
they're
of
like
them,
they're kind
but
of like
most of them.
kind of like bureaucratic, caught up in the bureaucratic cogs,
Yeah, I don't think I like that actually in hindsight. A lot of them seem rather useless, especially when we get scenes later of them like trying to figure out what to do about certain problems. Like they're really like critically, terminally naive and stupid, and boobish is the word I keep thinking of when I think of them. I would expect them to be better trained and better prepared for a lot of this stuff. I know we wanted to do like a naivety thing with them, which I think still works to a degree because like Lucy is naive, but she's not useless and she's not an idiot.
A lot of
I
the
think a
vault
lot
dwellers are pretty dumb and useless.
pretty dumb, and I don't quite like that. But so be it. That's what they're like. They use them for a lot of comedy. Some of the comedy in the show works, and some I think requires people to be too stupid for it to be funny. I don't know how did you feel about the
No,
comedy in
I
general?
I agree with you on that point. Yeah, I thought that especially like as No Pants Baby in the chat just mentioned, they're not just useless boobs, but they actively ignore a red alert warning and wheel in Jello to the middle of
Yes.
an active brawl. Yeah, it's like it's silly stuff like that where you would think that they would be more, especially if they they have it down to a triennial swap. We have like we are sealed except for this one time every 3 years where we exchange a couple of people to diversify the gene pool. You would think that they might take breaches and such a bit more seriously than that. And
drills and protocols. Yeah, you'd think so. They don't.
They don't really. And we're gonna find out later that the ones who are competent are there because like, the ones who are competent are not from those vaults.
Yes. And so here's the other thing to think about, and this relates to piggyback off what Alec in the chat is saying. They also shouldn't be that many fat people.
Well, that's
That's
true.
actually a good point because this is a very strictly controlled and designed world full of people that are supposed to like inherit the world and build back greater utopian civilization from Vault-Tec's perspective. You know, they should be incredibly knowledgeable and well trained and disciplined and all that, and they aren't. A lot of them are kind of stupid, some of them are kind of fat, and there's even a line. Actually, no, it's Thaddeus from the Brotherhood of Steel who says, like, that's why I'm so fat, but he's not actually fat. That joke actually would probably make more sense in the vault, but never mind that. What we're meant to believe about these vault people is that these are the people whom the fate of the world, the management of Vault-Tec are placing in their hands, right? These are the people whom they were willing to nuke the entire world in order to give these people the opportunity to remake the world, right? You would
Yeah.
think they would care quite a bit about the like, you know, the crop, so to speak, you know, how smart they are, how in shape they are, how disciplined they are, how knowledgeable they are, how, you know, like when it comes to like conflict resolution and leadership stuff later, a lot of them are just incredibly incompetent. And it's like, oh, really? You nuked the world for the sake of these fucking people? You know, so like, I don't know, man. I was not
Well,
impressed.
nuke the world for the sake of these people, but then not trust them to govern themselves at all.
Well, I understand wanting to control it because wanting to control it's their whole thing.
Right, but
You
you
know,
would think that I know wanting to control it's their whole thing, but like it is such a lukewarm experiment for what they end up. They end up revealing what the experiment of this tri-connected vault is, because it's not just 32, 33, it's also 31. But the experiment is basically just keeping the middle management from Vault-Tec, around, and then installing them in positions of power in the other two vaults to make sure everything goes that, like, in that way, shaping it that way. But they hold
mhm.
like sham elections for the members of each
Yeah.
vault. But like, if you're training these people to move out and rebuild the world, you do want them to have some, like, you'd think that, because they're not immortal, they're not staying alive. We've seen that,
No.
like, Kyle MacLachlan's character and Overseer Betty and all them have aged, so they know they're going to die eventually. Like, they don't have
I see
any,
your point. Yeah.
like, any plan, in like contingency plan to, like, you. So in the same vein that you would want them to be more like Lucy, who is very competent, and she's maybe naive, but she's
Dedicated.
dedicated
Yeah.
and competent, and she follows what rules, and she excels in her
She's a
studies.
true believer. They're almost like a early religion or a cult. You know, they have the true believers, and she's definitely a competent, dedicated, enthusiastic true believer.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
and I understand that the vaults are meant to be like a failed project of some sort, but I just don't understand, like, it, if that's the route they wanted to go, I would have preferred it be more sinister. You know what I mean? Like, it's not
Yeah.
sinister enough to justify to me why this is the plan that's in place, such as it
Yeah.
is.
It doesn't quite fit their motivations because obviously, like you said, they're gonna wake up the middleman, or sorry, not the middle management, the upper management from Vault 31 when it's time to go to the surface, right? But those people can't live forever, and these are the people that have been brought along to keep the gene pool alive, all that sort of fun stuff. These are the people that are going to inherit the perfect world. You need them to be self-sufficient and competent. So if you're just letting them be kind of useless boobs, but it's okay because you're in charge, that you're not preparing them to create the new perfect world that you've done all this for, that you've sacrificed billions of people for. You know what I mean? They need to
Yeah,
do a better job than this. I think it makes them not only horrifically evil, but incredibly stupid the way they manage this whole scenario.
yeah. Well, and then, as we'll find out, later, there's not really much stopping their progress apart, it seems, from their own self-imposed incompetence, right? Like,
Yeah.
there's not much keeping them from providing a guiding voice in the wasteland above. They make hints at I think at the wedding they make hints. Kyle MacLachlan says, "Well, the radiation on the surface is almost at a level where by the time my daughter and her new husband have children, we will be able to move to the surface. They will move to the surface. They'll be the first generation of vault dwellers to come up and reestablish everything." But as we are aware, that's not true. So why lie about that? And why lie about
That's a
that?
good question.
Why lie about that, especially after we will find out they've destroyed one of the preeminent societies on the surface. There's a power vacuum that they left to go and do. By the way, we'll get to that point.
It is, yeah. It's a weird thing to lie about. I don't understand that either. I'm tempted to jump ahead, but I want to keep going. We're going to keep going more or less chronologically with issues as they crop up as you're going through. So, this isn't a problem. This is just something I find funny, and I've seen some people criticize, but I don't quite understand the criticism. The whole cousin stuff.
Oh yeah,
I think it's pretty funny, honestly. So there's a part when she's talking about, there's no good prospective mating partners for me in this vault, so I'm hoping I'll be selected for a swap with Vault 32.
Because I can't fool around. Fooling around with your cousin is all well and good, but it doesn't. God, when she rejects her cousin who's in love with her, that was so funny. It was so funny.
It's really good, and I think it's really funny too, and it makes sense to me, right? Because sort of what's the word for? There's a special word for cousin marriage and cousin
incest.
Mating. No, there's a special word for it in particular. I can't remember what it is anymore.
Legal in the state of Maryland? I don't
know. There's a word for it, but I can't remember what it is. Anyway, that tends to crop up in very isolated communities. That's where it happens, and that makes intuitive sense, right?
Yeah.
And so that it would happen here is really interesting. But there is
consanguine marriage. That's the word.
Yes. And that it would happen here, that it would crop up, but there would be rules against pursuing it, sort of thing, as a long-term dating strategy. That's kind of funny, and I like the idea. It reminds me of Barry Lyndon when the cousin is like, "But I'm in love with you," and it's like, "Oh, we all know that, but this can't work out. We're cousins."
Yeah.
And Barry Lyndon is in love with his cousin at the beginning of the movie. Anyway, so that stuff is funny, and that they do arranged marriages also makes intuitive sense to me based on the circumstances. It's we have a very specific goal we're working towards as a civilization. We can't let you just not marry people or, marry for any reasons other than genetic stock and health and all that sort of fun stuff. So that all makes sense for me. So Hank, we will find out later, is from Vault 31. He actually is a pre-war person who's been in a pod for many years until he was unfrozen he was woken up so he could become the new overseer of Vault 33, also in an arranged marriage. He came from Vault 31 over to 33 to marry Lucy's mom, Rose. But everything he says to her is just a horrific lie. So here's the thing. I quite liked what I thought was happening on the surface. And then the show's like, "Oh, isn't it more interesting that we pulled the rug out from under you?" I'm like, no. I just I liked it when I thought Kyle MacLachlan was just a good dad. He's Kyle MacLachlan's so good at being earnest, and maybe it's the writing, maybe it's the directing, but when we finally get scenes of him once he's revealed as the villain that he is, I didn't think he was doing a great job. He wasn't right for it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It didn't read for me. He just oozes earnestness. Maybe it's just because I'm so familiar with Twin Peaks.
Yeah, it could be that.
Twin Peaks. But I don't know. I really liked him as the just genuinely good dad, and I find the twist that he's actually one of the more evil people in the world rather lame and disappointing, because it makes all these early scenes where we get character moments with them he's just lying through his teeth in every line, and I don't find that especially interesting. It's not something where later we'll find out he does actually love her, but he hid things from her.
He hide some things from her?
So many things, Hugh. So many things. Anyway, it's just something that bothers, that ruins some of those scenes in hindsight. Not that it's impossible. But just like, I don't know, it ruins the enjoyment I had watching it the first time, for all the enjoyment I was getting from the show in the first half before it spiraled out of control into total dog shit. I can't enjoy any of that. I can't enjoy much of that stuff anymore.
Yeah, it's
Um,
hard.
so when Vault 32 shows up for this swap, Moldaver walks Moldaver walks into the room and introduces herself as Moldaver, which I cannot believe in hindsight. So there's so many things that are wrong with this. So Moldaver shows up, supposedly the new overseer of Vault 32, introduces herself as Moldaver.
Oh my god.
She doesn't take on a fake name. She doesn't assume someone else's identity. She doesn't call herself Jane, anything like that. Why does Hank not know who she is? First of all, he's been to the surface.
He's been to the surface. Okay, you know what? We're just going to reveal what he's done. He has been to Shady Sands. So at one point before this happened, his wife found out what was going on, or that Vault-Tec had dropped the bombs. Right? That's what his wife discovered. That they were evil, and what they were doing was basically just like placing figurehead leaders in the other vaults, and that all of it was a sham and a lie, and management is, the evil people, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So she has found out, taken her 2 children, and run away to the surface to Shady Sands in the New California Republic.
It's not quite that. So Rose discovers, and this is what they say later in the show. She discovers that water from the vault is being siphoned.
Oh, yes.
Someone on the surface. And she deduces that there must be people up there. So she leaves. She takes the kids with her. She should not have taken the kids with her. But so what? She does.
So, and then she discovers that they're lying about the surface being uninhabitable because clearly there are people up there, right? That's
the thing. I guess they were lying about it, or maybe they didn't know. Or maybe they were being told they didn't know. Let's assume they were lying, because that's the more evil thing. So that's probably what the show wants us to think. Is that Vault-Tec 31 management were telling everybody, oh, there's no one up there at all. And so Rose finds out that there are people. She goes up there, and she wants to stay up there in the NCR with her children. Which, though it's a bit more civilized than the utter horror of the more remote areas, like, it's not great up there. It's still really risky. But anyway, it's not exactly clear how much she knows about the evil of Vault-Tec, but he goes up there, Hank that is, to like bring them back, and she refuses. And then as a result of that, he destroys, nukes, presumably, Shady Sands.
It nukes. It has to be nukes, because his wife is turned into a ghoul by the end of this.
Right. Yes. It's always framed like he did it. He nuked it, and it's like, okay, surely.
How could he have? So basically, but this is how it has to have gone. Does it?
Where is he getting the nukes from? It has to be the Enclave. But the Enclave is like behind Vault-Tec. They're like a shadowy organization behind the shadowy organization. Essentially, they're like bait for season 2. Essentially.
Well, but it is framed that he's the one who basically got them to, pull the trigger on it, right? Like, that's what they want you to think by the end of this season. So I want to ask you, Jamie, specifically.
Yes.
How does this scenario look? He leaves, goes to Shady Sands, gets his children back, makes it back without his wife figuring out that her children have been taken.
I guess so.
And then nukes the city as a final fuck you?
As a fuck you, and to destroy the fledgling civilization. So when how is a good question. Presumably with help from the Enclave, who even knows what they are. From the show's perspective, who even fucking knows?
And how is his wife? And his wife had to have stayed in or near the city because she is turned into a ghoul by this. Yes. And she is present at the end.
Yes.
So she didn't leave to find her kids. Like, what? This is where at the end where all the stupid points really start to like rack up, because it's just like, you have a lot of work to do to show me how that process happens. You can't just tell me that this went down and expect me to find that believable.
Yeah. The other thing that makes this even worse, I was going to save it for later, is that Lucy is 6 years old when all this happens. She is 6 years old, and she remembers none of it. So that's fun. That's really cool. I don't know. You guys are all alive, right? I don't know about you, but a lot of people's first memories are from before age 6.
Mine is from when I was like, I want to say 5. I saw a bear in Alaska. Like I
Anyway.
remember that. So yeah, but yeah.
Like when I was 6, I went to Germany to visit my family that were stationed there, and I remember that pretty clearly. So weird that she doesn't remember this. Regarding the chat, someone asked if the chat on screen is different from the chat in the YouTube window. It might be. Hugh, on your end, the chat on the page, is it listed as live chat or top chat?
It was top chat. I've switched it to live. I noticed my mistake.
I don't know why it did that. It did that on my end as well, kind of defaulted to top chat. So what was being shown on the screen was not all the chat. Now you're all on the screen. Don't worry. Don't fret.
So since we're already in this at this point, is this where? Because I walked away to do some chores around the house while this scene with the monologue of Moldaver was playing out, because I was getting very fed up, and I was like, I don't want to pause it. I don't want to come back to it. I'm just gonna let it go. Is this where she reveals that she was friends with Rose, with Lucy's mom?
Oh, at the end, yes.
Yeah. Okay. So this woman,
she knew her pretty well. Yeah.
Close friends with Lucy's mom. Then, in an act of vengeance for the destroyed city that she lived in Shady Sands, Shady Sands, however, she managed to survive the war and the bombs. We still there's no answers by the end of the season for that. Who knows? As an act of revenge, she brings a bunch of filthy raiders.
Oh, actually, hold on. I'm gonna stop you there. There's a couple things.
All right.
Well, there's a couple things. First thing might be she was friends with Rose's mom. Hank went to go try to bring them back. Ended up only being able to bring the kids back. Wasn't able to convince the mom to come back, and then nuke the place. I guess he didn't meet Moldaver. I should say.
I guess so. Guess not.
Because he should recognize her later in the show. Later in this episode, he'll say, I think I know who you are. And it's like, you probably should have known from the beginning. Because Hugh, let's think about this for a second. They do a swap with people from Vault 32 every 3 years, right?
Yes.
Every 3 years.
Every 3 years.
We will find out that everyone in Vault 2 died. Sorry. Vault 32 died 2 years ago, right? So first question is, I guess they don't chat for a whole 2 years. That seems really surprising to me. Surely they would be communicating stats and updates and progress reports and how everything's going. But
especially
nevertheless,
if they are all in the pocket of the Vault 31. Since it's revealed that management from Vault 31 are the ones who are in control, and they have a direct line to one another through their terminals at their computers, they should be well aware of this fact, in constant communication, and well aware of the fact that Vault 32 is a wasteland. Is everybody's dead. They should know that. Yeah. There's no reason that they shouldn't.
For no good reason, Kyle MacLachlan has not heard from Vault 32 in 2 years, because remember, they're all dead, and doesn't think anything of it. He's been contacted recently in preparation for the triennial swap, and he's been contacted by Moldaver from the computer, pretending to be the new overseer of Vault 32. She says, our old overseer passed away. And so when they come, she's like, I'm Moldaver. And he's like, oh, I'm sorry to hear about your old overseer. That's so sad. And they're like, yeah, he was a good man. He died, whatever. Remember, these are a bunch of raiders. They're all tatted up. They're pretty uncivilized. They're all dressed like Vault dwellers. But no one who comes through the doors from Vault 32 should be recognized by anyone in Vault 33. Hugh, I don't know if you noticed, but most of the people in Vault 33 are over 3 years old. They probably would have met people from Vault 32 like a dozen times for some of them,
Yes.
like so many times. But no one bats an eye at the fact that they don't recognize a single one of them.
That they don't look anything like Vault dwellers either. They
not even that.
They're wearing their suits, But they
Not
are
even
not.
that, they don't recognize any of them. They meet these people every 3 years, and they don't recognize a single one of them.
Yep.
That's a problem that's bad even when you don't know the twist undermines everything. That's a really bad problem.
Yes.
And it kind of jumpstarts the whole story. Here's another thing. Eventually, we're going to discover from Lucy, from a Pip Boy, the things that go on their wrists that have all sorts of indicators and data collectors on them. She puts one on and she realizes, one of these raiders is radioactive. He's got a Geiger counter that's going
Oh,
off the charts. Never mind exactly how inconsistent like the radiation levels are in the show and how any person could be that irradiated. Whatever. They're very irradiated because they're from the surface. And she's like, oh no, they're from the surface. Well, good thing no one was wearing a Pip Boy when they came in from Vault 32 in the very beginning, or else the jig would have been up immediately.
exactly. And here's where we get into the plan of Moldaver. So I'm gonna jump in on this bit real quick. I'm actually gonna crack my next irradiated brewski here. Moldaver's plan is to bring a bunch of raiders from the surface, who she has to know that people are going to die, right?
Yeah, because they're fucking raiders.
They're
And she
raiders.
has people in the NCR. She's part of the NCR, remember? And
Yes.
she has underlings, but she doesn't bring any of them. She brings raiders. I think really only because the show was like, well, we got to include raiders at some point, and this is the only way they could do it.
Very likely, yes. And her plan is to bring one of these raiders to trick her best friend's daughter into sleeping with him.
Yeah, that's a big problem. I'm glad you mentioned that. Later, it will become clear. So here's the thing I'm a little unsure of. Let me ask you this. Moldaver eventually, she will need two main things and then one kind of tertiary thing. The two main things she needs is the codes that allow her to use the cold fusion tech and the cold fusion tech. The cold fusion tech she gets from scientist man whose name I can't remember, and the codes she gets from the overseer of one of these vaults, which is Kyle MacLachlan. And she gets him especially because she hates him. So she kidnaps him in this sequence. She kidnaps Kyle MacLachlan, right? And she leaves Lucy behind. But later in the finale, she's like, well, I haven't been able to get the codes out of Kyle MacLachlan, so now I'm going to leverage his daughter in order to get the codes. That's the only way she gets the codes out of him, because naturally he's just like, I'm not going to tell you the fucking codes. Are you serious? You would think she would realize that from the beginning.
She would have realized she needed leverage on him somehow, because his ghouled out wife is not going to do it, right? Like that's like it's not gonna make a difference to him. But instead, her plan was to just leave her best friend's daughter, after having been essentially raped, behind and killed. Like, she expected her to die. She fully expected her to be killed after this.
At the very least, she didn't care if she died.
Yeah.
Which is crazy, because that is the daughter of one of her good friends who, like, she tried to rescue and had them stolen away. You would think she would bring them back on purpose to, like, raise as her own or something. But no, she lets a psychopathic raider, who, by the way, very fun character. I'm glad I'm glad he's there, because he has a lot of funny moments. But it's like, yeah, you pretend to be the new husband, and then she seemingly does not give a shit what happens to her, because that guy tries to kill her and Moldaver does absolutely nothing to stop it. Then there's the other added fact that if she wants the codes out of Kyle MacLachlan, she probably should have kidnapped her as well. And there's the other fact that she should probably care about this kid, because it's the child of her friend. Before we go any further, I want to respond to a super chat before I forget it. James Moore for $5. Thank you very much. Says, in my opinion, the show is a 3 out of 10 at the best. The best part is the mostly solid props, and I like some actors. Terrible continuity, constant teleporting, bad writing. I agree. We'll come to the out of 10 of it all later, but I do think it's pretty bad. And these are some of the issues. These are some of the problems that make me think that it's pretty bad. Everything about Moldaver's plan is stupid. This is just scratching the surface of it. But yeah, so she comes in, like you said, with a bunch of raiders. Luckily, No one in Vault 33 said, "Hey, who the fuck are you guys? We know the people from Vault 32. We see them every 3 years. They're like
Luckily, none of
cousins."
them were wearing Pip-Boys that would have gone
Not a
off with a
single one of them.
Geiger
Yep.
counter.
None of them
Luckily,
recognize.
the guy she sent in to rape her best friend's daughter didn't manage to kill her, too. Just managed to get, the trick sex going. And luckily, her best friend's daughter managed to make it out of the whole
Yes.
thing at the end.
Very lucky that all that happened. She also, in terms of assessing her morality, the show definitely treats her like a villain at first, only to reveal that maybe she's actually the good guy or a good guy. Meanwhile, she's just killing a whole bunch of innocent people that don't deserve to die here. There are definitely enough NCR people at their compound later in the movie that she could have done this without hiring psychopathic raiders. I don't know why she did. That seems deliberately and unnecessarily cruel to like unleash psychopaths on them on purpose when you didn't even need to. You could have just used soldiers. I don't know why they needed to kill anyone anyway. They came in incredibly armed. I don't know where they got all their weapons from because they didn't have them on them when they arrived, but whatever. And they could have just come like right through the door and just pulled out guns right then and there. And no one had any weapons on them when they first came through the vault. But they allowed all these like shenanigans to happen anyway, just for the sake of the audience, right? Because then we're doing stuff like they're having the wedding, and we're looking at some of the Vault 32 people, and it's like, oh, they seem a little uncouth, a little uncivilized, and so we're suspicious of them maybe, but eventually. They have the wedding, and then they retire. The bride and groom retire to their quarters, like you mentioned already. They have sex, and then he tries to kill her. And then pandemonium breaks out. Actually, pandemonium breaks out, then he tries to kill her. Pandemonium breaks out. They just start slaughtering people randomly. Now, another problem I have with this is that Moldaver does not immediately go get Kyle MacLachlan. Remember, the reason she's here. Kyle MacLachlan is loose among the chaos where raiders could have easily killed him. I don't even know where Moldaver is during a lot of this chaos. She's just kind of walking around as people are being slaughtered. Kyle MacLachlan's just loose, even though that's the main goal. You'd think it'd be like, hey, don't start murdering people till I have the person I'm here to get. Anyone could have killed MacLachlan, Hank, at any point during all this. And then she steals him, does a weird sort of Sophie's Choice where she's like, oh, choose these other vault dwellers or Lucy. And he's like, I choose to save Lucy. And then a lot of them get killed and maimed and injured. And then she leaves with Hank and not Lucy, even though she needs Lucy and should probably value her life. Why does she murder all these people? The show thinks she's a good guy. I don't understand.
Why doesn't she just say, I'll kill your daughter if you don't give me the cold fusion codes right then and there when she has a gun pointed at Lucy's head?
That's a good question. She could have saved a lot of fucking time.
A lot of time and a lot of really contrived action later on,
Here's another question. Moldaver had to go past Philly to get to the vault to have someone then go to Philly to get Wiltzig, which is the scientist. This makes no sense. So I think that's actually true based on the logistics, because it's a little confusing. The logistics in the show are incredibly confusing because they don't really do anything to let you know where anybody is, or where, like someone's like on a beach in one scene and next thing you know, they're in the middle of the desert, and then they're in a green area with a river. It's like, the logistics are insane. But I think you have to assume because Vault 33 is right around Santa Monica Pier, that everything that takes place is, either further east, north, or south of that. That like you'd have to go past wherever the scientist guy is to go get Hank, but then she doesn't go get the scientist guy herself. She like arranges safe travel through a bunch of flimsy, unreliable people instead of going to get her herself. I don't know why. It doesn't make any sense. It's really dumb.
Yeah. Yeah. And so should we talk about the scientist man? Okay, I guess we'll wait until you're back for that.
I'll be right back. You talk more about the vault stuff because there's more to talk about before we leave.
Fair enough. So yeah, I mean, already the show's villain, like when you know where everything is going to end up, the show's villain now, like if you go and rewatch it and you knowing where it's going to end up, the show's villain comes across as incredibly stupid, incredibly evil. I mean, this plan is absolutely evil. So, yeah, it is awful. And so, like, moving to the question in the chat, no, there are no super mutants. Super mutants do not show up. They had the money for a giant mutant bear, but not a super mutant. That's fine, I guess. Maybe next season they'll have some of those in. Yeah. Time and space do have no meaning in this show, Dave. There is not really a good way to get around that. They just kind of like teleport places. They end up wherever they need to be at any given time, just and a lot of the time by pure coincidence. Uh, yeah. Uh,
And we're back.
all right, let's keep going.
Let's see. We're still in the vault stuff. The other thing is, like, it doesn't even really compare to some of the worst and most egregious sins of this whole sequence, but they're very uncivilized, and you think that would be more suspicious than it ends up being. They just kind of look at them and go, huh, that's weird.
Yeah. Wow. Vault 32 people sure are strange and completely, alien to us. It's almost like we're not cut from the same cloth or a bunch of cousins who have swapped marriage partners every 3 years at all.
It's very strange. Another problem I have with this scene is that they just leave the door back to 32 open. Why do they do that? Why don't they just close it once they're through? I guess they just leave it open so Norm can, and I don't even know why he's motivated to do so, but he goes and wanders over there, discovers that all the wheat and stuff is dead.
Yeah, the corn is
discovers a couple dead bodies and then comes running back.
Discovers there was cryptic writing in blood on the walls. They took the time while they were bleeding out to scrawl, "We know what's inside here," and "death to management" and all that all over the walls. For some reason, who knows? They've been dead for a while. And then I want to get to, like, real quick, get to the point where they come back into that vault and it's been completely wiped clean and painted over. Who did that? Who did they get to do that?
What you have to assume, because there is no other way of explaining it, is that they decided to wake up at least a dozen, probably dozens of people from Vault 31 and say, "Hey, I hope you're enjoying your cryo sleep or whatever. We got a lot of cleaning to do. The sooner we get it done, the sooner you can go back to sleep for hundreds of years, because it's crazy." There's
Unless
certainly
they have like
enough...
a fleet of Mr. Handys just like locked away that nobody's ever seen. You never see a Mr. Handy or anything like that walking around in the vaults, so you have to assume they don't have them, or that they're just hiding them somewhere in Vault 31.
Yeah, it's crazy, and it happens basically overnight too. I found that. I mean, the only detail I liked about that is that the paint was still wet.
Yeah,
I mean, it looked very new and obvious, but like, it's still a little absurd how quickly it happens. Anyway, one note I have written here, I don't remember what particular song made me write it, but the music is fucking dope. That is the soundtrack to the show.
The soundtrack is really good.
Is really cool, and I think that's a big part of why it's so enjoyable, especially the first time around. I love the soundtrack to this show. There's so many incredibly good songs. It's such a vibe. The score, I'm kind of on. I think Hugh, you liked it a bit more than I did.
I thought it was pretty good. Yeah, I mean, I like the composer who did the score. He's, I really wish this man would get a little more. He'd get some projects that succeeded once in a while again. Because he is the composer for Game of Thrones. He's the composer for Westworld, and I like the music for both of those. He's also the original composer for Iron Man, who got kind of shafted because his Iron Man theme song was really fun. He's the composer for Pacific Rim, which has a pretty kick-ass theme song. So,
yeah, I mean, the score wasn't bad.
It's not awful. It's not super memorable, but I did enjoy it. I enjoyed it.
I didn't really find anything remarkable about the score, except for one music cue that they abused to death. But we'll save it. With regards to the music, the soundtrack, I should say. Soundtrack, easily the coolest part of the just general aesthetics of the show. Hugh, I wanted to ask what you think, like what your favorite needle drop was, because I certainly have one. Do you have a
Hmm.
favorite song
I
choice, or maybe not even just favorite song, but like favorite use of a song in the show?
The one that's been stuck in my head for since I, for a week since I watched it is the jingle jangle spurs one. So,
Well, that's not in the show, but
isn't it? I'm pretty sure it is. I'm pretty sure
when is it?
it's
When
in
is
one of
it
the
in the show?
episodes.
Oh,
It's
if
in
it
one of
is,
the
I
episodes with the
don't remember
ghoul.
it.
The ghoul walks into town or something like that.
Okay, if it is, I've forgotten it. My favorite is "Don't Fence Me In" by Bing Crosby and the Andrews Sisters. I
Oh,
absolutely
that one was pretty
I
fun too.
love that song, and that's when she's like first exploring the wasteland after, coming out of the vault for the first time. It's good. She finds like dead people, and she finds like an assaultron that we never do anything with, and she sees a tumbleweed, and she's like, "What the fuck is that?" There's some fun moments. And anyway, that song's incredible.
Yeah,
We already
there's a lot of good soundtrack. Yeah, we're good. We're okay.
we talked about why leaving the door to 32 open just for him to go snooping into it is dumb, because it kind of gives away the plan before they've done it. Never mind why they waste any time with the plan. They could have just grabbed Kyle MacLachlan right away, essentially. But so be it. Let's see. Okay, so we get to the scene where Lucy is with the Raider, and first they have sex, and cool sex scene, except for the fact that we see his butt, but she stays fully clothed the whole time. Lame. Anyway, they have their sex scene, and then she starts to hear pandemonium outside, and he's like, "Well, now it's time to kill you," and he says a really funny line where he says like, "You know what?" And I'm like, he's very sincere about it. He's like, "This really was the best day of my life." I so a couple things. There's that, and there's also like him wiping his dick on the curtains after they have sex, both of which I find very funny.
Yeah, that was funny. That was good.
Because if you think about it from his perspective, it's unscathed by a lot of the stupid. He's just a raider approached by a criminal lady who's like, "Hey, we're gonna go into a vault. I'll pay you to come help me go into a vault. And your role is you get to pretend to be the new husband, and that'll be our way in. And
And,
then
and look, you get
can
to do
whatever."
whatever you need to make that
Mhm.
illusion seem real until you'll know the signal when you hear it. Okay, you'll
Yeah.
know the signal.
And then you can kill her, do whatever you want. That must be what she said to him, because that's what she totally allows to happen.
Yeah,
So he is living a shitty life out in the wasteland as a raider, right?
but a hot
Uh,
raider. Everybody acknowledges dude looks hot, because he shows up and they kind
yeah,
of step back to reveal it, and all the other women in the vault kind of look at Lucy, and one of them goes, "Lucky."
yeah, because because it is an arranged marriage, and her husband wasn't quite as attractive, so there's a little joke at his expense. Um, and so he gets to come to this vault and actually eat nice food and dance with a pretty lady, then have sex with a pretty lady, and then kill a pretty lady because he's a psychopath. So all of that appeals to him. And
And that's
like,
it's a pretty great
pretty
day
good
for a
deal.
raider.
And so when he's like, "This is the best day of my life," it feels very genuine, and that's funny. Wiping his dick on the curtains is funny as well. And what I like about this scene is that it pulls off kind of a high wire act in terms of accomplishing what they want to accomplish with this scene, because they get into a fight and they don't want to do, and I think they were correct to avoid having it be that she wins with ease, because that's not fun. No one wants to see that. But we can't have it be that she dies, right? So how do you accomplish that? Well, he's like kicking the shit out of her more or less with ease. She's doing an okay job of defending herself, but he's clearly getting the better of her. But he wants to like literally choke her to death and watch the life drain from her face. And instead of like killing her easily and more efficiently, that kind of leads to his downfall. He's like in it for the thrill of doing it. And so he's like he's like choking her to death and like right up close and like watching the life drain from her eyes. And she manages to grab something and smack him across the face with it. And I think that's actually really well handled. I think it's a
It's
good fight
well
scene.
handled. Yeah, it's well handled except until you remember again that it's like her mom's best friend who paid this guy
Yeah,
to
well,
do it. Yeah.
that part of it, but I'm just thinking about it from Lucy and the Raiders' perspective. Both of them unscathed out of this sequence, I would say, because Lucy's just doing normal things, then she goes and tries to help save people, and this raider's just doing what a raider would do, you know.
Yeah.
So I like that sort of stuff, and it's a good fight scene. I thought it was pretty compelling. She gets stabbed in the abdomen, and it's like, oh God, like I wasn't quite sure it would go there, for
Yeah.
our main character, but she gets put through the ringer in the show, and that's one of the things I actually like about it.
Yeah, I agree.
Um,
I thought that was pretty good.
I already mentioned this, but Hank is just left out in the open amidst all the chaos. He's fighting people, and Moldaver is like nowhere around to like grab him and make sure he's not killed and all this. So that's fun. Um, do 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 do. Okay, then she leaves with Hank and injures a few people. And now we cut to Maximus, our main Brotherhood of Steel character. The first thing we see of Maximus is he's getting the shit kicked out of him by other Brotherhood of Steel people. They're bullying him, they're beating him up, and then eventually they leave him alone. And a friend comes by and like sees how he's doing and checks in on him, right?
Yes, and
First,
yeah.
First thing that happens with Maximus is he's getting the shit kicked out of him. He's being bullied, and somehow it's really rather impressive all the ways they make him one of the most unsympathetic characters you've ever seen on screen. Crazy.
Yeah.
It's crazy to me. It's there's nothing wrong yet, but it'll
get there.
It'll get there. The show, I don't think, does a very good job of explaining the Brotherhood of Steel, what they do and what they actually want.
No, not at all.
Especially because a lot of the main Brotherhood of Steel characters, other than the Elder, who we have a couple conversations with, don't even really seem like they're all that into their mission. So I know a bit more about the Brotherhood of Steel because of the games, but I don't think if you knew nothing about Fallout that you would really understand who the Brotherhood of Steel is, what they want, what they're doing. I don't think they're well developed at all.
No, not
Except
really.
Yeah.
You know that and it's strange because they do something that I don't know if it was present really in the games at all. They make it so that the Brotherhood is like, I mean, I know the Brotherhood have always kind of been they're like a fascist organization in the games, right? They're fascists and they're kind of like that.
They're like a techno cult, something along those lines.
Something, yeah. But I don't remember them being so unconcerned with the lives of the people who are in their own ranks that they're just willing to like use squires as cannon fodder for everything, basically.
No.
That doesn't sound right to me, especially because I'm pretty sure there was a quest line, and I think it was in New Vegas, where there's two female members of the Brotherhood who are lesbians, who are together, who are separated because the Brotherhood needs to, quote unquote, make more Brotherhood babies. And that also is a problem because we'll later find out that Maximus doesn't know what sex is.
Yeah, that was really stupid. He doesn't really know what sex is. I don't know why they have a vow of chastity at all. But even if they have a vow of chastity, like they're, monk priest type characters, they would know what sex is. It's really dumb that he doesn't. I wanted to respond quickly in chat to some people are saying that like she got stabbed, like she should have died from her stab wounds. Like someone said she got stabbed in the kidney, though. I don't know if it's clear she got stabbed in the kidney. She gets stabbed in the abdomen, and she takes a stim pack that doesn't like magically heal the wound, but it does like help her remain stable. And then later she has to staple it up. I don't have a hard time believing that missed a lot of internal organs. That sort of shit can happen,
Yeah.
And I didn't feel like it was like she healed rather quickly. I'll give you that. There are far worse examples of it in the show.
Yes.
But, I did think I like how much she gets injured in the show. Maybe they could have been a lot more consistent about like lingering effects of injuries. In fact, I'm sure if I went back with the fine-tooth comb, I would notice that, they're more or less fine later. But I did like how much damage she took. I think it helps contribute for what you feel like her journey is, that she's really,
Yeah, that she's kind of going through it. And I just respond to somebody in the chat. Like, yes, I guess I mean militaristic instead of fascist. I could have sworn they had like Didn't they have like some kind of fascist? I don't. It doesn't matter. Militaristic techno cult. Yeah, I didn't think that they were chaste. I didn't think that they were like so so unconcerned with the lives of their members that they'll just like literally just treat them as if they were expendable sandbags to be thrown at a problem. Like
Yeah.
it seems like a weird change to me, and
And
I'm
also,
not.
most of the Brotherhood people we see, other than the Elder, like don't seem to have any of their ideals. Like none of them seem to be true believers in their cause. Maximus isn't. The trans one, don't remember what her name is. She isn't. The one Knight Titus isn't. Thaddeus is closest to like the sort of true believer. Actually, no, he probably is a pretty decent example. But a lot of them are like I don't even know what the faction really wants or stands for. Especially in this show, I felt that was a real weakness.
Yeah.
Real quick, just because I thought of it now. So there's been some talk about how one of the characters in the Brotherhood of Steel, the one who's a friend of Maximus, is played by a trans man, and I suppose the show thinks that we're like that's a male character, like that's a man.
I think
But
I think one of the
they say
the
them at
elder
one
says
point.
them. Yeah, uses they them pronouns, but then still
Yeah,
refers to this person as brother, which is like that's a
that
very
that could
male
just be a
masculine.
rank.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I just assumed it was a woman the whole time, which I feel like is probably the opposite of the desired effect the show wants. I'm like, oh, they have women, okay, and then someone was like, oh, that's a trans character. I'm like, oh, well, it didn't
I mean,
didn't
didn't
read
fool
that
me.
way to me. Anyway, so he's getting beat up, and then she like checks in on him. We were introduced to the power armor. It looks kind of cool at first in the very first shot we see it, but by the end of the show, I hate the power armor and I think it's really stupid. I don't know how you feel about
I
it.
didn't like it from the get go. I was like, ah, it looks cheap. I'll let
I
it
think it's
go.
the CGI. The CGI is like not amazing in this show, and all the power armor seems to be CGI. So
Yeah,
it
I was like, I'll
doesn't.
let it go, but it doesn't look good. I'm not like, let's not linger on it. Is basically what I was hoping for, and then they linger on it, and there you go.
Yeah, especially holy design flaws, Batman. Also,
Oh my god. Okay, yeah. So I had to ask my brother about this when I called because I was like, okay, you need to inform me if this was a thing in the games, right? Because the power armor's design flaw, this like unreal. How
Sorry,
crazy.
I'm so sorry I have to interrupt you. They said they were like a brother to me, but not like an actual brother. I mean the way black people mean it, which is more meaningful, I think. Anyway, that's really funny. Go ahead.
So anyway, so the power armor has a gigantic design flaw in that when you're in it, you can't turn around and reach the back. Now that's not the design flaw in and of itself. That's kind of like you can't reach behind you. In the power armor, you're kind of slow. You get the defense, but you're slower. You're not as
Mhm.
maneuverable. Maximus is in a fight in this power armor, and like the person he's fighting slides underneath him with a key and unlocks and just pulls the fusion core out of the back of the armor, disabling it. There is no manual way of getting out of the armor. He will die unless somebody
Yeah,
lets him out from the outside. Are you kidding me?
unbelievably stupid.
That is
First of all,
so dumb.
I mean, I understand if he has a key, that's one thing that he could like take it out while he's still in it. But that traps him in there, and there's no manual way of like
That's
opening
the
it up
main
from the
point. Yeah, the
inside.
key on
Yeah,
the back, fine, whatever. Yeah, you have to like sure. But the fact that there's no ripcord to pull to get out of it,
mhm.
if that
It's
happens while you're inside, is
and because the
bafflingly
show.
stupid.
Yes, I 100% agree. And the other thing that makes it even worse is that were it not for insane contrived coincidence that Lucy happens to show up and there to save him, he would have just like either been eaten by those rad roaches or literally cooked alive in there. You know what I mean? He's in a giant metal suit. The sun's coming up. He would have just anyway.
Yeah.
He should have died so many times in the show. But that design flaw is like actually insane. It
And
there's enough
I
time.
think that I can't remember if this is in 4 or not, but I think you can pickpocket the fusion cores out of the armor and then disable the armor, but when you do, the people get out of them.
Yeah, yeah, that would make more sense, wouldn't it?
Like,
Yeah, that's one of numerous examples that will come up that I think kind of makes me wonder why anyone's in power armor other than so that they can like not get shot. Like I get that, but it seems like, especially with Maximus, he's unbelievably clumsy and inept in that thing. Doesn't make me think that power armor is really cool. We never really see power armor used to be really cool. Is a sort of, I guess that's part of the complaint. Where they hype it up like it's cool, but like, does anyone use it effectively? No. Titus gets the shit kicked out of him by a bear, and I'm like, I feel like you should be better against this bear. But never mind that. Maximus literally doesn't know how to use it, so he's completely useless. It's just like it seems like a waste.
It's kind of a waste, and then also there's another huge problem, another huge design flaw revealed at the very end when we need it to be revealed, that there is a weak point beneath the chest plate that can just one-shot anybody who's in the armor.
Oh my god.
And the Ghoul does it in like it's sort of like a VATS thing. Like I think it's supposed to be a VATS callback, but the Ghoul just one-shots this guy in power armor, some faceless dude in power armor later on in the show. But when the Ghoul and Maximus are fighting in the power armor in Philly, he doesn't do it. He just kind of like, why? I thought he wanted to kill him at that point, but I guess not.
Yeah,
That's whatever. He must have just liked him. There was something about that one that he liked,
Yeah. Benjamin Brown says, personally, I don't want the power armor to be overpowered, but I don't want it to be underpowered either. Yes. It's definitely not OP, especially because no one seems to know how to use it in this stupid show.
Yeah.
When we're seeing the Brotherhood of Steel going around, there's some people playing basketball with bricks. That's retarded. There's no other word for it. That's just incredibly stupid. Moving on. The first real character moment we get with Maximus, because we see him getting beat up, but we don't really learn much about his character other than he just got beat up. First character moment we get with him is when we find out that his friend, the only one who like came to him after he was beat up by the others, was just promoted. She's going to be oh God, what's the word?
A knight,
help me.
Right?
Squire. No, squire.
Oh, yes.
She's going to be a squire to a knight, and that they're going out into the wasteland, which is something Maximus apparently is really envious of, because when he finds out that his friend, the only person he presumably has any relationship with here, because everyone else hates him, is like got promoted, he is not at all happy for her and throws a hissy fit. So this is the first real moment we get of Maximus, and we're going to pile on the character flaws because it only gets worse. In terms of him being likable, I obviously don't think all characters need to be likable, but the show treats him like a good person when he's clearly not, and that drives me crazy. First thing we ever get from him, like his only friend gets promoted, and it goes into a baby rage because he can't handle the idea of not getting that himself. So that's cool.
Even
that's the first thing we get from
everything.
him.
Like we see him sucking at everything.
Absolutely. Yes.
And that
right.
also drives me nuts, right? It's like he has been with the Brotherhood since, like, we know that he's been with the Brotherhood since he was a kid and that he's wanted this forever, but he's just like, he can't wrap his brain around actually training well. Like, he's been doing this for 20 fucking years.
Yeah.
He's incompetent at everything insane. He's trying to do.
And he fails upwards, yeah.
I couldn't stand it, man. I could not stand it because it's just like, why can't he be good at something? Why can't he just be like the ambitious dude who like is like he's pretty talented or skilled, or he's like very devoted to his studies, and then somebody else gets promoted ahead of him, and then we get the little fake out that he might have, wounded this person in order to push himself up the ladder, right? He can still be bullied for that kind of thing because he's a fucking nerd, and that's what happens to nerds. You get bullied. Like,
yeah, no, I totally get what you mean. Paradox, I think, phrases it well. Maximus is the worst character by far. He's a murderous, dishonest loser who gets a totally unearned romance and redemption arc, in quotes. Yes.
Yeah.
I think Mahler said it well, I think, in I want to say it was Open Bar, but in terms of like trying to understand why everyone hates him so much, one of the things he said, and I believe this is true, is that despite all his like horrible character flaws and how unlikable he is. He just keeps failing upward and everything just keeps working out for him. That's really frustrating to watch. Often if there's a character who's really unlikable, let's say because they're evil, let's say maybe they're just really rude to people, that like reality, responds to them appropriately. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like that they don't just miraculously get away with everything, all that sort of stuff. He's just incredibly unlikable. I hate the romance with him and Lucy because it's like, man, Lucy, if you saw half the shit we've seen with this character, you would not want to be with this guy at all. But they force that romance. They try to redeem him, but then I honestly, I'm baffled by what they were even going for with this character. I don't understand. Because Lucy has a clear arc. The Ghoul has not so much an arc, but a clear character archetype.
Yeah,
and
situations. He has some motivations that make sense, right? He's out for himself, and he wants to find his family. But we'll find that out by the end of the...
There's people that are cartoonishly evil. That's at least more straightforward with what their intention was. I don't even know what they were intending with Maximus.
Because they they want to fake us out that he hurt this person in order to be next in line to take over as a squire. But then at the end, we find out that the person did it to themselves because they were too afraid of becoming a squire, which of course, why wouldn't you be? Because they treat squires like fucking shit. They treat him like cannon fodder. The knight with the power armor tries to get the unarmored squire to go in and fight a bear.
Yeah.
Like, why?
Yeah, so here's the other thing. Obviously, like, the people can fail upwards is a thing that can happen, but part of the problem is that the show thinks he has redeeming qualities,
which he doesn't. That's the problem isn't that he is incompetent but fails upward. The problem is that they so badly want us to root for him, but it makes it like every time he's on screen, I'm just like, I really just wish he would die. Like, I really just wish he would be out of the show for good. Like,
I hoped he would die so many times. I really do. What was I going to say? Someone said, I don't mind an unlikable character. I just didn't like that the script treats him like a protagonist that we should feel bad for. Instead, I see him as a Weasley loser who gets unearned praise.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Exactly. That's exactly my like, I don't mind him being a Weasley loser if I'm not supposed to root for him,
And then the other thing is, the very first thing we get from him, obviously, is that he throws a fit of baby rage when he doesn't get picked and his friend does. Never setting aside the fact that like he's the only one who doesn't seem happy for her, even though that's his only friend. The thing that's, I was thinking about it on a rewatch. It's not just that like he's got a lot of anger issues because that's something he really, really, really wants. It's that part of it is the performance. When he goes into a rage, it's pathetic. It's not scary. Like, oh man, this guy's got
a dark side. Better watch out for him. Yeah, no,
it's pathetic. It's really pathetic, and there's so many scenes like that where it's just like, this is. First of all, I don't know this guy from Adam, but I have not seen any of his other performances. He is bad in this show. It's not just the writing; the performance is bad. Oh man, every time we like cut to him inside the power armor, and like, why are we cutting in? We don't even have a facial expression to work with. You know what I mean? I just like,
yeah.
He's the weakest link from an acting point of view in this show, I think, by far. And
it's probably not on him, right? Because it's not like he doesn't know what he's supposed to be doing. Not really.
I can believe he's good in other things. Absolutely, I'm more inclined to blame bad performances on directors than actors. And obviously, if you thought the performance was good, more power to you. I just don't know what you saw in it. And well, it's gonna get so much more unlikable with his character. Let's see. Okay, so we find out, obviously, that his friend has just been promoted. I don't even know why I'm saying friend. The only one who was nice to him has just been promoted. He throws a fit of baby rage. And then the next morning, oh my God, something was wrong with her boot. And there's a bunch of razor blades in it. And her foot is horribly mangled and like basically cut off. In hindsight, this is an incredibly stupid bait and switch. So we're meant, when you first watch the show, to think that, oh my God, did Maximus do this to this person? Did they sabotage their friend so maybe they could go in their stead? No, it turns out the person who last we saw seemed very genuinely happy that they just got promoted, got cold feet, no pun intended, to such an extent that they literally mangled their own foot. Now, here's the other thing. They didn't do anything to indicate that they did it themselves, obviously. So clearly someone is going to get blamed for sabotaging this person. She must know that because she didn't say I did it to myself. Who else would get blamed other than the weirdo loser who was the only person who wasn't happy about her going and that no one else liked? She must have known, if she has any brain cells clinking about up there, that Maximus was going to get blamed. And yet later in the show, she's like, "Oh man, I didn't know they'd blame you." Like, what are you talking about? Of course they were going to blame Maximus. So like, she apparently didn't want to go to the wasteland anymore. She got cold feet. And so she sabotaged herself and basically let Maximus be blamed instead, which is crazy. Uh, I don't know why that was her first thought. I know what I'll do. I'll like mangle my own foot beyond recognition. That'll be cool.
Yeah, and people saying like Kevo in the chat saying she risked tetanus or an infection in the post-apocalypse. Yes, but the stim packs just kind of like seem to be miracle drugs that cure literally everything because video game. So
yes, which is not the biggest problem. If you're like, these things really are basically miracle workers, I would just go, okay, fine, sure.
Yeah, that's exactly what I did. I was like, yeah, fine, whatever. That's how they work in the game, fine. That's how they're gonna make it work in the show, fine. Whatever. Mm-hmm. That's how it goes. Yeah. That it's like the dog is no longer dead or dying because of these stim packs, so I'm okay with that.
Semantic Dragon says, take it with a grain of salt. I took Maximus being upset at his friend being promoted with frustration as the only friend he had was being taken away from him. I can understand.
I can see where you come from that. I didn't feel like
it
that.
Seemed like pathetic jealousy, or envy would be the better word to me. So I'd have a hard time interpreting it that way just based on his performance, but it's possible.
They didn't stim pack her. Wait a minute, I forgot. She's still limping by the end of the fucking show.
Yeah, well, the stim packs don't like
they're inconsistent in how they work.
They don't grow your foot back because what they give to the Ghoul, what they give to Thaddeus that turns him into a Ghoul isn't a stim pack. It's something else.
Yeah, I know, but the stim pack, like with the dog that got knifed, right? Like the stim pack. One stim pack, and boop, it's up. So like,
yeah, I understand. She's still limping. I guess it can't regrow a foot for her. I don't know. It's inconsistent, but whatever. The Spookeasy, thank you for the super chat. Says, I watched the first video of your dev series. While I laughed multiple times, I found the part where the Russian man lit himself on fire especially funny in light of recent events. Great work as always. He's a martyr. He's a martyr for the cause, don't you understand? Comments that I guess we'll save for when we get to them. Yes. So it's a dumb bait and switch on the show's part, especially when you realize that she did this to herself, that we spend so long being like, oh my God, did Maximus do this to her? Anyway, he's being interrogated by the elder of the Brotherhood of Steel group.
Yeah.
And this will happen more egregiously later in the show, but basically they're like, everyone suspects you did this, and he's like, no, I didn't do it. Like, do you know anything about it? He's like, no, I don't. And he kind of gives his reasoning for like, he tries to pitch it that like, no, I am committed to the Brotherhood of Steel. And even though I feel like there's still a lot of good reason to be suspicious of him, especially because of his ambition and his attitude to like the Brotherhood's cause. He even says, oh, sorry, I almost skipped over the craziest part. When he's talking to the elder of the Brotherhood of Steel, he tells them he didn't do it, but then he says, but I wanted it to happen. Is that so wrong? Okay, so this is more confirmation, I think, that he wasn't just sad his friend was going away. He kind of hoped this would happen to her. He just didn't happen to do it himself. He hoped this would happen to her. And then he says, is that so wrong? And honestly, props to the elder Brotherhood of Steel guy at this scene. He goes, yes.
Yes.
Oh, man. It's crazy.
Yeah, and it's nuts. It's fun. Like, yeah. So that I forgot about that part, but yeah, no, that would kind of fly directly in the face of the idea that he was upset that his friend was being taken away from him, because the show doesn't really play with that idea very much. The show really does lean into the idea that he wanted this person to get hurt so that he could take her spot, which
Yeah.
is
Okay.
interesting because I'm like the other thing about the show is that it's not showing me why he would be next in line to take her spot in the first place.
Especially because he just said he wanted it to happen to her, and then he gets promoted anyway. Oh my god, it's so stupid.
So
Gets
not only have
yeah.
we seen him be incredibly bad at doing things, they also suspect him of having injured his teammate to get her position, and then they just give it to him anyway.
Yeah. And what do you know? He betrays them and their cause and their ideals. Of course, because it was insane to do this, and there's an even more egregious example in the final episode, but this is a bad start for the Brotherhood of Steel as a faction, let's say. Um let's see. We cut back to Vault 32 in the aftermath. Sorry, Vault 33 in the aftermath of the massacre. There's still quite a few of them left. We learned that the raiders are being held captive. Some raiders have been captured and are being held captive, and the rest of Vault 33 are trying to rebuild, right? And there's kind of a power vacuum, and there's a few people that are kind of taking over in charge, right? Now, when they're talking about what to do, Lucy says, I want to send a couple people on a mission to go up to the surface and try to bring back my dad. And everyone else essentially is like, no, we're not doing that. We can't let the doors open. That would risk the integrity of the rest of the vault. We can't possibly do that. And then this doesn't make a lot of sense to me in hindsight. Let's think about Betty. Betty is the person who is going to emerge as the new leader. She's been part of this vault already. We'll learn she's also from Vault 31, so she's part of this management team, the higher ups at Vault-Tec. She's also pre-war, of course, because half the characters in the show are actually over 200 years old.
Yeah, that's another thing that I know my brother was not happy about. It's just we're not happy about, but they just rubbed him the wrong way. It was just like most of the characters are pre-war. Why?
Yeah, that's crazy. Anyway, but Betty is one of them, and she kind of emerges eventually, fully, but at first implicitly, as the new leader, right? And she says that she's not going to risk the integrity of the vault by going to try and get Hank back, right? Does that make sense from Vault-Tec management perspective?
No.
I'm not so sure it does.
Does
Wouldn't they want to...
also does it make sense knowing that Hank himself left the vault, he opened the door and left the vault to go grab his kids from Shady Sands before?
Mm-hmm.
No.
There's that, like, that Betty should know, because Betty was there. Betty helped do that, by the way. Yeah, so she knows that opening the door just to send a couple of people out won't be cataclysmic. She knows that. And this is a lie, because what she wants to do apparently is not let anyone leave. I don't know that that makes sense. You would think if she's part of the Vault 31 Vault-Tec team, that preventing this evil lady from getting, clearly Vault-Tec wanted to nuke Shady Sands, or else they wouldn't have fucking done it. So that faction is now going to win and get cold fusion, something they really, really don't want to happen. And Vault 31 doesn't send anyone to go stop them. We don't even learn later that other, like, as of yet unseen members of Vault 31 who are being, who are currently in pods, are sent to the wasteland to go try to bring Hank back. Vault 31 just lets this happen. Why? You think they'd be all about sending a few people to go try to bring him back, either with Lucy or in secret? They don't. It doesn't make any sense to me.
And to answer Ben and Benjamin Brown in the chat, it's not about the vault dwellers or certain vault dwellers not wanting to risk themselves. It's about the fact that these specific vault dwellers in Vault 31 are the engineers of the New World Order, and that they have a particular plan for reestablishing civilization. And for whatever reason, when a gigantic threat to their plan emerges, they decide, because of petty politics, within controlling the vault to not do anything about it and just let it happen?
Yeah.
Why? That doesn't make any sense.
No, because letting this technology get into the hands of communist lady is antithetical to their vision of the future and their whole existence for doing any of this in the first place. And for some reason, Betty's like, no, we just need to stay here. And we never learned about anyone Vault 31 sent in secret to go try to bring Hank back. The implication is that they didn't do it. So
and Betty is in the plan, because when Norm later on pretends to be Betty, we'll get to this point when we get to it, but when Norm pretends to be Betty in order to sneak into air quotes Vault 31, he messages as Betty to Vault 31, who asks, have you been compromised? He responds with, plan not going as expected, and they go, I see, better get back here. She is in. She is in on it. She's
1,000%.
1,000%.
She also says that she helped bury Rose, Lucy and Norm's mom. She was involved with Hank destroying Shady Sands also, and she's also pre-war. We get that confirmed because she works at Vault-Tec. So she's 100% in. Their response to this development makes absolutely negative sense, I would say. Don't know why they decided to go in this direction. Okay.
Yeah, we'll get to that point, Paradox. Communism is just a dirty word used for people who aren't insane. Yes.
Oh, gosh. Lucy has no reason to go alone and to not bring her cousin with her. So Lucy tries to sneak out, essentially, with the help of her cousin, who is the gatekeeper, who has whatever codes, keys necessary to open the gate. And Norm is going to help her, but Norm doesn't plan to go with her. Norm plans to stay behind because he's too cowardly, and she lets him stay behind. Meanwhile, her cousin, who is a tall, it's really funny actually how tall he is compared to Norm. Their height differential is pretty funny later in the show. He's a tall, able-bodied, seemingly at least average in terms of competence, adult man who wants to go help her because he thinks it's too dangerous. And she says, no, I don't want to risk anyone else. That's stupid. You need a better reason.
She said she asked more people. She asked for a squad to be sent.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, you're so right. I'm so glad you said that, Hugh, because she asked for a whole team of people, didn't get that. And when one guy is like, I'll go with you, she says, no, I don't want to risk you. Guys, this is bad. This is bad. This is just bad writing. All right, you need a better reason. I know what the show wants is her to be on her own because that's kind of how the games go, and you meet people along the way, and you get companions, yada 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 yada. I get it. It just doesn't make any sense. You need a better reason. You absolutely need a better reason than this. When she goes outside, some people in the ruins immediately outside the vault look like they're from Pompeii. I don't quite know why some people look like that and some people are turned into ghouls, but whatever. Moving on. Maximus, we this is the first of I think 6 times we're going to see the exact same flashback of him emerging from a fridge in the aftermath of Shady Sands getting nuked.
My God, dude! Okay, when I saw that, I texted you. I was like, did they really do the Indiana Jones thing where a kid survives a nuclear bomb in a refrigerator?
Oh, but it's lead lined, so he's fine.
One of the most memed upon instances of bad writing or just silly writing, and they decided to copy it. You have to be aware that that's out there as a screenwriter. You have to understand that is a ridiculous concept.
Yeah, because especially he's in Shady Sands. He's not on the outskirts somewhere. He's in Shady Sands. And though the building that this fridge was supposed to be in has been all but obliterated, he's fine inside the fridge.
The fridge is fine, yes.
Yeah, so he's fine, and he lives, and he gets scooped up by the Brotherhood of Steel as an abandoned child, orphaned child. And so now he's in the Brotherhood of Steel. We'll see this flashback 6 times, so I hope you like it. Maximus didn't... Oh, yeah, we already talked about the scene where he gets promoted, even though he's incredibly suspicious. They're told about their mission, right? And this is how it's described: a denizen of the Enclave has escaped and has a MacGuffin that they want. So you got to go find him, right? So
Yes.
I was very confused by this. Now, since I've Googled it, I know a bit more about what the Enclave is, but I was very confused when I was first watching the show. The Enclave is part of like the Vault-Tec faction in the show, and basically in as it pertains to this story, the Enclave is a place where scientists are imprisoned by shadowy people and forced to do science work.
They don't even give you enough to realize that that's what's happening. Like, I don't even think that they give you enough to draw the conclusion that it's a bunch of scientists being imprisoned. I think, like,
No, I think they do, but I only got it on the second watch. He's a scientist there, and he is not working. He's doing stuff on the side that they don't want him doing, and this is like a prison complex. There are guards everywhere, and he is described as having escaped. So, yeah,
okay,
this
I
is
guess so.
this is a prison where scientists are being forced to do science stuff. Now, here's the thing: this is a guy who has developed cold fusion. He worked with what's her name back in the olden days on cold fusion. Why they're keeping him alive to do science stuff instead of just killing him? Like, I don't understand
Well,
why they
why
have
did
this.
it? And like, so this is another question that gets raised because like Moldaver will reveal that she's the one who invented cold fusion, right? Her company, whoever, she came up with it. How is she
They
still
were
doing
on
it?
they were on the cusp of it when Vault-Tec bought the company.
Okay,
They hadn't cracked it yet. This scientist guy cracks
cracks
it
it.
like 200 years later while at the Enclave.
How did he get?
Question
How?
mark. How
How?
does he have how did he do this in secret
How did he
in
do
a
it in secret? How
science
did he get in
prison?
contact with Moldaver to
Oh,
get
that's
it to
another
smuggle
great
him out?
question. It's another great question, Hugh. I have no idea. But clearly they did. She couldn't just go get him from Philly or anywhere else along the way. She had to have other useless people do it. But she was clearly in contact with him, or else none of this is happening. So who knows? James Moore says, by the way, Fallout 4 had a ghoul child stuck in a fridge for 210 years. That's pretty funny. Versus New Vegas, who has a skeleton in a fridge with a fedora. Yeah, I think I agree with you. One is slightly better than the other.
Yeah.
Just slightly. Um, yeah, so he is imprisoned and being forced to do science stuff, which basically amounts to like cruel animal testing, where they're trying to do something with dogs and killing all the ones that don't work. But he's a good guy, you see, because he's allied with Moldaver. So he takes one of the dogs that's scheduled to be killed, I guess, for
Yeah,
unknown reasons.
this is like the only bit of character that we really get from him is that they have a
Oh,
sign saying that
yeah.
you should incinerate newborn puppies if they're under a certain weight, like 10 ounces or something like that.
Right.
And this one
Yeah.
is sitting very like at like 9.5, and he just puts his thumb on the scale a little bit and writes 10, and keeps it alive. So that's how you
And then
know he's a
And then
good person.
yeah, and he keeps it alive kind of in secret. He keeps a secret pet dog. Kind of how he manages to secretly develop cold fusion technology
In a
in this science
microreactor,
prison.
yeah. And Dave in the chat is asking if we can clarify the difference between cold fusion from Moldaver and the fusion cells that power the armor and the vaults.
Yes. Okay, so
Yeah,
here's
somebody should. I can't. The show doesn't do a great job of it. But
no, here's the simplest possible explanation, I think. Correct me if I'm wrong. Nuclear bombs are hot fusion bombs. They require like a lot of energy. To create that much nuclear energy, you need an explosion. You need stuff like that, right?
Yeah.
Cold fusion is a hypothetical technology that has never been discovered, likely because it's impossible, but not necessarily, to achieve a nuclear reaction without all that expenditure of energy. So it would create basically infinite energy for very little expenditure of energy, right?
Yes.
That's so a nuclear bomb is hot fusion. The sun is a hot fusion nuclear reactor.
The cores in the power armor, those would be hot fusion, right?
Those are hot fusion,
Hot
yeah.
fusion, okay.
Yeah, so that's the general difference in the broadest possible terms. Cold fusion is a
Yes.
technology that people have been trying forever to see if it's actually really possible and have gotten nowhere. Probably because causing that, it's just, you can't get free energy out of nothing.
Yeah, yeah,
The
very
universe
likely.
seems predisposed to be against that sort of thing.
So
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 that's
yes, so he does in fact, if like getting back to the scene, he does in fact inject a miniature nuclear reactor into his own neck with no consequence.
um yeah, yeah. I don't yeah. We'll just let that one be. um What's okay? So he escaped, and they have to go find him. Now we are introduced to the Ghoul, and it's the final thing that happens in episode 1. Man, we're really breezing along here, aren't we? The
Well,
Ghoul, the Ghoul is being held in a grave, presumably against his will, by a guy named Don Pedro, who we never see, who has some sort of grievance grudge against the Ghoul, and has been like bringing him up out of like keeping him in the ground with an IV drip of drugs to keep him alive. And then we hear from the people who are hoping to bring him out of the ground so he'll help them find a bounty that they're looking for. We'll get to the bounty. We hear from them that he brings them up to like torture him and like steal parts, like I don't know, to like hurt him and like keep him alive indefinitely to torture him as revenge for whatever he's done to him. So this is a bad guy they're going to bring up. They don't know if he's going to be feral or not, so they bring a chicken, which is a fun detail. I enjoy that, and so they bring him up, and it's Walton Goggins, and Walton Goggins is great. I'll
yeah,
probably say it again before the stream is done, but he's really delightful in this. He's very fun. And they're like, "Hey, we got this job. There's a bounty. Everybody's looking for this guy. He escaped from the Enclave, but what he has with him and where he's going is really valuable. So you're one of the best bounty hunters in the land, allegedly. So help us." And Walton Goggins is I find that people who are only like looking to do one more job, their hearts aren't really in it. Me, I'm in it for the love of the game, which is a funny line. And then he kills them, essentially. And so now he's picked up the bounty himself without the 3 guys who helped rescue him. And he's his own rogue faction going through this story. And I think for the most part, he's pretty unscathed by a lot of the major writing problems. His motivations make pretty good sense.
the
There's some.
only problem, the
Mhm.
only problem that results from the writing with him is that by the end, he points a gun at Kyle at Hank, at Lucy's father, and asks where his family is. Um, and the major issue with that being that his daughter was with him when the bombs went off. So what happened that he lost her?
Yeah.
Where did that? Where?
What happened there? He
That's
should
the
know
only.
what happened to her.
Yeah, there's no
um,
real good reason for why he wouldn't know what happened to her. That's the only
hmm.
real issue that comes up with him writing
I'm
wise.
sure there are a couple more. I would be shocked if there aren't a few more, but for the most part, he's the least scathed. We'll say. No Pants Baby says, "How would these people know? Hasn't he been in the ground for 30 years?" Well, the main guy of the 3 says that he worked with his dad, so that's how he knows about him. He doesn't know him personally. This guy's dad worked with him back in the day as a bounty hunter, so that's how they know. Yeah, I think that works decently
Yeah,
well.
yeah, that's not bad. Benjamin says, "Find out in season 2." Yeah,
I will
there's
not be finding out anything in season 2.
they're gonna have to do a little bit of work to make it, not very contrived, but we'll see.
And not
I guess
and not be awful. Yeah. No, like his daughter, there's no good reason he wouldn't know what the fate of his daughter was. So when he's talking about his family, the only one that would make any sense is what happened to his wife. But like
But no,
also
I
they
think
were
it's meant to
divorced and
imply that
I
that his
know.
daughter
I
is
know.
still alive. Yeah.
I'm just saying that makes no sense. They sure do abuse in terms of the music. They sure do abuse the ghouls like main theme. It's a sort of sort of wailing thing.
Yeah.
They do it way too much. It's very reminiscent of like Wonder Woman in the Snyder Cut, with the sort of yodeling sort of thing they do. I couldn't believe how many times they did that. It seemed like such a rookie move to just abuse that musical theme so many times. Later in the show, it's basically anytime he appears on screen. It's pretty annoying at a certain point. That's the one part of the score. That's less to do with the composer and how the music is used, but they sure do drive that one into the ground. Why are so many pre-war? How many? Why are so many pre-war people still alive? Because that's the only one who like is literally impossible to be still alive is Moldaver, as far as I'm concerned. There's no good explanation for how she's still alive.
Yeah, she
other one
developed
that's
the only thing that you could say is that if she was so close to developing the cold fusion thing, then maybe she developed her own stasis pod and built it herself. And power, like Tony Stark built this in a cave with a box of scraps. You know, that's the only thing that I can think of that makes any sense for that.
Paradox says he's okay, but I still dislike how they handled his story in general. His identity as a fake cowboy serves more of the show's deconstructionist nonsense. I suppose I think it's actually worth separating Cooper Howard from the Ghoul, because in many respects, not all of them, but in many respects, they're very different characters. As far as the Ghoul is concerned, I think he's pretty solid.
Yeah.
I don't like really much to do with Cooper is still a decent guy. He does a couple dumb things, but his story in terms of like all his principles being wrong because the show is communist propaganda nonsense. All that stuff is really stupid. There's one particular scene with him where he's working on the TV show and like he's having a conflict over the direction they're taking the show. I think that show, like that scene is awful. So, but mostly for the most part, everything with him as a Ghoul is pretty decent.
Yes, I would agree with that. And I mean, God, dude, when they go to the communist meeting, I really could not stand that scene.
Oh God, yeah, that stuff gets awful. So there's a bounty out for Scientist Man. That is from the Enclave, right? And they're spreading that far and wide. Go kill this guy. I still don't know why Moldaver couldn't just go get him herself, but so be it.
Yeah, and there's also the question of so the Enclave. If I'm remembering right from the little bit that I know from the games, because I don't remember if they're in New Vegas or not. But I talked to my brother about this a bit, and then I looked into it. The Enclave all view anybody who was on the continental United States when the bombs dropped as like inhuman mutants, right? That's like the whole thing with them. So like, we don't get enough with this. Like the only little bit that we get is that he didn't incinerate a puppy, right? So like, I don't know if we get enough with him to firmly.
Oh, he's not a character.
Yeah, to establish like his breaking with his cult, his faction's viewpoint, right?
Well, was he even in the Enclave? Like, was he ever a true believer? Who knows? He's not a character. Like, period. End of story. He is a vague, cryptic plot device. Like, nothing he does makes any particular sense to me. There'll be lots of evidence of this. First, I want to mention before we go any further, the scene where he's escaping from the Enclave and like a giant Gatling gun just misses him with like over like 1,000 bullets.
Yeah, the turret. He just
the turret. The turret, like he doesn't even like. It's so bad. That's so poorly directed.
It looked very much like me trying to like stop my dog from pulling me. Like he's not letting it run full speed. He's like holding it back, like no.
Yeah. Benjamin Brown. Okay, this is where I'm kind of baffled. Says, you guys say the show is preachy, but I never got that feeling from the show. What are you talking about? How? That's not a meme, is it? This show is unbelievably preachy. We'll talk about it. We'll get to it. Okay, so he's not shot by that turret, even though he would have been obliterated. Obviously, like the bullets are ahead of him, the bullets are behind him, below him, above him.
They're all around him. They're all around him. The turret, like he just maxed out dodge, I guess. Like,
when I'm gonna try to start moving through some of these a little quicker because man, we're only in episode 2 and I have pages here. Lucy is wandering around. We see Easter eggs that are just setups with no payoffs. So here's the thing: you might when you see an Assaultron on the ground. It's dead. It's incapacitated. Whatever you would say for a robot. And it's like, oh, look, an Assaultron. It's just an Easter egg for people who've played the games. But in terms of filmmaking language, that's just a setup with no payoff. I thought maybe that would come back, you know? And there's a lot of things like that that I feel like are meant to be Easter eggs to be like, oh, look at that thing you remember from the games, but it doesn't like reincorporate itself. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's annoying in hindsight. It's not annoying in the middle of the show, but when you come back to it, it's like, oh, I guess that wasn't going anywhere. Okay, that's fine. This is when in earnest, we really start that everyone just happening to run into everyone constantly, like absurdly contrived. So, for example, Scientist Man stops at a little green space. There's a cave and a little green area. He stops to take a rest. The dog goes running into the cave and finds a hand, whatever. Not long after, Maximus and his new knight, for whom he is a squire, are flying and they're headed to Philly, the city, to see about finding this target, right? Because supposedly the target's headed to Philly. That would make the most sense. It's the nearest town. They're headed there, and then apropos of nothing else, the Knight Titus decides like, put me down, like to the helicopter pilot. I want to shoot something. So they stop on the way to their mission because he just wants to go kill something. This is part of what I mean about like a lot of people in the Brotherhood of Steel just being out for their own like selfish purposes and don't really seem interested in their cause at all. It's kind of lame. It kind of weakens their identity as a faction, but so be it. He just wants to go shoot something. So they drop down, and what do you know? It's right where that guy was like 5 minutes earlier.
Literally right there. They find, the trace of him. The target and the dog.
Let's see.
They get into a fight with a bear, and then this is where this is where the Brotherhood gets into the fight with the bear. He tries to send this is where the cartoonish villainy comes in again. So he tries to send the unarmored squire into the cave with the bear, even though he has, his power armor and everything.
Yeah, like he's just a coward and he's like insecure and like pathetically macho. And this feels like Paradox mentioned earlier, sort of like deconstructionist sort of thing. Like the writers of this show couldn't abide the Brotherhood actually being kind of like tough and macho. Like everything needs to be dragged down. Like it's so obvious how the writers view the different factions, and it's in a very unnuanced, very modern left wing sort of way. So like, oh, the militaristic, macho Brotherhood faction. Well, really, it must be that they're all kind of like deeply insecure cowards and bullies, right?
Yeah.
Like that must be what it be, like what it is. It's so annoying. It's so frustrating. And Knight Titus is a perfect example of this, but then so is Maximus. He's the exact same. As soon as Maximus has any power, he's the exact same way.
Yeah, and so basically what happens here is he forces Maximus to go into the cave. The bear basically ignores Maximus and goes after him. Maximus kills it, and then the knight
is injured.
Yeah, the knight is injured, and then he's like, "This is all your fault. Hey, you stupid motherfucker, this is all your fault." You know what they do to squires who screw up? They hang you by they like skin you and hang you by your lungs. Like they blood eagle you and let you die that way. That's what they're gonna do to you. He's telling him this before he's even gotten the stim pack that he's requesting. Which is
stupid among other things.
Retarded. Why would you do that?
And he says like, "Oh, this is all your fault." It's incredibly stupid.
Yeah.
Why would you ever say that in this moment when you
really,
need something
really stupid? Kevo, real quick, Philly spelled Filly, not like Philadelphia. That did confuse me a little bit at first too. I was like, "Are we on the East Coast?" No, it's not.
I don't know why it's called Philly.
It's probably just to confuse you, I guess, because it's literally only in the show. It's not anywhere else.
I don't know why. Daily Dose says in the chat, and remember, Max hates this knight for how he behaves.
Yes.
Let's hope. Hopefully, you'll be better when he's a knight. Yeah, it's so bad. He's so smug and self-righteous about letting this knight die because he's a piece of shit, and then he's the exact same kind of piece of shit. It's not interesting. Like we're just piling on reasons to hate this character. So he lets Knight Titus die because Knight Titus is like cartoonishly like
making
terrible to him,
cartoonish threats and like
yeah.
threatening straight up like torture, but in an effort to get him to help him faster, because somehow that's how people work, right?
Yeah.
Like, I don't.
Yes, and so he lets this guy die and takes his power armor, and then he goes on a little power trip about it. Before we keep going with that, I skipped over how Lucy is out in the wasteland. She lights a fire at night, and she's almost killed by a rad roach. But scientist man with his dog very luckily happens to be there to save her, and he's cryptic and weird and says stuff about how like you're not supposed to be up here, Vault Dweller.
You're an
Like,
endangered species.
yeah, you're like
Which is
also
the
don't
again an enclave thing, like, because they consider vault dwellers, pure, basically, right? Like, they're like, oh yeah,
yeah.
no, those are like real people, not any of the others who've been around the radiation. But like, that's the only other little hint that you get about like his adherence to the enclave philosophy, which is strange, because like, I think we're meant to sort of establish that he's different from them, right? Like, that's why he developed cold fusion when they clearly didn't want it developed for some reason.
Yeah.
Unknown.
So he's not a character. He exists to say lines that relate to Lucy's character arc and offer like cryptic advice and then walk away and be weird. That's what he's here to do. So in this scene, he tells her, "Hey, don't light any fires at night because it attracts, predators." Several scenes later in the movie, she's still lighting fires at night. Like, like why include that in the show if you're not going to do anything with it? Very annoying. Back to the fight scene with Titus. It was mentioned in the chat by No Pants Baby, who points out that like the bear just kind of fucks him up even though he's in his power armor. Yeah, that's sort of what I mean earlier when we talked about how the power armor is just kind of like useless. Like no one is good in it or knows how to use it well. It just seems like I don't know, kind of pathetic.
More DACA, like that name. More DACA in the chat is saying that the Enclave hate Vault Dwellers too and are introduced by massacring Vault Dwellers. Okay, yeah. I mean, you would know better than I would. So I get another problem.
And this show doesn't even tell you really who the Enclave are.
Yeah.
Although we know you'd be forgiven for thinking the Enclave isn't even a faction. In this, it seems like the Enclave is just where scientists are imprisoned to abuse dogs. Like that's all we get. Anyway, coincidences abound and all this crap. I have here, I thought the Brotherhood of Steel were zealots. Why is Titus not invested at all in their mission? How has he gotten this far? So Titus is another example of someone who doesn't really seem to believe in their cause one bit. Like, I don't understand that. Maximus is smug and self-righteous. So that's pretty annoying. And then once he's in the power armor, the show does this thing. It drives me up a wall. They keep cutting. Like, they can't go more than 2.5 seconds before showing his face inside the power armor. And it's like, how insecure are you about his ability to emote while inside the suit? Or to like indicate things while he's inside the suit, while he's wearing a mask, essentially. We keep cutting into his stupid face in like a classic Iron Man shot, but A, he's not good at acting with his face. Half the time we cut in to see his expression, I hate him even more because of how he's reacting to stuff. And it's like, it breaks up the rhythm of the editing. We keep cutting into him when he has literally he has like a stupid dopey expression on his face like he's about to cry. I can't stand him. I can't stand watching him on screen. And like once he gets to power armor, he's just like gallivanting about, like throwing rocks and be like, "Yeah, I'm awesome." It's like, haven't you been with the Brotherhood of Steel since you were a little like a literal child? Like what? I don't know. I don't understand his character at all. He's not a fish out of water, but he doesn't know anything really about the Brotherhood of Steel. He doesn't know how to use power armor. Like
he doesn't know how to use it, but he clearly read the manual, because he tries to ask Titus why he went with the tempered banding around the plates.
Yeah, it's both. He has no idea how to use it in some ways, and he's like a weird expert on different models of it sometimes.
Yeah. He's read the manual, so he knows everything about it, and he's, he's obsessed with it and has wanted it forever, but also he's really, really, really bad at using it. and he has
He's bad at using it, and it gets worse in the show. Now that he has his power armor, he's waltzing around. He goes from a place that's very green and has like a ravine and stuff, and all of a sudden he's in the middle of the desert. This is just more like disorienting continuity nonsense the show is full of, where it's like I have no idea where anything is in relation to anything else ever, but everyone happens to be where they need to be. So he shows up and he finds two people fighting and he breaks up the fight. He's like, hey, stop beating this guy up. And the guy's like, oh, thank you, sir, for letting me free. Blah, 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 blah. And then he leaves. And basically the guy who he stopped from beating up the other guy is like, that guy was fucking my chickens. And so I'm like, okay, this is like a classic sort of, fallouty sort of thing where like you're asked to help or you help a certain person and then you find out that like, oh, maybe they were actually the bad guys. You know what I mean? Because you don't have all the
Yeah.
information. Classic sort of thing. But then once he finds out that that guy was fucking his chickens and he was beating him up for a reason or like trying to stop him for a reason, he doesn't do anything with that information. I thought maybe he'd go like bring that guy back. He just goes like, okay, have a good day, citizen. And then it cuts into his face and he has this smug, self-satisfied smile, like he's just happy to be goofing around in power armor. I'm like, what is the point of any of this stuff? Like, did he learn anything from that? No, he didn't. Because he's a moron and he's an awful character. Can't stand him.
Yeah, yeah. And that guy will
Donald-
end up showing back up later with the magic drug that turns people into ghouls. By the way, that's the guy who turns.
Yeah,
his
he's
friend
a
Thaddeus into
charlatan, snake oil salesman kind of guy, and he has a bunch of drugs.
a bunch of drugs
Donald's
that turn
angry.
you into ghouls, which is a thing that is not in the game. Just like
Yeah, they invented a drug that heals you but turns you into a ghoul. I don't know why it would. I don't know why you would invent multiple ways of becoming an identical ghoul. I feel like you should just pick the one and stick with it, but so be it. Donald's Angry says, speaking of emoting in a mask, have we watched Dread yet? I have not yet, but it is on the list. Been too busy watching this show twice, just so I can eviscerate it more thoroughly. So
and
that's what I'm
Mordaka,
doing.
yes, the chicken fucker. He has the magic drug that turns you into a ghoul.
Yes. Maximus really sucks. I have that written here.
Yeah, like every time the best episode is the fourth one when he's not in it.
Yes, that's another reason that episode 4 is easily the best one. He doesn't show up in it. When we go to Philly with Lucy, she talks to a shop owner and she says, hello, I see that you have some stolen Vault-Tec. I see you work with criminals. Don't worry, I'm not judging. I understand how hard it is out here, but I'm looking to find a certain criminal. Her name is Moldaver. And as soon as she says Moldaver, the shop owner kind of like clams up or like doesn't tell her, is like not very forthcoming with information anymore. She also says that everybody knows who Moldaver is. She's infamous and everybody knows who she is. Why exactly? How is she infamous in this world if she's not a bad guy? Like, okay, so here's my question, right? Clearly she's after cold fusion tech. Clearly she was part of Shady Sands until it got nuked.
And survived. Like, not only did she survive from pre-war, she also survived Shady Sands getting nuked.
Yeah, there's that. And then clearly she went via Vault 32 to 33 to kidnap Hank and to let raiders kill a bunch of folks. What is her day-to-day like, and why does everyone know her and everyone thinks she's dangerous and infamous and all that sort of, like, what is she up to, I wonder?
That's a great question. I mean, we'll see one group of refugees from Shady Sands worshiping her like a messiah. For some reason, that's literally all that we get from that. Really,
I just don't quite understand. It's not necessarily a problem, but I didn't feel like they did a good job of establishing like what she usually does in the world and why everyone knows her and is afraid of her. I'm not sure about that. So one thing I like it when the shop owner is talking to Lucy and the shop owner's perspective on the vaults, like. The vaults are just holes in the ground where rich people could go hide while the rest of us like suffered in this wasteland. And Lucy is like her idealism about the goal of the vaults and their noble aspirations bumping up against the reality of people who resent them for like living in safety and security while they're suffering out here. I like that stuff. That's good. That works, I think. You know,
Yeah.
like that is a perspective one of these people would have. And I like the idea that Lucy is like what I thought the show was before it took the rug out from under everything. That like Lucy is an idealist and she has this noble cause and she's bumping up against the reality of the world, people who are cynical and jaded and broken and evil and manipulative and dishonest, all that sort of stuff. But she's still trying to be a good person throughout of it and still trying to keep her idealism, but like it's kind of maturing into a sort of more realistic view. Like that's the basic arc of her, and I like that.
It's
And
essentially the entire story of episode 4.
yeah, exactly. And episode 4 is where we get the most of that. The finale of her arc is it's not stupid because of her; it's stupid because of everything that has been
All
crafted.
the rest around that
Yeah,
that we've talked
but
about.
like
That
you
goes
know, when
around it,
she's
yeah.
talking to this shop owner, and the shop owner's like, "Yeah, everyone up here resents people in the vault." I'm like, "Oh, that's good stuff."
Yeah, that makes
I
sense.
legitimately like that. Yeah. Um. So then Scientist Man shows up in Philly and he runs into Lucy again. He's like, "Oh, you again." There's going to be a lot of that.
Yeah.
You again. And then he reveals that he knows all about what vault she's from. And like he knows so much about her, but he never tells her why.
Or, yeah.
We're going to eventually learn that he knows her by name, knows what vault she's from, what their main crop was, blah, 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 blah. How does he know all that?
Wait a minute. Fuck, did Moldaver tell him that?
Must have been
In that
because
like
there's literally
crazy amount of communication that they had, that they managed
crazy
to
amount
hatch
of
this plan?
communication. Crazy amount of communication they must have had for her to tell her all of that about the history of vaults 31, 32, and 33 and what their plan is for getting him to the observatory, but couldn't just go fucking do it herself. Yes. Somehow he knows literally everything about her, but he never explains why to her, even when it would be important later. Anyway, he's here, and the shop owner is like, we have to get him safe passage to Moldaver. And somewhere in here, the Ghoul shows up, and he's like, I hear there's a bounty on this guy. And then there's a shootout, and the Ghoul kills a bunch of people.
Yeah, and he blows off his legs, Linavat type scene, you know.
Yeah, here's a question. In that scene, why does he shoot the scientist and not the shop owner?
Great question. There's no good reason.
That's a dumb one. That kind of makes him a little stupid. Just in that moment, at least. So another question I have is, I like Lucy's idealism, but why? I think she's a little bit too smart to reasonably think that the Ghoul wouldn't just shoot her right away when she like comes out right in the open and like, hey, let's talk this all through. You know what I mean? Like, I understand that she's idealistic and a little naive, but that seems like she should have a better understanding of self-defense, you know? And she almost dies were it not for, hey, what do you know? Maximus and his power armor also arrives right at the exact nick of time. There's a lot of that in this show. So,
Yep.
The Maximus's fight with the Ghoul I thought was pretty bad.
I mean, especially once you figure out that the Ghoul had the cheat code, he knew exactly where to shoot on that armor to one-shot kill him.
Oh my god, you're right. I'm so glad you said that. Yeah, he could have killed him instantly. He just didn't.
Yeah, he could have shot it. He could have killed him instantly. He knew exactly where to shoot the whole time, and he just didn't do it.
That's pretty funny. Lucy making googly eyes at Maximus is annoying because I know how much he sucks. She doesn't know that, obviously. It's not a flaw.
Yeah, it's not. It's annoying because we like Lucy and we don't want her to end up with that total piece of shit.
Mm-hmm. There's a lot of slapstick nonsense in the fight with the Ghoul that's meant to be funny, but I didn't find especially funny. I don't know how you felt about it. Like where Maximus is flying around going like "Whoa" at the end.
And they give him at the very end. They give him like a Team Rocket blasting off again thing off into this fucking. Yeah,
that's exactly what they do. Yep.
It is. It's. You know, if that's the kind of thing that you're into, fine. I didn't
Yeah.
care for it all that much. I thought it was a little too much, but that what do I know?
Um. Okay, now we get to the scene where Cooper Howard, as an actor, is working on either a TV show or a movie as a Western. His character gives a little monologue right before he's about to shoot this sort of Mexican bandit guy. Um, then, right before he's about to do it, he kind of breaks character and says to the camera, like, do I really have to kill him? That doesn't seem right. Can we cut? And then they cut. He's talking to the director, and he's like, "Hey, man, I don't know if I should kill him. Like, I'm a sheriff. Shouldn't I just arrest him? That's what I usually do." He's like, "No, like you don't understand. Like, you gotta kill him. That's more interesting." And he's like, "Let me talk to the writer." And it's like, "Ooh, sorry, the writer, he got fired." And he's like, "Why did he get fired?" Because he's a communist. It's like, oh, really? Damn, it's a shame. He's such a good writer. And then, which is fine enough at first. And then he's like, no, like, you don't understand. Like, this is a new type of Western that's much more individualist. So, like, you like, they've already seen you be a good guy. Now they want to see you, like, kill people in cold blood. Like, that's basically the pitch he's making. Now, in hindsight, especially, I hate this scene. This is exactly backwards. And I'll tell you why this is exactly backwards. Because the show is proving why this is exactly backwards, right? This show was written by very clearly left wing, if not full on communist sympathizing writers who make capitalists and America and a lot of traditional sort of good guys, the bad guys, actually, for real. Meanwhile, the villain is a communist who just wants to give everyone energy for free, and she's the good guy, right? So it's
Secretly the
very
good guy, despite all of the evidence showing us she's
yes,
very much not.
very much sympathetic to communism. This show is, and in this show they're subverting everything. Now, like, the purpose of this scene is like, oh, now he's being asked to do more brutal, morally gray, cold-blooded stuff because the old writer was fired and he's a communist, and now we need new westerns that are more like capitalist and individualist and American. It's like, no, the capitalist sort of like individualistic American thing is like the good guy sheriff who does the right thing. Like, what the communist writer does is try to fucking subvert everything. And this show is an example of that.
Yeah.
Like, this is exactly backwards. Like,
Yeah.
this show was written by people who think all the traditionally good factions are actually evil and pathetic, and like, really, the sheriffs are the bad. You know what I mean? This is an inverse of what it should have been. This show is so confused. I don't know.
Well,
That
and I
scene
think
really
so. I
bothered me in
think
hindsight.
this is where I am. We can start to finally address, I think, what Benjamin in the chat has been asking us to address. Right? Like, how did we find the show preachy in that way? It comes in more, I think, in episode 5 when they have the meeting with the communists, where
Mhm.
especially where Moldover tells our main character, or not our main, well, one of our main characters, that communist is just a dirty word they use for people who aren't insane. Not true. Very
That's
much the
literally, first of all, that's literally not true. All right.
yeah.
Communists are a real thing with real beliefs, right? So
Yes.
that's just wrong. And like, what it is the writers going like, I'm not a communist. All right. I just believe a lot of the same things communists believe. I'm just not crazy. You know what I mean? Like, it's so like dripping from the show who they think the good factions are and which
Yeah,
ideology they think is
and
correct.
it's
Because this
very
movie
yeah, sorry,
this
continue.
movie, sorry, it's not a movie, it's a show. This show thinks that what capitalists would want is to literally nuke the world so there's no more competition. Like, all the money you made from selling vaults, you can't spend it now because the world's dead. All right, like, this is this
Yeah.
is not what a capitalist like person would want. Like, this movie, like,
Yeah,
what Vault-Tec really is a cult of people who want to build a utopian future and they want to be in perfect control of it. They're not capitalists, really. But this show thinks they are because it doesn't know what capitalism is. It just thinks it's the bad guy. over and over and over again in this show, they keep saying, "Ah, there's a lot of money to be made in the end of the world." No, there isn't, because you can't spend it.
What are you gonna do? Spend fucking bottle caps? Like you have more bottle caps than the other people? Really? That's like okay. But the main reason that I say that the show is preachy is because of the way that the characters are portrayed, right? The capitalist ones are portrayed as either naive or downright evil, willing to nuke the world for their own purposes because they've privatized, the survival of the species, essentially. Whereas the
Yeah.
one who is pretty blatantly communist, she is by action incredibly evil. We've already gone over exactly what she's done, right? And this is just from
Mhm.
the end of episode 1. She has deliberately brought in psychopathic murderers to kill a bunch of innocent people, including her best friend, to kill her like rape and kill a bunch of innocent people, including her best friend's daughter. She has basically done like she has formed a cult around the restarting of the NCR, sort of. She is murdering people all over, but
Yes.
by the end of the show, she's portrayed as having been like the reluctant bad guy who had whose motivations were pure. Right? She wants to
Yes.
use this nuclear cold fusion reactor to give everybody free energy and make a real utopia. Not like that awful utopia that the shitty capitalists want. That's why
Yeah.
it sounds preachy. That's why it feels this way. Because the communist character is the one who's portrayed sympathetically. There's
Yeah.
no and then to have that
And
idea
every
of like, oh well, it's not communist. She's just not insane. It's like, no, she is.
it
She
just
is
is.
insane.
It's just cope from the writers who don't want the stigma of being called communist, but believe the majority of things communists believe. Like that's what it is. It's just cope. Um, it's partly how cartoonish so many of the factions are. Think about how cartoonish Vault-Tec is. Um, they get the opportunity to because okay, this show thinks that, oh, if they developed cold fusion, capitalism would try to destroy it because that would mean they can't make money on energy anymore. It's like, no, it fucking
No,
wouldn't.
well,
For one,
she even says that they bought it up. They bought up where she was almost done with it to make it proprietary. Yeah. Do you know how much fucking money you would make from having the patent to cold fusion, unlimited energy?
yeah,
You
because you still have to make all the infrastructure. You still have to make all that sort of stuff. And here's the other thing that I don't fucking believe is I don't believe that the NCR, okay, let's say they create their new utopia in the desert where they give everyone free energy. You think that wouldn't come at a cost? And it doesn't have to be money. If there's another faction out there that they're supplying unlimited energy to, you don't think that they would leverage their energy to get them to do what they want? Let's say there was a faction of like raiders who were like raping and murdering people. You don't think that they would like say, I don't know if we're going to give you the free energy if you're going to keep being evil. Like that's already a cost. You know what I mean? Like they would use it to control things also. Both factions would. And like you would still need to deliver it to people and you would have access to the infrastructure. And if you're okay, think about how much more income to spend on things people would have if they didn't have to pay for energy. You know what I mean?
well,
Like
let's
how
also
much
think about the fact that
like
like the
really
war.
let me finish this thought really quick.
Go ahead.
How much more wealth could be generated if we didn't need to spend as much money on energy? And that wealth could be used to buy and make and sell more things. Like that, it makes no sense that a capitalist person would be like, this revolutionary technology, let's just hide it from the world because then we can't sell oil to people. Like that's not how it would work. That's stupid. The writers are stupid.
And
Sorry, you can.
all I was gonna say is like let's talk about what the fact that Vault-Tec has a proprietary like a patent on a cold fusion reactor that clearly because it got built works, right? They have
Yeah.
that patent. The war is over and they are in sole control of energy for the future. That's not more profitable than nuking the planet for some reason.
Yeah, I don't understand it at all.
Are
The
are
funny
you
super
joking?
chat from from Nero says, yes, but the games are stupid too. I have seen way too much of that defense. First of all, don't insult the games in that way. I know Nero isn't, but plenty of people are. The games are not nearly this stupid. There's some silliness. It's not nearly this stupid, and it's not nearly this preachy either, for that matter. Yeah, no, it's insane, and it amounts to an incredibly propagandistic view of capitalism and communism. It's very preachy. It's very didactic. It's cringe. I don't, it's terrible, and it's mostly terrible because of how incongruent with reality everything has to be to even make this point possible. For example, it's kind of funny to me in a meta sense that to make such a to make a compelling argument from their perspective for communism you need to invent a magic technology that will probably never exist. That's pretty funny. But anyway, it annoys me greatly.
Yeah, and I mean, it drove me a little bit nuts once it started going in that direction, because of course they played with, and somebody mentioned that they were playing with the McCarthyism thing, right? Because I think that's Hollywood screenwriters' prime example of the worst thing that could have ever happened to the society is just like, oh, McCarthyism was so bad, wasn't it?
McCarthyism, like, it wasn't a good time, and a lot of like people who really didn't deserve it were probably swept up in it all. But Hollywood loves to act like McCarthyism is like one of the worst things that ever happened in American history, and it's just kind of baffling to me. They can't help themselves. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I'm sick of it as a trope at this point.
Yeah, and so we're not, and Ben, we're not saying the games are stupid. We're not.
Oh no.
That's not what we're saying.
People like to make the argument all the time that like when something is like stupid or doesn't make sense in this, and it's like, well, the games don't make sense either. The games are kind of stupid, so this is just the experience of the game. So like, why?
Games are fantastical. That does, like, they're fantastical. Yeah. They require a suspension of disbelief on like certain things. That doesn't make them dumb.
I'll give you an example. Why are bottle caps a currency? That doesn't make any sense. It's fun though.
Yeah.
And it's inconsequential, really. It does, like, they just picked a thing. It doesn't break anything the way all the stupid in this breaks things. So I get annoyed at that sort of argument. Like, oh well, the source material was stupid too, so why do you care? Like, no, it was not this stupid, and I care because I want this to be good. That's why I watched it.
Yeah, because I like the source material.
Let's see. Okay, so then he gets a message from the Brotherhood of Steel, Maximus. That is, he gets a message, and they're like, "Hey, what's going on? What's up with you?" And he pretends to be Knight Titus, but he doesn't have any sort of vocal thing on his voice. And apparently, no one he's talking to in the communication knows who Knight Titus is or what he sounds like, because he doesn't do anything to disguise his voice, and they don't notice. So that's cool. He's trying to sound tough, and he comes across as really cringe. Just more kind of pathetic performance stuff from him. And then eventually, he runs into people who are trying to steal his power armor, and there's a prolonged fight scene, and he is incredibly lucky that they don't just kill him. But they don't just kill him because he can't die yet, because the writer has more plans for him.
Indeed.
Okay, here's another thing. Thaddeus, his new squire, who's been sent by the Brotherhood of Steel because his old squire died, allegedly. He knows exactly where to find him, clearly, because he found him. But he gets dropped off in the middle of Philly instead of right at where he is, for no real good reason, except that, like, we need the fight scene to happen and for him to get back into the armor before he arrives. Just a lot of conveniences abounding.
Oh yeah, that fight scene where the guys are like taking apart the armor, and he walks up on them and tells them to like step away from the armor, and then he like gets his ass kicked, and then comes back. Again, this also drove me a little nuts with him too, because like you don't have to put him, as a writer, you don't have to put him in an impossible situation. But we already saw him get his ass kicked by a bunch of other people at the Brotherhood, right? We know he's not a very good fighter. There are a bunch of people who have lived their whole lives fighting, trying to loot his power armor. He cannot, like, he should know that he can't take them, right? So if we really want to be sympathetic to him, we should see him do something, like come up with a plan, come up with a plan of attack, rather than just walking up and being like, get away from my stuff, and then getting his ass beat, and then walking back in again, taking one of them out, getting his ass beat again until he finally, like, he gets pinned up against the inside of the armor, being choked out. He's in dire straits. He's about to be killed, right? And then he manages to crush one of their heads with the power armor, and so all of them run away. It's plot armor on a ridiculous level, and it's like, you couldn't have just given me a little something to latch onto him, like, oh, he's not a very good fighter, but he sure does know how to sneak around and, get the upper hand in a fight like that. Couldn't have given me even a little bit of that. No, it just has to be like him getting his ass beat, and then like everybody runs away because one of them gets their head crushed. Like, really? That's it?
He also still has the upper hand on. So the guy who's currently attacking him, he has him pinned up against the power armor. He still has the upper hand on Maximus, who has his hand weirdly backwards through the arm so he can crush that guy's head. But like, you can't just like stab him or something real quick. I don't know.
It doesn't even matter. He's got his hands wrapped around his throat. If he doesn't let go, he's going to kill him.
Yeah. No, yeah, you're right. He should have died here as well. He has pretty incredible plot armor.
Kevo, I think you're right. 1, 2, and New Vegas. I haven't played 1 and 2, but New Vegas is definitely more leaning into the gallows humor of the whole situation, and it doesn't have all this same like insanely goofy stuff as some of the later entries.
Silly. There's some parts of it that are.
There's some silly stuff. Yeah, there's like, it's got a bleak Futurama vibe for me.
Yeah, they've cranked it up a bit for sure. So Thaddeus arrives, and he's instantly way more likable than Maximus. First of all, cycles of violence or abuse or toxicity or whatever. Like, Maximus immediately tells him, like, here, clean my codpiece, because that's what Titus did to him. Even though he hated Titus and left him to die, he behaves just like him as soon as he has power. Cool, very likable stuff. I'm glad we're following this guy. Thaddeus, instantly more likable. He seems to be much more invested in the Brotherhood's ideals and like what they're aiming to do in the world. And he just does what he's told willingly, and because he's excited to do it and he's honored to be there. I'm like, I like Thaddeus. Why can't we follow Thaddeus?
Yeah, well, we probably will next season.
Well, I won't be, but you have fun with that.
Yeah, we'll see. Yeah, he's instantly more likable, and instantly sort of the way that instantly the way that this character of Maximus should be. Like, this is.
I would love it if this is who Maximus was. Yeah.
And it just makes sense if that's like, if this is what he wants to do, right? Like, it just. Anyway.
Later, Lucy is by the river. She's attacked by what's called a gulper, which is a giant salamander thing with like fingers in its mouth. Like an
axolotl, yeah.
Whatever you'd call that. Yeah. It steals the head, which was like, okay, now she doesn't have. Oh God, did I skip past cutting that guy's head off?
You did.
Let's talk about that. This is the final nail in the coffin of Scientist Man is not a character; he's a plot device. So she agrees to take Scientist Man to Moldaver because she wants to get her dad back, and this is some leverage that will help her get close to Moldaver because it's hard to get to her otherwise. And shop owner can't take him anymore because she's been injured, right? So now she is taking Scientist Man across the desert to Moldaver, right? And they're walking, and he has a sort of prosthetic foot the shop owner gave him, and he's limping along, and it eventually gets to the point where like he's bleeding really bad from the stump. It's not going well at all. It's probably infected and all that sort of stuff. And he's like, I can't go on any further. What they need is in my head. You have to cut my head off. By the way, I've already taken a cyanide pill, so it's too late to do anything about it. You need to take this chainsaw and cut my head off and then go bring it to Moldaver. He doesn't tell her the why of any of this. Think about this. He puts the future of their plan for human civilization in her hands. Not just in her hands, in her cutting off his head and transporting it all the way to Moldaver without ever telling her why it's important.
Yep.
He's not a and he's just cryptic to be cryptic. He says things that apply to her character arc about like her journey and like whether the wasteland is going to change her and whether she's going to stay the same creature. All that sort of stuff is just there to do character stuff for her. It doesn't really make any sense why he would say that, in my opinion. And then he doesn't tell her anything that would be useful because we can't reveal that yet. If he just told her now, we don't have the big reveal later, even though he needs to tell her this if he wants to ensure that she'll do it.
Yeah.
It's just...
Mm-hmm.
It's very annoying, especially in hindsight, like, because he's arguably one of the most important characters in the story. He develops this technology that's gonna save the world or whatever, and he's the MacGuffin essentially. His head's the MacGuffin they're all after, but he's not a person. Like he saved a dog, so that's
So
something.
like he's got some humanity, right? Yeah.
He says it will determine the future of the wasteland. That does not tell her anything.
She just got to the wasteland.
He's vague and cryptic because the show needs him to be. That's the only reason. It would be in his interests to tell her. He knows who she is. He knows who she is. It would be in his interest to tell her what we learn basically in the finale, or a condensed version of it, but he doesn't because it needs to be cryptic. Very annoying.
Yeah.
Moving on. So the Gulper steals the head, and she's like, "Oh shit, how am I gonna get this back?" This is later in Vault 4. We're gonna find a genetic experiment that's also an almost identical Gulper with like fingers in its mouth. Is this thing a genetic experiment in Vault 4? Is this thing like a naturally occurring creature out in the wasteland? I'm not really sure.
I think that the implication is that Vault 4 developed them and then released a bunch of them into the wild.
I guess
that's the only.
All right.
Yeah, that's the implication.
If you say so. We return to Vault.
But yeah,
it's possible. We return to Vault 33, and we find that the cousin character is talking to Norm, and Norm's like, "How's it going?" He's like, "Well, since we let Lucy escape, they're punishing me by taking away my job as gatekeeper. And to be honest, I'm just not sure who I am anymore." And I'm like, "Oh,
that was really
it's
funny,
kind of it's funny, and he's relatable. I like the cousin character. He feels like a real person to me. I like the idea that he was in love with his cousin. He he
was in love with his cousin, and he found a lot of fulfillment in his job at opening and closing the gate. You know,
yeah, it gave him a sense of purpose.
A gate that they don't open because they never open. You know.
Yeah. But that was his job. That was his role, you know? And so that gave him a sense of purpose and identity. And the woman he loves with and his family, whatever, is gone. A lot of the people he knew are dead. And he's like, "I'm just not sure who I am anymore." And I'm like, "Oh, you poor guy." We'll eventually learn that the way they got into Vault 30... So Norm takes cousin guy to like go investigate at some point. I may be getting ahead of myself, but they go investigate, and they eventually find out that the way that the raiders got into Vault 32 was with Rose's Pip-Boy, Rose being Lucy's mom, Hank's wife. They used the Pip-Boy to get in. It's still, so much of their plan is ridiculous to me, like that they just happened to come back to enact this plan right around the time that they would do their like triennial swap. It's just the coincidences.
When you have to imagine that they opened the door and found all the dead bodies and everything, and just kind of like went and said, "Oh, let's check the computer. Oh, we got a message asking for a swap. Should we respond?" Yeah. Then they had because that would have they would have had to have hatched the plan when they got there, right? Like when they showed up, because like they would otherwise the plan was basically just, let's open 32, kill everybody, and then try to get into 33, right? Like that has to have been the plan.
Why wouldn't you just barge into 33 then? You know, that's a good question. when we cut back to Maximus and Thaddeus, Maximus is taking such glee in tormenting Thaddeus. It's really gross and unappealing that he's worse than Titus in a lot of ways. That's not fun. Thaddeus is really earnest and like doing whatever he tells him to do. And we keep cutting inside his helmet to see his like smug like look when he's like being a dick to him. Like, man, I can't believe you think you can like redeem this guy later. They do such an awful job of it too.
Yeah, and he's
It's
I
so
think you're meant to, because Thaddeus beats him up, at the Brotherhood, right? Like that's
yeah.
you're meant to be like, oh yeah, he's you're meant to sympathize with him because it's like you clearly would want, like obviously you the viewer would want to take his side. You'd want to take petty, dorky revenge on on the
Yeah.
bullies that you went to high school with if you had all the power, right? Like,
Yeah.
I don't know. Not really.
I
Like, I don't.
no.
I'm not.
He
I mean, yeah, maybe, but I didn't have that problem. So,
He just
like,
does it. He does it with such glee. When we
yeah,
look at the look on his face, I just find it repulsive. Uh, yeah, it's not totally unbelievable. There are things he does that are more unbelievable, but this one is just, I don't know.
it's just not. It's not doing a good job of endearing me to
No.
our character that we're supposed to be sympathizing with, because he just seems like a petty, like a petty narcissistic asshole with no talent. Like with no merit for being so
Yes,
petty and narcissistic.
it's true. He's
Like,
also incredible. He's also incredibly obvious, like that he's an imposter. Like he's doing such a bad job of lying, too. Like he's very sketchy. He's very ignorant about the basics of his own power armor, and like Thaddeus should probably have picked up on this, but he's not doing a good job at all of pretending to be a knight.
yeah,
Just really, really bad at it. For example, other sketchy things he does. He's like, "Oh, my other uh, squire, he died," and he's like, "Say something about it. Like, what do you say something
say
about him?"
something about him, and he goes, yeah, he was a good guy. Sorry to hear about it. And he goes, say something bad about him. Like,
That's the one. That's
why?
especially sketchy. And then he's like, we used to beat him up, but I only did it so like I wouldn't get beat up. So I feel kind of bad for him.
I was like,
You know
he was, yeah, I think he says something like, well, I used to get beat up all the time, so I just,
exactly.
it's like, so you're
And
so
like
cycles of
this
violence.
could have been a turning point where they leveraged this into something of like a friendship between the two, but they don't.
No,
They
because
really don't.
as soon as he finds out, later on, as soon as he finds out that it's actually Maximus and Titus is dead, and all that, even after they've succeeded together, and after Maximus has saved his life from the Gulper, uh,
Mhm.
even after that, um, he betrays him immediately upon realizing who he is.
Well, and it's not even just that Thaddeus betrays him, it's that Maximus like does an awful job in his confession. Let's just jump ahead to that. Fuck it. Maximus eventually they have an endearing moment after he brands Thaddeus,
Yeah,
and and then he's like, you know what? I have a confession to make. I'm not actually Knight Titus. I'm Maximus. And Thaddeus goes like, "What happened to Titus?" And he goes, "Oh, he's dead, which is why you and I need to get our story straight." Holy shit, is that such an awful, stupid, moronic lie? I mean, like not a lie, but like how he goes about lying is
yeah,
so stupid. Why would you say that's why we have to get our story straight? Wouldn't you just say, yeah, he was killed by a bear? Like that's what happened. You could just leave out that you could have helped him but didn't. Like why would you say that's why we need to get our story straight? It makes it sound like you killed him, you idiot. And he's so stupid and inept. He can't even lie well. And then immediately Thaddeus is like, "Oh my god, you killed him. You must be a monster." And that's why he turns against him.
yeah.
It's all Maximus's fault.
Yeah, good
All his
point.
fault.
Yeah, I forgot about that, but yeah, that is what he does. He does
It's
say we need
semantic.
to get our story straight. He doesn't just say like, "Oh yeah, he died. He got killed by a bear, and I'm
That's what happened.
wearing the armor." Yeah,
And so I took the armor over. Don't tell them yet because I want to, like, I don't want to be taken off this mission. I want to be successful and heroic and bring back the target myself and prove myself.
And
That's what you would say.
wouldn't this work just a little bit better, right? If instead of being an incompetent and, like bullied, petty, narcissistic idiot, if he was just like like Thaddeus, maybe they both got bullied by the bigger Chads in the Brotherhood of Steel or something like that. Maybe they were just like they were friends, they were in it together with this, with the trans woman or the trans man, and like all of that. And it's like, wouldn't it work just a little bit better if he actually had some level of competence and direction? If he actually seemed like he wanted to be there and didn't think he just deserved to be for no reason.
Yeah.
But
The entitlement too, in addition to all his other faults. Yeah. He's also a liar, obviously. Semantic Dragon makes a good point. I still don't fully understand why he tells the lies he does. Yeah. The other one is when he meets Lucy, he says, "My name is Titus." Why doesn't he just tell her his real name? Why? That one makes no sense. It's just so later they can have this moment like, "Oh, I'm sorry. Earlier I lied to you." And it's like, "But you shouldn't have. That was stupid."
yeah, why would you? On like what pull would Titus? Yeah, what pull
Yeah.
would the name Titus have with her? Why would she care?
Yeah. Why? It seemed like he's also just incredibly insecure and wants to be someone else now, which is weird. I don't understand the point of it otherwise. Okay, so next we're in the aftermath of the massacre in Vault 33, and they're having a debate about what to do with the raiders whom they've captured, who they're just holding captive in what was formerly like a reading room or teaching room or something like that. They're feeding them, but they don't know what to do with them, and so they have a little chat about what should be done. Boob 1 and Boob 2, the like useless people who are somehow in charge temporarily. Like it's either them or Betty, and they're kind of all three in charge. I don't know why anyone would have like let them kind of take over these meetings. They're so useless. They have no leadership skills at all. They're kind of pathetic. But setting that aside, they're like, here's what we're going to do. We're going to decide as a group what to do about these raiders. And he says, I think we should, with time and with education and love and all that and compassion and all that sort of thing, we're going to incorporate these raiders into our society. Now, it may take a long time, but, one guy's like, I'm going to teach them Shakespeare. I'm going to teach them calculus, and we'll give them a formal education.
Yeah.
It's not their fault that they're evil, dirty raiders. We're going to teach them the better way of being in Vault-Tec. They're naive, kind of like Mormon-y types, or essentially, or like kind of hippy-dippy liberal,
New
teacher
World Order
type.
kind of thing. Like, oh, I think I could teach them advanced calculus. I think I could like a course in Shakespeare. Oh, I think I would begin with a moral framework, beginning with Locke. Yeah,
Yeah. And so
yeah.
here's the thing. Vault-Tec destroyed the world on purpose so that they and only they could rise from the ashes and create the perfect new civilization.
Vault-Tec,
Right?
including Betty, who is there.
Yes, including Betty, who is there. You would think that their rules, laws, principles, guiding philosophies for the future society that they're supposed to build, in Vaults 31 through 33, would be rock solid and explicit to everyone in the group, right? Yet when it comes to the issue of what to do with violent criminals, an issue that they definitely run into in the future wasteland and would definitely come up eventually anyway, all they have is this wishy-washy, hippy-dippy, like, oh, maybe we can just be nice to them and then they'll be nice. Why would this be Vault-Tec's approach to dealing with like violent criminals? Because for reference, Norm says like, I think we should kill them. And Betty says, no, we're not seriously considering that. So that is the perspective of Vault 1 and Vault 32, is that they're just going to try and incorporate them into the group and just like be nice to them and give them an education, and that will make them not horrible, violent psychopaths.
And the other thing too is that they've all been told in Vault 33, as we are well aware from the first episode, that the surface is uninhabitable still. The radiation levels have not yet come down enough for people to get go up there and start rebuilding society. So you
Yeah.
would think that the fact that all of these people have survived on the surface and have come from the surface, you'd think that that might throw a few more of these people for a loop.
Yeah, that they're in addition to being like really aggressive, violent criminals, also that they're incredibly irradiated would probably also be a good reason to not let them join your club.
Yeah.
It makes no sense to me at all. It makes no sense, period. That Vault-Tec, like that they wouldn't have everyone in these vaults be like rock solid on their like views of what makes the perfect society and what they should do with these sort of, because this isn't like a complicated, obscure ethical dilemma. This is what do you do with violent criminals? This is like
Yeah.
101 forming a society shit. And the Vault-Tec's plan is to just be like, ah, why don't we just be super nice to them? Like, that's not Vault-Tec. Vault-Tec was willing to kill
Vault-Tec was willing to
billions of
nuke the
people.
actual planet to
Yeah.
kill
So
everybody.
fuck that. That's stupid. That's really, really stupid. And it accomplishes like all it accomplishes are these scenes where it's like supposed to be funny how naive they are. And it's like I don't think this level of stupid, like wishy-washy, like spineless naivete is like it's incongruent with their goals.
Yeah.
This makes no sense. And then they have the nerve to be like, "Oh, Hank would have done the right thing and killed them." It's like Hank and Betty are on the same team. Why wouldn't Betty want to kill them? I don't know, man.
Yeah. Well, and, I mean,
Then we get the scene of like the guy comes in. He's like, "Hey, I want to talk to you guys about the water." And it's like, "Oh, you can tell us now. We don't have to wait till private." And he's like, "Okay, well, our water's gonna run out if we don't do something about it." And everyone starts to panic. And then they're like, "It's played for comedy." They're like, "Okay, no, you can tell us later." And the guy kind of gives them this look, and it's like, "Yeah, that look is why these people shouldn't be in charge. It's so obvious. Why would they have ever been temporary leaders?"
yeah. Why would there be temporary leaders? How come they don't have a vice overseer in this particular instance, just in case something happened, right? Like,
And
why?
And even if like someone just needed to step up if they didn't have protocols for this, which they should have, um, there are other competent people. The cousin is a more competent guy, for example. You
Yeah,
know,
but he's not from
uh,
Vault 31. And the whole point is that Vault 31 are the only ones who are allowed to rule.
so like
They end up getting to that. There's never been an like. There's another one where they're like, oh, there's never been an overseer that wasn't from Vault 31. And nobody's realized this until now,
yeah,
apparently.
that's also crazy that no one's ever put two and two together. But like, no one would ever look to Boob One and Boob Two and be like, "Oh, what do you guys think we should do?" No, they're pathetic. No one would ever look to them. That's ridiculous. In a crisis situation, you would never turn to those two guys. Anyway, it bothers me.
Why is No Pants Baby? Why isn't the brain in Vault 33? I think you mean 31, but yeah, sending in someone to manage the situation immediately.
Betty's
Bet-
already there.
Betty has been an overseer in that vault before. She should have just stepped in instead of allowing like a council to, take over, a bureaucratic council.
Yeah, it's very silly. Like obviously they'll have elections eventually, but I just have a problem with that anyone would like look to these guys for leadership at all, period. So there's that.
And to address, some people are asking about the tribals in the chat, and one of the this is ostensibly a sequel to New Vegas, which raises the question of how would Caesar's Legion play in this particular. Granted, I think Caesar's Legion in the game collapses pretty quickly after Caesar himself is dead, but they've done a lot of stuff with the characters from these games, with the factions from the game, that you would think that that might be a problem. That might raise some concerns. There might be remnants of Caesar's Legion running around out there. Somebody might have mentioned them. Who knows? You know,
It's weird that they don't show up a little bit, yeah.
yeah,
Not the most egregious thing, but it is strange.
yep. Not
Okay,
super egregious. Just
so next thing we see somehow Thaddeus and Maximus and Thaddeus have arrived at the exact river where Lucy and the Ghoul were. So that's fun. More insane convenience. Let's think about this for a second. The head itself of the scientist man has the little techno chip thing in it, right? And Lucy has put a tracker in its nose so she can track it through her Pip-Boy if necessary. The Ghoul is tracking them because he has the dog. At first, he killed the dog, and then he realizes he needs the dog to help find the scientist man to like stay on his trail. So he brings the dog, he brings it back to life. Well, he uses a stim pack to heal the dog, and he's like, now he has a way of tracking the scientist and his scent with his dog. And I'm like, okay, that's better than nothing. How do Maximus and Thaddeus keep showing up where everyone else is? Well, it's awful, but how they explain this is that they're like, oh, we're tracking the radiation signature of the Ghoul. Smart of you, Maximus, to let him live. That way we can track him because ghouls are radioactive. That means across a giant desert, we can just track his radiation signature. And it's like, do you know how many other things are irradiated? It makes no sense, but they just happen to show up exactly where they need to be anyway. Oh,
they
God.
could have lost that trail if ever. Like, they actually probably should have lost that trail as soon as they ran into the other ghoul who was going feral.
Mm-hmm.
Oh man, and yeah, so the Ghoul kills Dogmeat, who is revealed later because the Ghoul calls the dog Dogmeat. Doesn't kill him, I guess, or kill her, stabs her, and then like she's still alive, just bleeding out on the ground, doing nothing, and then he gives her a stim pack, and she's fine, so she can track the head of the scientist. And, you know, another thing from the irradiation thing, too, there's pockets of irradiated water and a giant hole in the ground where Shady Sands used to be that is irradiated because it was
that was like a recent nuke that's going to give off a much higher signature than any one ghoul miles away. So, yeah, it's incredibly stupid. In terms of the order of how much sense the tracking ability makes, Lucy having a tracker in her Pip-Boy makes the most sense. The Ghoul using the dog to track the scientist's scent is like, it's on the fence, depending on how far away he gets at any given time. And then Maximus and Thaddeus is just utter nonsense. I suppose I sort of glossed over it because it's a totally fine scene, but earlier the Ghoul is using Lucy as bait to try and get the Gulper back so we can get the head. That's kind of fun stuff. Anyway,
that's all from episode 4. That's all, you know.
No, that's not episode 4, is it?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it is. That's when she says the golden rule, isn't it?
Oh yeah, you're right. I'm getting ahead of myself. But anyway, I'm getting a little mixed up, turned around. There's a lot going on.
We've jumped around, you know, the whole thing. We're basically just because you have to, because it's told sort of slightly in like it's the more from the end of it that you know, when you go back and watch it again, the more it breaks, you know. And that's really, I think, where the main flaw is, right? Is like you can sit there and watch it and have a good time with it for sure, at least for the first 7 episodes, without knowing where it's going, or without, you know, really realizing the implications of what they're going to tell you later. But then when you try to rewatch it, knowing everything that they reveal at the end, it's like, oh, wait a minute, that doesn't make any fucking sense. And now all of this is a problem. Now we've got a ton of problems.
Yeah. So we're almost at episode 4. We're at a point now where Maximus and Thaddeus arrive at the river. And
the gobbler comes and tries to eat Thaddeus, and
Maximus, he tries to eat Thaddeus. Yeah. Maximus saves Thaddeus at first, and then Thaddeus saves him. So it's like, okay, maybe we're building to like them actually having something of a friendship and becoming meaningful allies. No, we're just going to throw that away in
one scene later,
very short order. But Thaddeus is about to be eaten by this gulper, and he somehow pushes something into his throat that makes him throw up instead of being able to just like get him to let go. Because if he doesn't throw up, then that head's gone forever. So that's funny. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Okay, so the head gets eaten by the gulper. This is the thing that bothered me about the ghoul. The ghoul clearly needs vials to remain alive, and this is something we're going to do in episode 4. But in episode 3, he's like, all right, gulpers digest really slow. I guess that's just the thing he knows. He's been around a long time, sure. And he decides, you know what, we're going to come back. I'm going to go like walk like a whole day's walk, it seems. To go get more vials so I don't turn feral, and I'm going to bring Lucy with me. In that time, while they're gone, Maximus and Thaddeus come back, happen to run into the same gulper at the exact same place. Thaddeus almost gets killed by the gulper, but they somehow find a very, very lucky way of getting the gulper to vomit its own insides out and die. And that gives them the head, which otherwise would have just dissolved and died. That's the end of the story for all the major factions. The MacGuffin would be gone. That's crazy. That's insane.
It's a little nuts, yeah. The you know. Boy, that sure is convenient. Anyway.
That one is a little beyond convenient. It's almost story breaking.
Yeah. I mean, I was a little surprised when the gulper vomited all its insides out and then immediately died. I was like, oh, that's it. All right. Okay.
Yeah, I don't know how they have like a hook or something in its mouth, and by pressing on it, that like triggers a gag reflex, and it goes. Bleh. He throws up everything, and that's how they get the head. Otherwise, the head would be lost to everyone forever.
If it can now, funny. here's another interesting question. It's kind of raised in the chat here. Can the gulper's digestive tract break down a literal cold fusion nuclear reactor?
I have no idea.
And if it can,
they're incredibly irradiated, so they could probably take it. And that thing, like. I don't know. It's not a reactor in and of itself. It's like a very, very important part of it. But like, surely they need more than that. They need a whole system to extract. So like, I don't know. But like, good luck finding that wherever this thing like poops it out in the middle of a river. There's no tracker on the tech itself. So if they don't magically get this thing to vomit or otherwise kill it and like harvest the inside of it, it's gone forever. There goes cold fusion, gone, because the guy who invented it is dead because he killed himself, remember, with a cyanide pill. So, lucky that didn't happen, huh?
Didn't write it down anywhere or anything either.
Yeah, why would he?
That would be illegal.
So that's a bad one.
Yeah, not great.
So I like the idea of a ghoul being able to stay like a thinking ghoul as long as he gets the medication he needs. That's a fun idea. We talked about that. I like the scene where the ghoul and Lucy come upon this guy who's like screaming and yelling, kind of like a manic, crazy person. And he's like, "Hey, is Brian or something like that?" He's like, "How's it going?" And he's like, he's about to turn feral, essentially.
Yeah.
And as soon like. What I really like about the scene, because I think it says a lot about the ghoul, it says a lot about Cooper and like what code he does have, and that there is a heart deep in there somewhere, as calloused as it is by his many, many, many years in this irradiated hellhole. Right before this guy's about to turn feral, he kind of switches subjects to the subject of food, and he's like, "Man, you remember how good food used to taste?" And he's like, "Blammo mac and cheese," and he's like, "Yeah, and apple pie and ice cream." And he goes, "Oh yeah, man, I remember when I was a kid, my mother," and then he shoots him.
Yeah.
So he like gives him a happy thought right before he dies. And I'm like, that's something. I think that says a lot about like the person that's still in the ghoul. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like
that's nice. That's like good character really development stuff. That's a really strong moment. That's one of the things that really I think this episode in particular, The Adventures of Lucy and the Ghoul, was what started to like really click for me with this show. I'm
Hmm.
just like these two, these two are working together really well. I like the dynamic because we've got calloused, calloused 200-year-old pre-war ghoul who has lost everything time and time again in the wasteland, and we've got the young, peppy, you know, naive vault dweller who's new to the wasteland, but who has important ideals of how you should treat one another and how you should work together. And then they each change each other a little bit, right? Like she
Yeah.
learns not to trust, everybody at their at their word. Like she gets herself into a bad situation with the not the Mr. Handy, the robot voiced by Matt Berry. Can't remember what it.
That is a Mr.
Oh,
Handy,
that is
isn't it?
Mr. Handy.
I think it is. It's a Mr. Handy, if
Yeah,
I'm
yeah, yeah. Okay,
remembering
yeah, yeah.
correctly. Anyway, really quick. No, I totally agree. And that's like the sort of bones of a really good story. And the most we get of the good stuff is in this episode.
Oh,
It's
it
a
is.
shame
Yeah, it
that
is.
the writers seem more focused on the broader overall story, which is really stupid than this, because this is the real heart of it, as far as I'm concerned. And it's all the best stuff. So, Kevo in the chat, obviously, yes, it is a problem because it claims to be canon to the games that they change how ghouls work. That said, if this were a thing all on its own, I like what they do with the ghouls. I think these are some of the scenes we're talking about when we talk about how this is actually really strong writing in a lot of these scenes, or like at least if it's not really strong, it's like
It's
competent, right?
competent, and the rest being in the midst of the rest of it, it makes it stand out a lot. The
Hmm.
nuggets of good stuff. The
If this
nuggets of
was
good
like
stuff.
a
Yeah. Sorry.
if this was a pure adaptation instead of a continuation of the same story of the games, and people were complaining about how they changed ghouls, I would say no. This is interesting though. I'm glad they made the change. So obviously, it's really dumb that they tried to say that this is in the same canon as the games. That's just a
It was
really dumb choice.
not a good move.
No, especially because you're going to change it so much. Anyway, whatever. So another really good thing about this scene, I think, is after he kills this guy, she doesn't quite understand what he just did because she doesn't know about ghouls yet. She's like, "What's wrong with you? Why would you do that to him?" And he's kind of stubborn. He doesn't explain himself. She's like, "Why would you kill him? How can you live like this? What like if you're living like this, what's the point in going on?" And that kind of like strikes a nerve with him because it's a really good question. And he doesn't say anything yet. He doesn't reveal what he's really after, why he continues to live, if this
Yeah.
is all his existence is. He just says, "Now why am I doing all the work?" And he hands her the knife and he says, "Ass jerky don't make itself."
Yeah. Which is, yeah, I mean, like that's a fun little callback to the game too, right? Where he's harvesting the ghoul flesh because you just eat what you just eat what you can get.
Hmm.
Yeah, you can pick that shit up when you're playing the games. Yeah, it's fun. Yeah, this is by far my favorite episode. I think we both mentioned that.
Yeah.
Like this
Uh,
episode 4 is by far the best one.
No Pants Baby says that it ruined several stories in the games because now the ghouls are ticking time bombs instead of normal people. Yeah, there's no doubt in my mind that it kind of undoes, by implication, undoes things in the games if this is how ghouls are meant to work. I think it was a dumb choice, but on its own, this is all the best stuff in the show. So
Yeah,
let's see. Betty is incredibly weird to Norm. Um, they have a moment alone together, and she's like, "Oh, this is where she get that like really, really stupid line where she's confronting him over suggesting murdering the raiders that they have in captivity, right?
yeah,
She's like, your name carries a lot of weight around here. You should be careful what you say. You know, some boys when they're angry they just pee on the wall. Fucking, what are you talking about? And it's like, no, but clever boys when they're angry, well, you're lucky not to have seen what happens when clever boys are angry, which is the clumsiest possible way of saying that. But basically, she's not doing a very good job of not being suspicious because basically what she says is like, watch what you say, tread lightly, she says, in suggesting things in front of everyone because people will listen to you
yeah.
and like you better like watch yourself. And it's like He's already suspicious of what's going on here, that there's something more underneath the surface. This is like a really bad lie. It's not a lie. It's a really bad thing to tell him.
Yeah.
It's only going to make him more suspicious. You're being weird. Stop being weird. Also, little boys, when they get angry, pee on the wall. What are you talking about? You crazy bitch. Like, what does that mean? Anyway.
Yeah, it's strange. And it's not a great way. Like, if she is invested in stopping him from asking questions about the whole conspiracy, right? Because, like, they should be. She should be invested in that. What? Why is she doing this? Why is she giving him these cryptic, messages about a ship
He
can
should
float
want to
because it
kill
looks
them.
at the sun or something? I don't know.
Oh god, the Rings of Power. You ready for the Rings of Power season 2? Amazon just knocking it. You keep those hits coming, Amazon.
Please, just
At least for Amazon's sake, at least a lot of people seem to like this. I don't think they should, but a lot of them do. Rings of Power was not as well received, so at least this one will probably be a success, in quotes, for them. I would think so.
Yeah.
It doesn't appear to be as expensive as Rings of Power, and it's way better reviewed. So at least this one doesn't feel quite as much like burning money the way Rings of Power did.
Yeah,
but
that's true.
Still, it would have been nice if it was good.
Yeah.
Let's see.
If it had lived up to the promise.
Yeah, and
it just doesn't.
Just another reason why I like the core conflict between Lucy and the Ghoul is because I'm a huge fan of like idealist versus the world stories, where you have someone with like an incredibly strong moral or ethical stance about something, like real idealist type, and then the whole story is about them bumping against like the hard edges of reality. And that's like what this really was kind of for a bit, and what it really should have been.
Yeah.
Like a wasted opportunity in a lot of ways. So they arrive at the place where he is hoping to trade her, that the Ghoul is hoping to trade Lucy for more vials so he can stay alive. And so she thinks she's being like sold into sex slavery, as she says later. He drops her off and they send her into this place to have her inspected to see how much she's worth. And she meets a robot, voiced by
Matt Berry.
Matt Berry, who's great. He has a great voice and he's well cast in this role. And he's a Mr. Handy type. And he's very nice and cordial to her at first. And she's like, "Oh my god, I thought you guys were mean." Like he like endears himself to her. He says some nice things. He's like, "Come on this way." And he's very non-threatening. There's a really funny line I like where he's like, "Sorry about the mess. My temporal senses got messed up in the Great War. So things have been real busy in the last couple weeks." Something like that. Something implying that he thinks the Great War was only weeks ago. That's a fun line.
Yeah.
And then she's
remember she bit off his finger and then he cut hers off too. So.
Yes. Oh, that's another good moment. So in trying to escape him earlier, she bites off the Ghoul's finger and runs away. And then when he catches up to her and captures her again, he just like cuts her finger off. And I'm like, damn, that's brutal. I like this guy. He's really interesting dramatically. So now that she's in this facility with the Mr. Handy where he's about to inspect her and everything, she's kind of letting her guard down. He decides to give her a new finger, and he just opens up a drawer full of dead fingers that are not kept on ice or anything like that. Little, like, just parts strewn about loosely in a drawer. He grabs one, this robot, and like surgically reattaches it to her, and it's like a different color. It's all decaying and gross. And for some reason, she's like, "Oh my god, thank you. That feels nice." Like that was really silly. But what's worse about it is that then she says, "Oh my gosh, you're actually nice. The guy I was just with, he wasn't very nice to me at all. I thought I was being sold into sex slavery." And Matt Berry goes, "Goodness, no. I'm just going to harvest your organs." And shoots her with a tranq dart and knocks her out. It's kind of a funny twist, but I don't know why he bothered to put a new finger on her if he's just going to harvest her organs. Doesn't make any sense. You didn't need to have the finger thing. You could have dropped the finger thing and it would have been fine. Where she like lets her guard down and then it's like, "No, twist, we're here to harvest your organs actually." That works perfectly fine. Yeah, this Dave L says Capital Opinions enjoys mutilation confirmed. um, I like the whole like, no, I'm just here to harvest your organs. Like that's funny and that's an interesting twist, and it's part of her whole series of misadventures. I just don't understand why he gave her a new finger at all, and why she was even happy about it. It was such a like gross, decaying, rotting finger. I don't know why she would want that attached to her. If I were her, I'd feel like I'd chop it off again. But you know, maybe that's just me. Um, okay. So Vault 32 died 2 years ago, and Hank, therefore, the rest of 31 management had no idea. How is that even possible? No communication for 2 whole years is crazy to me. I wrote that because we're now at the part where Norm and cousin, I don't remember his name, they go exploring in Vault 32 again.
Yeah, and they go exploring again. This is where it's all cleaned up.
No, it's not cleaned up yet. They go in. This is when they're doing more like learning, trying to figure out what happened. This is where they learn how they got into Vault 32 in the first place. The Raiders did.
Okay.
This is where they learned. They see all the bodies and they're like, "Oh my God, they strangled each other. They hanged themselves. They turned on each other. They scribbled shit on the wall in blood. Very video gamey. Like we know the truth." And then they kind of died trying to get into Vault 31. With that in mind, which part of the truth, or all of it, do you think Vault 32 actually managed to learn, and why, or how?
I assume by the truth you mean that the people in Vault 31 were responsible for nuking the planet.
So here's the thing. There's kind of two options for what the truth that caused them to unravel is, right? One is that they learned of the full truth that we learned from Moldaver, that actually, really, Vault-Tec 31 folks, management, nuked the world on purpose so they could create their beautiful new civilization from the ashes. The other option for what the truth they learned is simply that Vault 31 has been calling the shots and like propagandizing and rigging elections and making sure they're always in charge. Now,
I cannot imagine
exactly
that Vault 31, like just finding out that Vault 31 has been, like pulling the strings and manipulating the government of the vaults caused the reaction that did. There were skeletons that strangled each other.
Yeah, they turned on each other and killed all each other and then hung themselves. So clearly that wouldn't be enough to motivate that. I agree. I'm glad you agree. Now here's the question. How the fuck did they learn the whole truth about Vault 31 nuking the world?
That's a great question.
How did they learn that? Moldaver didn't tell them. Moldaver showed up
when they were dead, yeah.
Yeah. How'd they find that out?
And it can't have been immediately in the aftermath of Hank nuking the NCR, because that happened when Lucy was a kid. She doesn't even remember it.
What happened?
Remember living in Shady Sands.
What happened 2 years ago, and how would they have possibly learned that? Because Semantic Dragon asks what is probably the only plausible avenue to pursue in terms of trying to understand this, Moldaver. So what would Moldaver have to have done for this to make sense? She would have had to come to Vault 32, infiltrate that somehow, tell them the real truth, at which point they all killed themselves and each other instead of joining her, instead of finding a way into Vault 31. And then Moldaver leaves and then comes back 2 whole years later to do something similar to Vault 33.
Yeah.
Mordaka says, how do you know that? Did you read the script? Yeah, that's how it feels to me. How it feels to me is that they learned because they read the script. They saw the 8th episode, and they're like, oh my God, that's horrible.
Oh my God, riot. Hey, everybody, riot.
Why did they strangle each other?
I assumed that they were strangling people they knew were from Vault 31, like how the pregnant woman in 32 or in 33 was also from Vault 31 for some reason.
Yeah. Okay. So the old overseer couldn't have been the one to do it. He was part of Vault 31. All the overseers are part of Vault 31. It had to have been Moldaver, otherwise there's no way it's even possible. But think about what Moldaver's like plans and actions mean in hindsight now. That she did this, caused them to turn on each other and kill each other by telling them the truth, then did nothing for 2 years, then came back with this bizarre plan to pretend to be Vault 32 to get in and all that other shit we've already talked about.
When she could have just kidnapped the overseer.
The overseer right then. Yeah, she
Yeah.
could have taken that overseer because he has the codes too, presumably.
Well,
Oh, yeah. Automata says, how about the fact that there's been a hollow vid of a mouse utopia experiment playing on a loop for 2 years as a pure misdirect? Yeah, that's another thing that's annoying in hindsight. So when they first go to explore this tape, playing on a TV, like it has been for 2 years apparently, is a tape of like that sort of mouse utopia experiment that famously went wrong. You know what I'm talking about?
no.
Okay, so a famous experiment where like they took a rat society and they gave them enough food and all the resources they need such that they didn't need to like work and scavenge or anything, and they all got fat and killed each other. And they all turned on each other and died. So the rat utopia is not one where like they don't have any lack of resources. That's what they learned from that experiment. That's a real thing.
Interesting.
So, what would you say? An educational video of that is playing on the TV, and so when you first watch it, you think, "Oh, what happened?
What was the experiment? Yeah, what experiment?
What was the experiment? What went wrong here that they all turned on each other?" It's a pure misdirect. Why they turned on each other is somehow they learned the truth that Vault 31 killed the world, and then they killed each other, and some killed themselves, and some tried to get into Vault 31 and didn't manage it. No one went to Vault 33 to talk to them about it for no reason.
The overseer from Vault 31 or from Vault 32, who was clearly part of the conspiracy, did not immediately try to message Vault 33 or Vault 31 to warn the other overseers or the other members of the conspiracy that this was happening, that the plebs were rebelling, to the point that Hank did not even realize that the
Didn't even know it happened.
Didn't even know it had happened.
So, I'm afraid none of that makes any sense. I think what we've deduced is that the only possible explanation for how they would have learned this is that Moldaver told them. But that makes her plan even more stupid. So that's fun.
Yeah. And I mean, like, they start painting death to management on the walls in their blood. That's another one of the slogans, right? Which would imply that they've heard about Buds, you know, the whole program of the management training program that Bud, the brain in a jar, developed.
Mm-hmm.
So they figured that part out as well, and that really pushed him over the.
I see, and it's just a sort of this reminds me of the general cynicism that shows up when the guys are fighting to keep each other out of their fallout shelter right when the bomb goes off in the very beginning. It's like learning the truth caused them to literally murder each other.
Yeah, doesn't make any sense.
And like, okay, so a lot of characters in this movie, well, maybe not a lot, but at least one character in this movie learns the real truth, and she doesn't kill herself. Yeah, I mean, it's not impossible that some people would. I don't know. It's just the whole thing is just very like cynical and contrived.
Well, and it's clearly a misdirect, right? Like it's clearly meant to sort of. It's clearly meant to sort of make you start to give you an element of mystery, like, ooh, what happened? Ooh, what's going on? Because the other question then is like, how did they clean it up? We already covered that. How did they clean it all up before
very
repopulation?
Quickly.
Yeah.
Why did they? So why did it take them so long to do that? Why didn't they do it right after it happened?
Yeah.
The show implies that they literally didn't know about it, which is fucking insane for reasons that have already been mentioned. Like, they don't communicate with each other, they don't send progress reports. They would tell the people in 31 like daily, if not weekly, check-in reports about like the weights and vital signs of all the people. All that information would be going to 31 constantly. That they don't get any information from Vault 32 for 2 whole years is crazy. And then they don't clean it up. They don't even clean it up right away after learning about it.
Dave, Dave does raise a good point. People at his last job murdered each other when they found out the free coffee was actually instant. I can imagine a similar riot breaking out at my workplace. So
that's pretty funny.
Yeah.
Automata for $20. Thank you very much. Lucy's opening scene has a meritocracy poster vault, which is described by Wiltzig, and the quote, that's what you got to do. You got to put a few posters up, let democracy run its course. A literal false consciousness angle. Yeah, that's the communist angle, for sure. They make it seem like they all but explicitly say that meritocracy is like a fanciful delusion. Like, it's a naive delusion that she has that like that's not how the world works. It's kind of funny that the writers insist on having all these people who kind of suck failing upwards. It's like they're trying to prove it.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
They prove to themselves that they can make it.
Yeah, so Automata says also they recontextualize the Vault experiments as ideas to create the perfect conditions for humanity, taking a shot at the marketplace of ideas with the subtle line, and may the best idea win. See, that's the fucking crazy thing. Simultaneously, they destroy all competition and other people in the world so they can control the new utopia. But also, they're going to tell everyone in their company, hey, everyone gets their own idea of how a vault should be run, and may the best idea win. You can't do both, show. You have to pick one. Like, how is this not the most... How did no one in the fucking writer's room think about this? This is actually maddening to me. You can't do... They're eliminating... They call the rest of the world the competition, whom they nuke on purpose. And meanwhile, within the company, they're like, oh yeah, well, competition will ensure that the best strategy for repopulating and creating a new society will win. It's like, no, you want to control the whole future of humanity to create your utopia. You can't do both. You can't.
I mean, Hank has that whole thing about how factions are the problem, but they created a bunch of vaults that are
they created internal factions.
They created factions. They created 3 interlinked vaults, that are separate from one another. 31, 32, and 33. Only let 31 ever really be in charge, and then just were like, yeah, no, see, this isn't factionalism. Like, why not just have 31 and 32? Why does there need to be 3 of them? Because 32 and 33 are going to have competition then, right? Like, they're going to be factionalized. They don't know each other. They each are going to develop along different lines, especially since you communicate so little that you don't even know when utter disaster has been befallen one of your vaults. It's retarded. It doesn't make any fucking sense. They also drop the line "war never changes" in that same instance, which is funny because the whole point is that they want to eliminate war by destroying everything. Because like, oh yeah, no, factions cause war, but war never changes. That's completely antithetical to your entire fucking motivation.
Yes.
Also, why would you say it?
It's probably not the first vault they bake. The first one was probably Vault 1. But the one we hear about in the ad from Cooper Howard, the one they advertise, is Vault 4. That's the one they're advertising, where scientists are going to study the effects of radiation on human DNA or whatever. And then we eventually find out that one goes wrong because Vault 4 is like trying to do genetic hybridization experiments on human beings to make them more resistant to radiation.
But then they also impregnate a woman with the gobblers or the gulpers, and the gulpers eat her.
The gobblers.
The gobblers. They impregnate a woman with like a bunch of gobbler eggs, and then they eat her.
Yeah.
Which is like, what the fuck? How is that?
How is that not a contradictory version of the ideal future than what we see in Vaults 31, 32, and 33? Like when it comes time for them both to come out of the vault, they're not going to be on the same page. So no, their motivation makes absolutely no sense. It's horrendous. It's actually terrible. Back to episode 4. Let's enjoy some of the good stuff before it gets any worse. Matt Berry, handyman, Mr. Handy robot, knocked her out with a tranquilizer, so he could harvest her organs. Remember, and then she's like waking up from the tranquilizer. They haven't harvested her organs yet, but she's being carted off to another room, right? And there's like 2 stoner guys that are in charge of this whole operation. And Mr. Handy's like, the guy is asking for this many vials for this person. And they're like, yeah, go ahead, do it, man. It's like, no, go prep her to harvest her organs. So he takes her back into another room, straps her down, and then they start harvesting her organs. Except that they didn't tranquilize her again, and they didn't do it while she was currently unconscious. So she manages to break free while he's trying to very crudely cut her chest open with a bandsaw.
Yeah.
Do it while she's knocked out, you idiot. That was pretty damn stupid.
Why did he reattach her finger if he was immediately going to kill her and harvest her organs?
Yeah, I mentioned that before. It doesn't make any sense. But also, you have tranquilizers. I saw you use one earlier. Make sure she's unconscious when you try to harvest her organs with a giant saw. That's what I would do. If it were me, if I wanted those organs, that's what I would do about it. Jen Allen said they gobble her up. The gobblers. Oh no. Okay. I understand, Hugh. We can't be here all day, so let's try to push on through. Right. I have literally too many notes, so I'm gonna try to skip some of the minor ones. Here we go. I like the golden rule payoff.
That's nice.
Note. Let's see. Episode 4, legit, decent, good. Okay, so Maximus confesses to Thaddeus in the stupidest way possible. We talked about that. He's such a terrible liar. We just have to get our story straight. That's the stupidest thing you could have possibly said in that situation. We talked about the design flaw that allows him to pull the fusion core out while he's still in it and trap him in there to die. That's really cool. Great design flaw. It's incredibly lucky that Lucy arrives at this exact spot after she's escaped. Oh, I should mention, no, it's how she escapes from there and letting the other people who are imprisoned there go. And one of them ends up being a ghoul who's about to turn feral, and she has to have a moment similar to Walton Goggins' ghoul, where she has to kill someone to put them out of their misery before they become feral. And she's kind of learning, she learns to understand his perspective a bit. All that stuff's pretty good.
Yeah, and then he spends some time, I really did like that his friend is the one, his friend from pre-war is the one who gave his voice to the Mr. Handys. So, he's kind of surrounded by the ghosts of his past, right? He sees he sees himself on TV, or on the video, and that was good. That's good.
And that's basically how that episode ends. It's legit decent. It's good. I like it. So it's incredibly lucky that Lucy arrives and she's wounded and injured and all that at this exact spot in the wasteland to happen to save Maximus right before he's killed by the rad roaches or cooked alive in the suit that he can't get out of. So, for example, remember, she has a Pip-Boy. She's tracking the head. Maximus doesn't have the head. Thaddeus has the head, and he's not here anymore. Why does she come here at all? Just so she can happen to save Maximus's life and so they can team up. It's really, really contrived.
And so that we can establish that she knows about as much as Maximus does about the power armor, because she mentions the same. She knows more. She mentions the same tempered rims on the armor that help it. Because she's read the manual too, apparently. So the one thing that he might have had to his advantage, being raised in the Brotherhood of Steel, it basically is negated immediately. And it turns out anybody could do that. Shocker. Anybody.
We get a part where Maximus says that, I didn't realize people were even in the vaults. I thought they were just monsters down there. And Lucy goes haha, no. And it's subtext, because Vault-Tec are the real monsters. I get it. Very annoying to see a lot of this stuff on a rewatch.
Remember in the last episode where she says something about like I could just kill you or whatever, blow it up, but that's not how I was raised. And Kyle MacLachlan gives her a little, like kind of like a huh.
Yeah, it's not subtle. It's just not subtle at all. I like Lucy's character for the most part. She's reasonable. She's earnest. She's pretty noble. She's trying to be a good person. I like that about her. Event. So, you know what? I can skip that one. That one's not all that important. Lucy asks Maximus for a rundown of the last 200 years of American history. Maximus. Yeah,
Sorry,
you want to take it away?
No, keep going. No. It's just annoyed me so fucking much.
It boils your blood. Why don't you take it?
She asks for a rundown of the last 200 years, and you're going to have to remind me. What is it exactly that he says?
Says the bombs fell when I was a kid. He does not elaborate. They just move on to other subjects incredibly inorganically for the sake of this stupid reveal. They don't want to let that reveal happen yet. So she's asking, hey, what's happened in the last 200 years after the Great War? I don't really know much about it. And he's like, the bombs fell when I was a kid. And she's like, yeah, right. You're not 200 years old. And then never asks any follow-up questions, and they never talk about it. They just move on to other things.
Yeah.
And this is classic writing bullshit where like you don't want to make a reveal happen yet, but you want to like acknowledge that the characters probably would ask these questions. So, like, the person just doesn't respond the way a human being would respond to that question, and then they just don't press them on it, and that's the end.
And it's just, it makes it so obvious, right? Because, like, you know exactly what the reveal is going to be from that point. Another set of bombs fell.
Yeah,
like
obviously.
Obviously, because he's not fucking 200. He's not a ghoul, and they've already established that's how you live forever. We've seen him as a kid climbing out of a refrigerator in a zone that got nuked and looking at a piece of power armor. We've seen that at least twice already. So, like, we know that this was not the 200 years ago thing. We know that So then, later on in this exact same episode, she asks, what's Shady Sands? Because they show up at the billboard for it, and he goes, what, you've never heard of the New California Republic? She just told you she doesn't know what happened in the last 200 fucking years, dude.
That's a good point.
She just fucking told you that.
Yeah, you don't have to be such a dick about it. You could just tell her, because that's what she was asking for earlier.
Just be like, oh, well, yeah, here's what happened. There was a thing called the New California Republic. Somebody fucking nuked it.
And she'd be like, someone nuked something again? And he'll be like, yeah, recently. That would come up, you would think. They have a long way to travel across the desert to each other together, and they never talk to each other about any of that sort of stuff. They come across two fiends who are cannibals who try and kill them. I kind of like how Lucy plays the situation, trying to like make sure that it doesn't erupt into violence, but of course violence erupts anyway. And for the first time in the whole show, Maximus is actually a good shot, even though he's been cartoonishly inept in every other scene. And so he kills those fiends before they can kill them. And Lucy learns that, like, oh, those people were cannibals that were going to try and kill us. And Lucy's like, God damn it, I hate this place. Yeah, so that's pretty relatable.
Yeah.
She comes out of that scene unscathed. It's just annoying that Maximus is suddenly a really, really good shot.
Automata says, why did they have somebody say you could feel the heat from 3 days walk away if they were going to have a fridge survival? That's a great question. An even better question is, if you could feel the heat from 3 days walk away, when did it get nuked between Hank taking his kids out of the city and getting back to nuke it? Who knows? Who cares? Let's move on.
So eventually, let's see. Okay. The implication is that crises are manufactured deliberately to help ensure that overseers from 31 are elected because they're competent, I guess. This feels like more cringe social commentary that doesn't make much sense. Like, we have to invent, like, they're clearly hyper competent people, but we have to invent crises that aren't real so that people will vote for them. I don't know. It just doesn't feel real to me. It just feels like really shitty social commentary.
And the fact that they have that slogan that's like, if things look glum, vote 31, that implies that it was ever possible to vote another way.
Yeah,
Like,
that's what I was wondering. Are the votes like actually rigged, or just like with manipulation and propaganda they're rigged in quotes? You know
the
what I
only
mean?
person who seems to find it weird, like even the guy who, the cousin who saw the wreckage of Vault 32 with Norm's the only person who finds it weird that there's never been an overseer from a different, from another vault.
Yeah, he's the only one. We learned that Shady Sands was a city of 34,000 people, and now when Lucy finds out about this, it's like a whole like shattering of her worldview. This is really stupid. So why does the existence of Shady Sands disturb Lucy so much? She's seen Philly. It's not as big, but it's like a small city. It's a small town. Surely she must naturally assume that Shady Sands was also like comparably lawless and corrupt, right? Like why okay, she saw Philly and she wasn't like, "Wow, look at all this civilization." She was like weirded out by how shady it seemed, right?
Yeah,
That's how they played that. There was spooky music and there was unsavory characters walking about, even though it was pretty built up. She was never in awe of this civilization. Then she comes to this place that's still a really small town, all things considered, a very small city. And she's like, "Oh my God, there was civilization here? I was told there was no civilization anywhere up
she
here."
lived there when she was 6. By the way, let's.
Yeah, she was fucking 6. I can't believe they did that. Anyway, it's dumb. Shady Sands was nuked. Maximus. So here's the question. Late earlier when he's talking to the elder Brotherhood of Steel guy, he said what he wants to do as part of the Brotherhood of Steel is get payback for the people that destroyed Shady Sands and destroyed his life, right?
Yeah,
Uh, who the fuck does he think did it? Because he doesn't know it's Vault-Tec. Who does he think did it?
I didn't even remember him saying that. If I'm being completely honest,
Remember him saying what?
that he wants to get revenge on the people who killed Shady Sands or destroyed Shady
Yeah,
Sands.
yeah, that's sort of what he's saying. Like, yeah, obviously that was a formative experience for him. He was a kid and like his town was nuked and he survived and was orphaned by it. And he knows it was nuked and destroyed, but there's never any mention at all of who he thinks did it, which is odd. You think
Yeah,
that would come up. I don't know why it doesn't. Vault-Tec, Vault-Tec has a hospital building over Vault 4 that ends up being a trap for surface dwellers that they happen to run into. And then surface dwellers are brought in and like it's a bait and switch where you think this whole Vault 4 thing is a bait and switch, and a lot of it's really stupid. But the first bait and switch is that you think that this is a happy dappy vault, but then it's like, oh no, this is actually a trap to bring surface dwellers in to experiment on them. But actually, no,
but
it's not
actually, no,
that.
it's not that at all. Yeah, so like it's not that. Actually, it's where they've allowed all the refugees from Shady Sands to come and live after Shady Sands got destroyed, and they just, even though they don't like them, they tolerate them, and they tolerate their weird customs of
Yeah.
worshiping Moldaver for some reason.
Yeah, fucking as a messiah figure who's going to bring back the glory of
The
the NCR
NCR.
and Shady Sands. Yeah. Um, yeah, like you said, Vault 4 were people that were being experimented on in the past. They don't do that anymore, but they still have this trap door, which I guess like when people fall into it, they decide whether they're cool enough to let into their vault. I guess that's what the trap door is for now.
Yeah. This is where also
Um,
we find out that Maximus somehow doesn't know what sex is, even though
yeah.
like we mentioned
Ugh,
before, the
yeah.
Brotherhood has a plot line in the games where they have to try to reproduce, and there's a scene in this show where we see one of, like, while Maximus is in the dorms, one of the other Brotherhood members is jacking it. So
Oh,
like,
yeah.
yeah,
Why he knows nothing about sex in a cartoonish way doesn't make any sense to me. Then this is where we learn officially that they cleaned up Vault 32. How do we learn this? Well, because now the plan is to take people from Vault 33 and resettle Vault 32, right? So both can be in operation. Don't let it sit there and go to waste. We're gonna send some people over there and colonize it, so to speak. Now, here's a question, Hugh.
hmm
From Vault 33's perspective, everyone in Vault 32 was killed. Yes, they didn't get into Vault 31, but raiders came and like decimated their population. There's like a fraction of the people that were originally in Vault 33 are in Vault 33. Why is no one suspicious that Vault 33, what remains of them, is who's being asked to repopulate Vault 32? Why doesn't anyone say, hey, what about Vault 31? Are they not going to help us repopulate this place? They weren't killed by a bunch of raiders.
Yeah, good question.
No one asked that
Yeah,
question. No
nobody
one thinks
asks.
about it.
Nobody thinks about it. Yeah, and then they're just like, oh yeah, we're just gonna like divide whatever's left of us back, and then like separate it out. But like this is going to cause a problem in the future, as Dave is pointing out, because it's not gonna help out with the gene pool situation. Because now it's just like, oh, we're gonna take your cousin, and they're gonna move to Vault 32, and then in 3 years' time, you could probably marry your cousin.
Yeah,
in a trade.
The gene pool has been decimated quite a bit. So they don't have a lot of options left, but surely they'd ask more questions about why there's not more people from Vault 31 showing up. You would think also, because it seems like they have a lot of people still in Vault 31, all in cryosleep or whatever. You'd think they'd wake some more up, right?
Yeah.
But they don't. We get lines when we're back in the past that like time is the ultimate weapon against your competition. It's just utter nonsense. It doesn't make any sense to me. How does Mrs. Howard hide that she's one of the heads of Vault-Tec from her husband, who thinks she's only like a low-level employee? How does why? How does that happen?
She has her own separate bank account, like like the executive account, like in Don Draper and Mad Men. She's pulling a reverse Don.
Yeah. We see him do the ad. The ad itself is cool. I like the ad quite a bit. Before we pull the rug out from under what Vault-Tec wants and represents, I like this stuff. It's quite good. It's well filmed and all that stuff. It feels like an old school ad. Walton Goggins is amazing. All that stuff. Afterwards, they're having a party, and he's like not thrilled about it, but he has to schmooze with all the Vault-Tec people. He doesn't really feel like he belongs there. We overhear at one point a conversation at the party where Vault-Tec people are talking to each other, and they say negotiations in Anchorage are having a serious impact on pre-sales. To which someone says, we'll have to circle up with DC about that. The other person responds, ideally before our quarterly projection release. And they all go, ha, 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 ha.
Oh my god. Yeah.
It's awful. It's awful. So in case you couldn't decipher that, peace negotiations are going too well that people aren't buying vaults. We'll have to go tell DC to sabotage the negotiations, and we should probably do it before our quarterly reports come in. Ha 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 ha, laugh, 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 laugh. Aren't we evil? Awful. Terrible. Stupid.
Really, really dumb, considering especially that they fucking own the patent on cold fusion technology.
Yeah. Also, you know, if the bazillion dollars you make from selling vaults, you can't do anything with it if you destroy the world. What's that money gonna do for you? What are you gonna buy with it?
Yep. Our profits are bad because nobody's panicking enough about the end of the world. We should cause the end of the world so that profits.
Yeah, it's not even that they should cause more panic. They should just cause the end of the world itself. It's stupid.
It's really
and in case you're wondering, as I was like, well, how does the show handle this? Well, and I think I'm pretty sure this comes. Maybe it comes from other games that I haven't played as well. But in the Nuka World DLC for New Vegas, there are whole exhibits and buildings designed to show off how Vault-Tec could be used in space as well. That's what they would do if there wasn't a nuclear holocaust. They would pivot. Yeah. They would find other ways of using their tech. Because of course that's what would fucking happen. They wouldn't wish the world actually ended. They would be like, all right, well, we have this tech in case nuclear holocaust ever happens. But if that doesn't happen, all this sort of research we're doing about how to keep people alive underground would probably be really helpful in space, too. Of course.
Yeah.
Of course.
Of course. Destroy your market to make more money. That's exactly the... Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Yep.
And
Uh,
like Mordock is saying, so this is an interesting thing that I heard talking about is that the NCR in New Vegas is like primed for collapse. I'm pretty sure in one of the DLCs or like in one of the post game like epilogues that you get, they tell you that they're growing too large and the corruption in the organization is too much, that the supply lines are going to be fucked, right? Like, they're not going to be able to
yeah.
maintain the control. And when they can't maintain safe passage for the supply lines, then everybody starts to fragment and it all basically collapses under its own weight, right? That's so much more interesting than just being nuked off screen by somebody who's mad that his wife left him.
Well, it's even worse, Hugh, because eventually we'll find like written on a big chalkboard somewhere the sort of history of the NCR. And what do we learn, Hugh? What do we learn? Apparently that the fall of Shady Sands actually happened before it was nuked. There's a timeline. It
That's
says the
right.
fall of Shady Sands, and then it shows a nuclear bomb. Why did he bother nuking it if it already fell?
And this is another.
Wait, oh, sorry. I might have made a mistake when I said Nuka World was for Fallout 4. But either way, in the wiki, you can Google this. Space travel would be a perfect application of a lot of this same tech. So, anyway.
Yeah, and so this is going to raise another issue especially with the fall of the NCR, because this is where we're at, right? The Vault-Tec people in 31 have decided to repopulate Vault 32 instead, right? Going to split our remaining people up and go into Vault 32 and start a new society there.
Mm-hmm.
They just one of their people a few years ago bombed the biggest city. Yeah, like I think we're pretty much trying to establish that the NCR was like, the rebirth of civilization. I think they're trying to get at that, right? By the surface dwellers, right? Wouldn't it make more sense that Vault-Tec nuked that, bombed that out of existence, and then showed up to fill in the power vacuum and be like, yeah, it's so awful, isn't it? But look, we've arrived. We have a plan. Here's what we are going to do about it. You please, come with us. We'll show you the way. Wouldn't it make sense for them to open the doors after that and let the people out?
Except for the radiation levels, otherwise, yes.
But the radiation levels are contained to where Shady Sands is, though. Because it's not that bad. Like, it's not so bad that she's walking around and her Geiger reader is always going off, right? Like,
right. They play fast and loose with it for sure. But so they nuke the NCR, but that doesn't do anything in terms of wipe. They're like they should have just nuked everyone again. It's like, you know what I mean? Like, I don't know how it changes anything. They could have filled in the power vacuum themselves. But they seem to want to start with a completely clean slate, and there's just no way of doing that.
Yeah, because there's still people on. Like, they would just have to renuke the whole surface.
Yeah, it's nonsense.
Yeah. Anyway, so they find out that we get another couple fake outs in Vault 4.
Yeah, like there's more to talk about Vault 4. We'll try to breeze through it. So I understand why Lucy likes Vault 4, because after being on the surface and hating it, she's like, this feels like home. But also, there's no urgency about like leaving to go continue the mission. There's they give a flimsy excuse that like, oh no, he still needs to recover from his wound, so you can't leave yet. You got to stay here a while. But then later, he's walking around. He's fucking fine. He can keep going. And they got to go save her dad, remember? They have to go find the head. The head, she thinks, has been stolen by someone else. They need to go get that. That's their only way to get her dad. And they just given up. Yeah. Like, she's just like, you know what? I kind of like it here. That kind of makes her... I don't like what that implies about her character. That she is, like, so comforted by returning to a vault that she's, like, totally forgotten her mission for a bit. And everything with Vault 4 is essentially pointless.
Yeah, it is, because it's a fake out that they're going to experiment on them, and then it's a fake out that they're like, oh yeah, wow, I found the gulpers and the video of the pregnant woman getting gobbled up by the gobblers, that guy, and she's like, oh my god, you're experimenting on people, it's awful, and then because they tell her don't go to floor 12. She never
Yeah.
asks why, and they never offer that, that reason,
It's
right?
such a bait and
Yeah,
switch
they never
because
say something.
they're not doing anything nefarious up there, but they act like they are, so she can think they are. She can go up there, and then when they catch her doing it, they try to capture her, and she hurts one of them, and that way they can be like, "No, we need to punish you now, but first we're going to tell you that really we weren't doing anything nefarious up there in the first place. We just didn't tell you about it because we don't understand human psychology." And then it's like, "Oh, well now we got to punish you for hurting one of our guys, and your punishment is we're going to let you leave, and we're even going to give you supplies." Like it's just all a bunch of fucking stupid bait and switches that mean nothing. All we get out of it is Chris Parnell as a Cyclops, and that's amusing, I guess. Um,
Yeah,
and we find out that the people here are a weird cult that worship Moldaver and want her to uh, reignite civilization at Shady Sands. They have a flag that looks very much like a Che Guevara T-shirt. Like
yeah.
all the iconography is very obvious. But nothing really happens. Then they eventually leave and go on with the mission that they should have left to keep going on already. So.
And Maximus goes to steal their power core, and then like even they let her go with a bunch of supplies and everything, and he's still gonna leave leave them without power and a filtration device, and she convinces him to go and give it back, because he's
Yeah.
a piece of shit.
Yeah, so Automata makes a good point. Vault 4 establishes that a single armor's fusion core powers a vault seemingly indefinitely. That's their only one. And so when they take it, she's like, "You've doomed them to die."
Yeah.
And it's like, well, that fusion core, what? It's going to last them forever? How are they making more? What they should have is a whole bunch of them, because in the games they run out. They're finite, right?
Yeah.
You need more of them. But they have one, and that seems to be it. So what's the fucking point of cold fusion?
Yeah, yeah. Why is everybody not fighting over fusion cores? Like,
Yeah, there's even a line later where someone's like, "Oh, I haven't seen one of those in a while." It's like, well, how are you guys powering anything? Anyway, it's dumb. And Maximus being a bad person again was like just gonna take their fusion core. Oh, for example, he takes their fusion core and he's like, he sees her like tied up, and he's
they
like,
tie
"Let
her
her
up and they
go."
bring a sword out, and they're like weird, like they need to sacrifice someone to whatever. And she's like, no, 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 and then he like goes to swing it, and then he brings it down really good, like straight, because it's all a stupid bait and switch.
All stupid comedy bait and switch. But then Maximus comes in to save her, and instead of going, "Let her go," and standing there like, "You better let her go or I'm going to do something," he immediately starts punching and throwing people, just because we want to do another comedy beat where it's like, "No, Maximus, you idiot, they were actually letting us go." And then she eventually tells him, after he's probably like brutally injured several people, and he's like, "Oh, sorry."
Whoops.
The what? So annoying. I hate him so much. He doesn't think. He's a bad person, and he doesn't think. So that's a fun combination.
Yeah.
So
Then they
we
leave.
go back to, and he eventually returns the power armor, because I guess he's not the worst person in the world. We flash back, and there are arguments between Cooper and his wife Barb. These scenes are utterly worthless in hindsight, because everything she's saying is a lie. But when you first watch it, these scenes are pretty good, where she's like, "Yeah, I'm working for this company not because I really like these people, but I'm trying to save." Like, she's really worried about a nuclear apocalypse, and she's like trying to do the best she can to keep her family alive, right? And so there's a kind of, he's like, "Oh, what's the deal with these vaults? Like, who decides what the rules are?" And he's questioning all this stuff. And she's like, "I'm just trying to do the best I can to save our lives. Who cares if we can bring a dog?" She's got higher priorities. All that stuff is a lie.
Yeah.
All
She
of that stuff
actually
is
is
a lie.
planning on nuking the whole world.
Yeah, so in hindsight, those scenes which sort of endear you to her character and like make sense as a sort of perspective clashing between the two, utterly worthless. So that's fun. Do you want to talk about how the guy Charlie, who he used to work with in the movies, talks about fiduciary responsibility? This is more of that
Oh,
crap.
this is that this is when they go to the communist meeting at the church, and he's
it's right before it, but yes, he tells them about the communist
This is
meeting.
how he gets to the communist meeting. His friend Charlie, who he used to work with in movies, is telling him that, like, oh yeah, they Vault-Tec has a fiduciary responsibility to cause the end of the world, because that would cause better payouts for its investors, or something like that. We've already talked
Money
ad
they can't
nauseum.
do anything with.
Money they can't do anything with if they blow up the whole planet, right? Like
Yeah.
they should just be pivoting into space tech. That makes the most sense.
Yeah, this movie
Or the fusion, cold fusion. You bought the fucking technology to cold fusion.
To do nothing with
do
it because they can't make money and fiduciary responsibility. It's really dumb. They sabotage peace negotiations to sell vaults. That's really stupid. This should be when I first saw this, I thought this was the stupidly naive conspiratorial character, but that's just the perspective of the show.
Yeah.
So that's fun. I thought, like, oh well, this guy's a moron, but I guess someone would have this perspective. No, that's the show's perspective.
He is valid. He is like, clearly, because Vault-Tec nukes the world, he's portrayed as correct about that.
Yep, that's lame.
And this is where also, like, this is the same episode where we get that line, communist is just a dirty word for people who aren't insane.
Yeah, that's what she says. There's more of Barb saying nothing true at all. More Vault 4 stuff, blah, 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 blah. Let's see. Hold on. I just don't want make sure I don't want to miss anything crucial. There's a subplot with the Ghoul trying to find his way to, like, achieve, like, retrieving the head again and finding his way to Moldaver. That stuff is mostly fine. You know, if there are problems with it, they're more inconsequential. So I'm just gonna skip all that stuff. I guess we should just jump right to the communist meeting. That seems like a fun thing to do. Okay, here we are. So, the American dream isn't real, says the entitled American communist. So, Moldaver is giving a speech in this weird church-like setting. And one of the first things she said is, like, they told us about the American dream. They told us that the world was getting a better place, but that was all lies. We know it was lies, wasn't it? And it's like, you seem like you have a pretty cushy life here, actually. So, fuck off. And it's weird to have that, like, to try to use this for social commentary when in the real world the Cold War didn't lead to the destruction of everything, but I'll let that slide. Their future is a cliff's edge, isn't it?
Are you sure the ending of Oppenheimer would have you believe otherwise, Jamie?
Well, there's that, but let's not get into it. She says their future is a cliff's edge, isn't it? No, because in real life, they would never actually want the nuclear war. But they do in this show because we're desperate to make capitalism evil, even though what they practice isn't capitalism by any stretch of the imagination.
And even though like in real life, the communists would have had a very similar thing going on. You know, it'd probably be more states. But like, if we were looking at what Russia or China would have looked like, you know, you would think that there would be like some similar thing of like an underground vault system, state sponsored as opposed to privatized, right?
Yeah. As if that would really be any better. Where the only people get in are the people that are family of, government officials, you know.
Yeah.
It's to say, like, it's no meaningfully different. But then she says, we have more in common with the soldiers we're fighting abroad than we do with the people in charge. This shouldn't be true, but it is in the show because Vault-Tec and the government are retarded caricatures. Also, they keep saying people were fighting abroad and never mentioning who they are. That's always fun because we're cowardly because we do business in China. How much did Vault-Tec pay to take those principles off your hands? Okay, so Cooper says, "I've had enough of this horse shit."
This and I remember about as much horse shit as I can handle. Yeah,
and I was like, "Hell yeah, dog! I like this guy." And she says, "Like, oh, like, is there something you want to say?" And he's like, I forget exactly how we get here, but he says something like, "No, I just have my principles." And she's like, "Oh yeah? Well, how much did Vault-Tec pay you to have those principles taken off your hands?" Their principles align.
Yeah.
From Cooper's perspective, they align. He didn't give up his principles. He's not a hypocrite. He's not a sellout. she's the sellout. We'll get to that in a minute. But she's like, oh, you got paid money, and so you gave up your principles. So it's like, no, I get paid money for my principles. This is in line with my principles. Like, the writing for her is awful. They're just trying to throw in everything they can, whether it makes sense or not. You know, do you get
Yeah.
that vibe too? Like, they want to make every criticism possible, whether it makes any sense.
Well, it's standard talking points from, like the
Yes.
Hassan Pikers of the world.
Yeah. There's another line where someone says there's a lot of money in selling the end of the world. No, there literally isn't. We've been over that.
There's a lot of money in fear-mongering about it. There's not a lot of money in actually causing it.
Yes, that's a much better... Like, if anything, if they were going to make this point, they'd say something like, fear-mongering about the end of the world is very lucrative, but they don't want it to actually happen. Like, that's the angle they would take. Maybe even that fear-mongering about the end of the world accidentally caused it or contributed to it. You could take that route if you wanted to. Let's see. Then we find out that she used to run a company working on cold fusion. And then they were almost about to crack it, and Vault-Tec acquired the company.
That means proprietary.
That means she sold out.
Yeah.
You can't, like... You have to agree to sell your company to them.
Yeah.
Why did you agree to sell your company to them? You sold out. I couldn't believe that on a second watch. I'm like, why'd you sell it off to them then? You were working on multiple companies that they did this to. If this was a consistent pattern, if that's what they intended to do with it, why'd you sell it to them? They didn't steal it from you.
Yeah, they didn't break in or anything. Like, you sold it. You sold it for profit. You had that choice. You didn't have to.
But then instead of... No, it wasn't her company. She just worked for them. No, they make it clear that she is high up in that company. Because she's a millionaire. She doesn't deny it. She says, like, oh, a communist millionaire. You know, it's like, so no, she made a substantial profit from that. She was on the board for sure of the companies.
Is one of those characters in that board meeting at the end Mr. House?
It is. Yep.
Are you fucking I'm getting another beer. I'll be right back.
Okay, I'll keep going. We get another line where instead of saying, well, why'd you sell your company to them? He points out that, like, oh, she's a hypocrite because she's a millionaire and a communist. And then she says, this is easily one of the worst quotes in the show, and there's some tough competition. She says, hypocrisy is like violence. If you only let the bad guys use it, the bad guys win. That is Vosh's no bad, or was it Vosh or was it Movie Bob that said that there are no bad strategies, only bad targets, something like that, where it's like, basically we're allowed to do the wrong thing, we're allowed to be hypocritical because we're on the right side of history. This movie thinks that this is the good character.
Yep, they do, and I can't. I'm sorry, I cannot believe that this is like this is one of the most interesting villains in a video game, right? Like, Mr. House is a really interesting villain.
I agree. I like him.
And then you take him and just turn him into one of the Spectre clowns who fucking helped nuke the planet.
Yeah.
For
that's pretty bad. That's pretty egregious. You know, for all the people I've seen people argue, like, oh, it doesn't break the canon with New Vegas. No, it ruins decent things. Yeah, that's a shame. Also, Hugh, you might have missed it, but we were talking about that line where Paradox sums it up well. He says, mask off moment from the writers who say hypocrisy is okay because I'm good.
Yes, yeah. I'm in the right.
We've talked about it already, but I'm not a communist. That's just a dirty word to describe people who aren't insane. Like, no, a communist is a real thing, and you're very similar to one, actually. They ask what the experiment was. So they ask Lucy what the experiment was in her vault, and she doesn't know. And then even though she doesn't know, the Vault 4 lady is like, your ignorance cannot excuse your cruelty. And it's like, yes, it literally does, actually. But whatever. All of Vault 4 is stupid. We'll skip through. We've kind of talked about that already, so we'll keep going forward. Oh, there's a fun part where she's captured right before they break out of Vault 4, where Maximus sees Lucy being carted away in like custody by Vault 4 people, and he's busy eating his popcorn, watching a waterfall on TV, and he hesitates before going to help her. He hesitates.
Mm-hmm.
He doesn't leap to her defense. He thinks about like, oh man, but I really like this popcorn. I guess I should probably go help her. This is deep into the show. You can't claim that like he's grown as a character at this point. Like, this is ridiculous, guys. They wanted a comedy beat, but it says so much about him that he hesitated, that he was like, oh man, but I sure do love popcorn. Oh, rats.
Popcorn and caviar in my fancy bathrobe.
How do they have oysters and caviar in the vaults? Is it canned? That sounds gross. Canned oysters?
Where do they get the oysters from? Are they grow?
Canned
just
oysters?
growing them in the wombs of the women.
Oh God, that sounds horrible.
That's fucking gross.
Oh, and then we got a moment. So this is after he like is going to return the fusion core. He confesses to lying to her after she says, "You know, you're one of the best strangers I've ever met." And he's like, "I'm really not that good of a person. I let my knight die, and I stole his armor, and I lied to you, blah blah blah." And she goes, "Listen, you know the wasteland. This is what I mean, where like the show is clearly not aware of how bad he is, right? Because our point of view character says, listen, the wasteland is tough. She compares his deliberate cruelty and selfishness to her self-defense accidentally leading to someone innocent getting hurt in Vault 4. That was totally an accident. It was totally in self-defense. But she compares it like they're comparable. No, they're not. He is a considerably worse person. I can even believe that he's one of the best people she's met on the surface, but he pales in comparison to like anyone she lived with growing up. They're all way better people. So like why she's enamored with him just makes no sense to me.
New kid in school syndrome.
Yeah. Let's see. We got a fun cameo from Fred Armisen, who runs a
radio station, yeah.
Radio station playing obscure music, and he's like a audiophile. It's like a very perfect cameo for him. It's really funny. That's good stuff. They meet up with. Oh, by the way, Thaddeus is a ghoul.
Oh yeah, Thaddeus is a ghoul because the chicken fucker gave him like basically the vape that the ghouls use to stop from going feral, and it fixed his busted up foot immediately. It immediately healed him. But now he's a ghoul.
Now he's a ghoul. Yeah. And so now he gives up the head willingly to Maximus and Lucy, even though he should probably still hate Maximus. He just gives it to them willingly because he's like, no, the Brotherhood won't take me back because I'm a ghoul. So I'm going to go run off and go on my own adventures or whatever. And so now the Brotherhood is coming to get them. And they're like, oh, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to take this head off this dead body. And I'm like, oh, this is the head you guys want. And you go run and you go where you need to go with the real head. And what happens? Oh, he gets brought back to the Brotherhood. They scan it immediately. And they're like, this isn't the fucking head, you asshole. And instead of like killing him, he's like, no, wait, I can get you the real one. Why they should trust him, I have no idea. They have good reason to think he killed multiple Brotherhood of Steel people. They're about to kill him. And then this is when what's-her-name decides to reveal, oh, by the way, he didn't actually sabotage my foot. I did that to myself. And instead of making them distrust both of them even more, the leader's like, oh, well, at least you guys are loyal to each other. Don't see enough of loyalty anymore. You know what? I'm going to promote you. Like, that's where we're at in terms of the writing quality. It's horrendous.
Yeah.
So that's fun. Cool. Love that. Now she's been promoted, and now they're going to go off to go try to retrieve the real thing because it's that easy. Let's see. Since when do the vaults have SWAT armor? Oh, yeah, when they're going to bring people into, like, to repopulate Vault 32. One guy's like, no, I don't want to. I want to stay in Vault 33. And all of a sudden, there's
guys in SWAT armor. Yeah.
Yeah, and it's only there because the show wants you to be more and more suspicious of Vault-Tec. They've never had that before. Those guys and that equipment would have been useful when Raiders came.
Yeah.
But they don't have any of that. They're only using it now to force. Why do they need to force people? Why is there any reason anyone wouldn't want to go? Anyway, it's dumb. It seems sketchy, essentially. It's fun.
A semantic dragon as a punishment for self-harm you are promoted, and for you having killed a knight, well, I'm afraid that's grounds for promotion.
Yeah, that's essentially their logic. It's that meme where it's like, God damn it, you know what, you lied and did all this bad stuff, but that's the kind of like can-do spirit we need around here. We need people to take risks. You're promoted.
Back in the day, boys. Back in the day, we ruled the wasteland. Man, shit really has gone south. I think with people who can lie like you, which is to say, not great, we could be there again someday.
We go to Moldaver's place with Lucy, and wouldn't you know that it's like a nice little beautiful utopia. They're growing corn and stuff like that, and children are running around freely, and it's diverse, and everyone's happy. Wow, a perfect communist utopia. Maybe communism isn't so bad after all. How inspirational. So
real communism was the friends we made along the way.
Then we cut back in time, and Cooper has put the tracking device that Moldaver gave him, a listening device, on the Pip-Boy of his wife, Barb, and he's listening in on their big conversation. Now, we've talked about some of this already, so we won't waste your time with all of it, but the Vault-Tec are cartoon villains that simultaneously believe that everyone on Earth will be dead, and that people who do survive will need to be civilized also. Nothing about their plan makes sense. They're like, we nuke everything, everyone will die, and then also we'll plan to civilize and deal with anyone who's still up there. And it's like, oh, I guess you're fine with both. Winning the game of capitalism means outliving everyone and murdering the competition. That's legitimately what the show thinks capitalism is, because the show is moronic. America is described as a failed nation. Clearly, they aren't a failed nation. I don't know why they said that. This feels very much like when communists today describe our current system as late-stage capitalism, and it's like, yeah, it's cranking along just fine. Like, the late-stage part is just like cope on your part. Like,
yeah. Well, and it's funny because they mention, I think, what they're getting at when they say that it's a failed state. America was a failed state, so why would what did we even need to bother saving that for? We should just reset it all, right? It's like they do tell us that they are in, like, they've spent a lot of money on a war, but one of the big problems that I have with this is that they're going through with atomic age imagery, right? Like that extremely prosperous era immediately following World War II and up until the early 60s. That was not it can't be both. It cannot be that there is this like excessive lap of luxury all about America and also it's a failed state. Doesn't work for me.
You can't do both. We've already talked about how simultaneously they want to obliterate all of humanity because they view them as competition, while also their plan will only work if they have internal competition. They're stupid.
Oh, we didn't talk about how Norm sneaks into Vault 31. So he on election day when Betty is elected by a 95% majority, right? Clearly, crazy numbers. In the the celebratory wake of that, Norm sneaks into her office while she's not there, and he pretends to be her and sends a message and says, "Hey, this is Betty. I need to return to Vault 31 immediately." And the guy goes, "Why? Are you compromised?" She says, "Oh," and Norm says, "Mission not going as anticipated." And the guy from 31 responds and says, "Oh, okay, come on back." And then Norm just walks up to Vault 31's gate on his own. And it says hello to it a couple of times before it opens, and just waltzes right on in. So I'm not really sure why he needed to prepare the way by pretending to be Betty.
I don't know either. I don't know why they don't have cameras to tell that that's clearly not Betty. I don't know. They don't have cameras in this vault at all, it seems. So I guess you just have to assume they don't exist.
Yeah.
They probably would have cameras.
Security cameras probably would exist, right? I would think. Yeah. But yeah, he just like waltzes in there, and then like he starts having a conversation with Bud's brain on the Roomba thing, and Bud's brain like immediately starts trying to euthanize him with a needle.
And then he rants about America being a failed state and all that sort of fun stuff. Vault 32 and Vault 33 are described as the breeding pool for Vault 31. but somehow also these are the people who will inherit the world. They got to pick one there as well. The Bud's brain Roomba says like, oh, these are the breeding pool for the real people we're trying to preserve, Vault 31. But also like they're the people who are gonna populate this new world. Like it can't do both. It's classic sort of trying to have its cake and eating it too.
And well, and then Norm opens the door to the cryo chambers, the cryo sleep chambers, right? And he finds all the people. Despite Bud's brain's protestations, like, oh, no, don't go in there, and don't you dare read the log. And then he gets in there, and he starts reading the log, and he finds everything out. And then Bud's brain can just shut the door behind him for some reason. He couldn't keep it closed, but he could shut it behind him, and then blackmail him into getting into the pods. Right? It's just like, oh, you should probably just get into your dad's pod then, huh? Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, unless unless you want to like.
There's not a lot of eats around here. Yeah. There's not a lot to eat around here. Yeah.
It's not a lot to eat around here. I would probably put myself to sleep too. And it's just like, so first off, the question should be, how do I know you won't kill me? How do I know this isn't going to kill me? You're not just going to shut the life support off and kill me
he's
anyway.
He's fucked either way. He doesn't
just open up all the other pods.
Yeah. Wake all those people up.
Wake all those people up. Now they have to get out. He's not going to let them all die.
Yeah. That's a strategy. We don't see what happens beyond him realizing he might be fucked. So, once again, we're told that there's a lot of earning potential with the end of the world. No, there isn't. When she says war never changes, we talked about why it doesn't make sense, but I want to talk about how awful the line reading is. So she says war never changes. It might be even longer than that.
It's a very long pause, yeah.
And we all know what's fucking coming. It's so bad. It's turbo cringe. There's no other word for it.
Ass jerky everywhere.
That's funny.
It's crazy cringe. It's crazy cringe that she sits there and goes, war never changes. Your whole thing is that you're trying to change war. That you're trying to stop it permanently by eliminating it, by getting ahead of the game and eliminating it all. Doesn't make any fucking sense. But, I heard the line and I clapped. So, that.
Yeah. And we're on to the final scene with one of the final scenes with Moldaver revealing all the things that we've already talked about. One thing I wanted to mention is that apparently her giant headquarters is in a big room that's basically ruins with no main wall and probably missing roof as well. That's a very stupid design decision. Why as a set design decision, I should say. That's really dumb. We find out Moldaver really needs the codes, but I guess she didn't think to bring Lucy along. We talked about how stupid that is. Here's the other thing. Hank left his wife to die and nuked the city she was in and was responsible for destroying most of the world. I actually don't believe that he loves Lucy enough to give up the codes.
Yeah.
I don't believe that at all. Based on how he's been described, I think he would just go, no, I'm not telling you the codes.
They're at the top of the Griffith Observatory in LA, by the way. Same place where, La La Land and Rebel Without a Cause happen.
Yeah, but it's like a ruin, but they're still in it for no good reason. As Hank has been portrayed, I don't think Lucy going, just give him the codes, Dad, would actually be enough. I think he would still say, absolutely not, fuck you. And just maybe wait to see if someone will be able to come and rescue them or cause enough chaos that he'll be able to get out of there. I don't believe that at all, actually. He should still refuse. Hank thinks that instead of trying to control and shape a new fledgling civilization, which is what they could have done with NCR. I don't know if we talked about this yet, but why didn't Vault-Tec just seek to control the fledgling civilization here? Because they're stupid and they think they need to start from a clean slate entirely. It's dumb. He should have tried to do that, but somehow he thinks he can avoid human nature this way. So this is why I wrote this down, because he thinks he's telling Lucy that the people up here, they're just going to be at war with each other, everyone equally miserable. He's like, their system, their civilization will never work. Everything will suck. We need to build a new civilization where nothing will ever go wrong. I'm like, fucking what? Really?
And it's nuts too. This is a good point, because Dave is saying this in the chat. He's effectively a middle manager. He is billed as an executive assistant when we finally end up revealing that he also existed pre-war.
Yes.
He was an executive assistant, and he was like a junior executive assistant. Why would he know that code?
That's a good question, actually. Why would he specifically know the code? Good question.
Why would they have it? Why would they have developed it at all if they didn't want to use it? So like, why would they even have a code in the first place for the cold fusion reactor activator? I don't know, man. This show fucking blows.
Here's a question: why didn't Moldaver kill Hank after she got the codes? She just left the room to go deal with the Brotherhood of Steel people. She left the really important cold fusion technology in the room to go deal with the Brotherhood of Steel people, leaving Lucy and Hank alive there.
Yeah.
I feel like she definitely should have killed Hank, if not Lucy as well. But just from a practical point of view, considering how ruthless she is, I don't know why she didn't.
Yeah. Well, because maybe she's not such a bad guy after all.
Oh, shut up. We're told at one point that everything about the Ghoul says everything about your world was decided over 200 years ago, and I feel like that's a really telling line, especially with the way this show focuses so much on pre-war people to the like exclusion of a lot of like post-war people. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like half the cast are over 200 years old. That's a really bizarre choice.
Yeah, it really is, because like, and that's again, it rubs me the wrong way when it's like, when the games, playing the games, it was like, yeah, I mean, it's in the past and you can kind of like go and have fun exploring the lore, but really the point is the story that you're doing right now, right? Like that's the point. You know, in New Vegas, it's like, oh, we're, platinum chip. That's what we're doing. Who do we want to side with? Do we go with, where are we going? In this one, it's like we're unraveling all of the mystery that the world has, and we're not focusing on living in the wasteland world. We're focusing on how things got here, and by like you could do that and make it compelling, but the way that they're doing it is really fucking stupid. So it's like it leaves me wondering why we couldn't have just focused on, like, at least for a season before we started diving into all this revelation about the world. Why couldn't we have just focused on like the way
Lucy's
it
journey
is?
With the Ghoul.
Lucy's journey with the Ghoul, and like living in the wasteland, and the NCR, like what the remnant, like what the destruction of the NCR might look like.
Yeah, I agree. Dave L asks a good question. If Witzig just finished developing cold fusion recently, which is the implication, right? Because it wasn't finished before they dropped the bombs. If he just finished it recently, what are the codes even for? That's a good question.
Yeah, they didn't develop it. They bought it to stifle it, is the implication, because they didn't want it getting out. They bought it to stick it in R&D hell for,
Yes. Development hell, yeah. Paradox asks, would you guys agree with me, though, despite how the really awful writing, it's fairly well produced for the most part?
Yeah,
I think it looks
like Fallout. Yeah, it's got the music, and it's got decent set design. I mean, some
the
of
vibes
the CGI is
okay,
cheap looking, but it's okay.
Yeah, some of the CGI is cheap, but that's budget constraint. It's an expensive project. I get it.
They could have diverted some of that budget from fucking Rings of Power onto this and made it look a little more polished, but that's okay.
Yeah, it's reasonably well produced. I was enjoying the vibes and aesthetic until they completely subverted everything I was enjoying. So there's that. We are very close to the end. Let's do it. Let's keep pushing forward.
Hank is just in a giant bird cage at the top.
That's pretty fun.
And every time, like while Moldaver is talking, he just keeps saying, instead of saying like, I think it's one time, and after several minutes of Moldaver just fucking monologuing, right? He finally decides to try to go, she's lying.
Yeah.
Most of it is just him being like, Lucy, let's just go. Yeah, Lucy. Don't listen to her. Let's just go. Don't listen to her. Come on, Lucy. Come on. Lucy. Come on.
It's I don't know if it's been mentioned yet, but in this scene, off to the side, there is a feral ghoul tied to a chair going. Turns out that's Lucy's mom. Uh, it's like, oh no, wow, she's a ghoul now. Why is she still alive?
And
Why are they keeping her here?
because Moldaver is best friends with her, or something, in lesbians with her. I don't know. You know what's really sad too is that this line, or this like little reveal of the ghoul being her mother, would have paid off if she had literally ever mentioned her mother once in the past 7 episodes of the show.
Well, there's been a line or two about like, oh, mom would have liked this, but it's just implied that she's dead.
I really wish they would have played up a little bit more about like her relationship
No,
with her
I
mother.
get that. That would have been more interesting than the finale about revealing Vault-Tec, blah, 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 blah. If it was a more personal journey through and through,
Yeah.
it would have been more interesting. So they keep the ghoul around, what, just for this reveal, for this moment later? Like, what? I don't understand why Moldava keeps her around. Moldaver.
Moldova.
I think it's bullshit that this town already has the necessary infrastructure that the whole town lights up as soon as she plugs in the cold fusion.
Yeah, that's really stupid, isn't it? Like, yeah, the ruins of a nuked out Shady Sands light up when she plugs in the fucking the tic tac that she pulled out of the dead guy's neck into
that's
the reactor.
Pretty funny. And then Moldaver dies. I forgot she died when I was watching it a second time.
I'm like, yeah.
Oh right, she's dead.
Yeah, she's dead. And so now now there's certain things that are only ever going to be able to be revealed through flashback in season 2, which is like, it's a little weaker. You know, it's not I am against the idea that flashback inherently is bad. That was something that they kind of hammered into us in script writing classes. Like, oh, flashback, never do it. It's like, nah, I don't know. It works in some cases. It's just a little less compelling when you've killed your, main villain, or, hero in this case. And then now we have to learn more about her through flashbacks. It doesn't matter. She's dead. We don't care anymore. It's not as compelling.
I agree. Now she's dead, and so she doesn't even have control of this anymore, and the Brotherhood of Steel is on the way to presumably steal it, and she basically says to Maximus, like, what do you think happens if the Brotherhood of Steel gets unlimited power? I guess all you can do is try and stop it. And then she dies. So Automata asks a good question. What does a successful Moldaver endgame look like? I guess a successful endgame is she gets the power to give everyone free energy, and then she just protects that forever and stops everyone from ever harming it, and then they live in a blissful, perfect utopia forever, I guess. But then she dies, and so she can't even maintain the thing that she spent all this blood and time and energy getting. She can't maintain it. It's probably going to be stolen right back.
The thing that she literally allowed her best friend's daughter to be raped and potentially murdered for. She's okay with it just being like, oh well,
it's going to be gone.
You better think about what you're going to do.
It's going to be gone in an instant. It's really dumb. Well, I mean, we'll see what happens. I mean, I won't see what happens, but the proverbial we will see what happens in season 2. And then
real quick, Donald in the chat a little while ago had said something about me constantly throwing out the use of the term we, the pronoun we. See, I'm not the only one who does it.
Yeah.
We all do it.
Paradox says, here you go, gents. Keep up the good work. Never donated before, but I like your streams. Well, thank you very much. We certainly appreciate it. Thanks for all for hanging out. We're basically done. They set up lame nonsense for season 2, where it's like, oh, I guess the ghoul wants to go find his family. Surely his daughter would be dead. And Lucy's just gonna go along for the ride because she ain't got fuck else to do. And Maximus is back with the Brotherhood of Steel because they think that he killed Moldaver, and they're like, now you're a knight. I don't know how she has the authority to knight him on the spot. That was really stupid. But they all start chanting his name, and he has this look on his face like he's conflicted about it. And it's like, I don't understand you at all, dude. You're such a useless fucking waste.
And Hank wanders...
finds a death claw.
Yeah.
He finds a death claw because that's like desperation bait to keep you interested.
And then he wanders to the ruin of New Vegas.
Yeah, New Vegas is in ruins now completely. So that's fun.
Yep, and
And
that's where
that's
it ends. It
and
ends
that
with
is
with Kyle MacLachlan in his stolen power armor, looking out at the ruin of New Vegas, and you're just supposed to be like, "Oh boy!"
I can't wait to see what happens next.
And
I
what
can't think
happened
of any.
to New Vegas? And what's really interesting is like, 'cause I talked to my brother about this, and it's like, if they're gonna go and do New Vegas, it does sort of necessitate that they pick one of the endings, and that's gonna be kind of interesting to see which one they go with, right? Like which way those like the events played out. Uh,
Yeah.
yeah,
So, um, that was. I think it's awful. Really, I think it's horribly written, and it's a shame. There are things that are worse. From what I understand, I would not be surprised if things like Rebel Moon are worse, for example. But what's especially annoying about Fallout is that it did have potential and it fools you at first before it pulls the rug out from under you. So it's an even more frustrating experience than something that's just obviously bad from the very beginning. This is the kind of show where once you realize where it all goes and once you start thinking about it, it all falls apart. It's really bad. It's very poorly written. It's also really preachy and stupid and like propagandistic. It's very cynical. It doesn't really offer much in terms of like fun character arcs or like any sort of hooks for season two. It kind of ruins some things about the games. It adds very little that's new and interesting. It does some Easter egg baiting, like the death claw at the end. That's kind of annoying. There's not much redeemable about it, really, as a whole.
by the yeah, I mean the more I it's interesting because on the first watch I enjoyed it enough until the end where I was like, oh, that's pretty stupid. I don't like how that went. But on a like, I can't imagine how this would hold up on a rewatch. I can't imagine going back and sitting through this whole thing again, knowing where it goes, and not finding all these plot holes, all of these problems with the writing, all of this insane preachy stupidity. It's so much worse after getting to the ending.
Yeah,
It really tanks it. It really tanks it. And sitting
it's
here
really
talking about it is,
disappointing.
yeah.
It's really disappointing and frustrating and like miserable because it's such a huge letdown. Honestly, I wasn't expecting this to be amazing, but I was enjoying it, and so like how much it shits the bed is really quite remarkable and not a fun experience. It's not something I'd recommend to people because, like I said, some people will like it. Clearly, a lot of people do like it. I think they're wrong to like it.
Yeah.
There you go. I want to steal their feelings. I want to say, no, you can't feel that way. You must hate it because it's bad. No, I understand why people like it. I
There's
think
definitely some appeal to
it
it. I mean, like I love
there's
Walton Goggins. I like
it has some appeal in terms of the writing, though. I think it fooled people. It really did. You know, I've been fooled by movies before too. I get it. I'm not trying to be like arrogant and self-righteous about it. Like I thought Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 3 was good at first, right? It happens to the best of us. You watch something, you're like, oh, that was fun, that was good, and then you think about it, and you're like, oh no, that wasn't good at all, actually, really. So it happens. And this is one of those shows, especially by the end. I don't know how you get all the way to the end and still like it. Man, I worry about the people who think the ending of this show is written well. It's horrible. Horrible.
yeah. It's a pretty rough one. It's a rough go.
Well, I know, Hugh, you got to go soon. We've been going for quite a while, so we'll wrap it up right here. Thank you all very much for joining us. We really appreciate it. A lot of good thoughts and comments in the chat. We really appreciate it. Pointing out things I didn't think about and making funny jokes, all that sort of fun stuff. We
Yeah.
really appreciate it. Thanks for hanging out. Don't know what we'll be talking about next week yet, but we'll let you know.
It will be something.
It will be something. That is true. Can't argue with that. Thanks again for hanging out. We'll see you around the bend. Toodles.
Goodbye.
Goodbye.